Dirt poor in the south, wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And it's my supply. I had to push, I had to cry, I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm climbing to the top. Top. Top.
ahead, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade.
chaotic. I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic. I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that. I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major. How I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic. See you later. Get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure. Swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control. So get a hold, cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can handle me never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic. I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic. I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all tuck in, they hide aside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, demanding you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
That game was insane.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Let me in! Hey! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!
No education.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Maintenant qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TSC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
No a wszyscy tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Orada sıfır bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir. Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the EMEA Masters. My name is Hitbrain, and I am joined by the ever wonderful Trouble. It's been a hot minute since we've been on camera together, Trouble. How you doing? You all right?
Well, did you count it down to something like 9 months since we cast together last?
Around that, yeah. It's been a hot minute.
Oh, God.
It's been
I'm
a
so
hot minute since
excited,
we've
you
been on
know.
together.
New name, same old faces, new faces coming in, EMEA Masters. We've got 2 new regions joining us as well. I'm so excited to see like all the new faces, all the new teams. When I was doing a little bit of the research and I looked kind of at the teams, I was like, wow, there's a lot of names that I do not recognize. And I'm sure the viewers don't recognize either, so cannot wait to tell the stories.
I think that's the thing I'm most excited about this whole tournament in general is all the new faces, the new teams, the new regions, just the size of it all. Because, I mean, if you look at today's play, like of the teams playing today, there was a lot of teams playing. We can't even get it all in on the whole day. Like, there's going to be some shows, but you'll have to kind of catch elsewhere. But you can see our groups and see where all of the teams are falling. I'm just going to quickly throw this over to you, Trouble. Obviously, we now had the group draw show not that long ago, but what teams are we excited about? Are there any teams in here that like really jump out to you as someone you should keep your eye on?
Oh, definitely. Reigning champions, Heretics coming back. Group A, kind of like the group of death, in my opinion. Lots of promise from Z10. GK smashed the region as well. TCL now at EMEA Masters 2 with Wildcats. We've gone to MSI and Worlds. I think Group A is going to be definitely a standout. And stay tuned because we're having most of that today. We're lucky with that. But I'm trying to honestly figure out what the group of death is currently, and I'm feeling a Group A, Group D vibes coming as the groups of death.
That's interesting because I also look at Group C and go, oh, there's some scary stuff over there. You obviously got the second place team from the Polish league, from the Ultraliga in OAE. You've got LDLC, obviously. Just if you've watched formerly EU Masters and now EMEA, if you followed this region and this tournament for a long time, you'll know the name LDLC. They're a name that I think I've said more than any other team name in my life. They're just a team that you've always been someone to kind of keep your eyes on. But I do think Group D is actually kind of low-key quite scary as well. You're looking at obviously the only NLC team that will be performing in the whole tournament now as Vent were knocked out. But you've got who was formerly Johan, now actually being Winter 7, a former LCK jungler showing up in this tournament. So he's going to be super scary. But we do have today's schedule. We'll have 6 games coming up for you today. We've got Heretics versus Zero Tenacity as our first game. GK Esports versus the Wildcats as our second game. Then Team Go versus Anovsis Famagusta. SK Prime versus Riddle. Anovsis Famagusta again will be playing versus SK Prime. And then Heretics versus the Wildcats as our final game of the day. Trouble, are there any games here that like you're quite excited for?
You know what, Hitbrain? First of all, I want to give you a big round of applause because I thought you were going to be naming all of these teams on their abbreviations. the names were right underneath, so they instantly saved you. I'd have to say, honestly, the first game that we're opening up with, Zero Tenacity versus Heretics, I think it's going to be a huge one because looking down the bot lane, I've heard the best about Zero Tenacity's AD carry, Noah. Korean player coming in, playing all these ultra scaling AD carries. Some people say he's maybe the best AD carry in the league, but also Flackid is coming from an LEC background. So yeah, there it is, the lineup from Zero Tenacity, Color in the top lane, Ryuzaki in the jungle, Slowq, which is a very familiar face to us, Hitbrain, coming from the NLC into the Ultra Liga, Noah Bot and Kabi as the support as well. So the trio Korean towards the bot side of the map and mid lane has showed tremendous results for Zero Tenacity. And a lot of people say that it could actually be Ultra Liga rising back up to the top of this particular team.
It really could be. That is a very stat roster. Team Heretics on the other side, currently the defending champions of the tournament. Former from the previous name. Not much has changed for the side of Team Heretics. The only real name that will be different there is Marlon, their new support. There have been some questions about them, and we do kind of have to keep in mind they did get 0-3. They lost 0. They lost 3-0. And it was the fastest finals they've ever had over in Spain. So while they are the reigning champions and they have kept much of the same, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with, they are coming fresh off a pretty tough loss. So I'm curious to see what they've worked on over the kind of, couple of weeks they've had to get into the tournament. What they've actually improved on coming into this first game, because this is a hard game to open on as well. You've come out of a finals where you got 3-0'd in mega quick time, and then you got to go versus Zero Tenacity, who, on paper, look like a very scary team. I think Noah has been the talk of the town for a while. He is a solo queue god. At one point, he was first in the region. I believe when we checked earlier, he was sick, right, Trouble?
Today, he's sixth in the ladder. He's dropped 2 spots, but maybe he's just screaming. Because EMEA Masters is right around the corner, so we'll cut him some slack. But yeah, he has been multiple times at the top of the ladder. He's gotten that rank 1. He's currently number 6 in the ladder today. But what I want to say is that the top side of the map for Heretics has been kept the exact same. The bot lane has changed. Jack Spectre is no longer there. Flacket is there. Flacket, who has a lot of experience from LEC, playing for one of the best organizations in the LEC G2 as well. Now coming back to Heretics, the reigning champions of EMEA Masters. But the fact that the tops of the map has remained the same for Heretics is very important. Last year, it was a very top-centric meta. Currently, it's a very bot-centric meta, especially towards the early start of 2023. It was very heavily towards that bot side of the map. Now it's a lot about jungle support, mid synergy. But the fact that the bot lane has changed and it's a little bit more focused towards the bot side of the map, and Zero Tenacity are famed for the bot lane as well, I think we're going to see maybe some bot diffy kind of style coming into this first one.
And it's typically what we see from these guys as well, because Zero Tenacity, they kind of just put Color on the weak side and leave him on his lonesome just to kind of chill up there. And you see Ryuzaki play towards Noah and Cabby in the bot lane and try to enable that team. In fact, while Noah kind of plays what you'd expect from a lot of these kind of carry-orientated AD carries and these carry-orientated bot laners, they typically play the scaling champions.
It's an AD carry.
They play. I'll go on to that point in a separate good discussion. But they play this kind of scaling bot lane where Ryuzaki then plays as like a kind of a fuse, something that ignites the tempo and actually looks to control the early into the mid game for them, and then it sets Noah up for success. I mean, me and you've covered Slow Q. He's a very malleable mid laner in the sense where like he can kind of fill whatever role he needs to, but we do know he does have a few fun champions up his sleeve, the kind of the Aurelias, the Akalis. Whether or not he pulls that out in the first game, I don't know. I maybe just see him look to try and play for that jungle mid duo and then kind of move that pressure and that power into Noah's hands where they know he's very capable of carrying into the late game. I guess time will tell. Once we get into the champ select, we will have a good idea of what this is going to look like. I'm going to be curious what where the bans really go as well, and who they try to kind of look to ban out, knowing that Color plays weak side. Maybe they look to try and ban away things where they can camp him, or maybe they just look towards the bot side.
I think this is the most interesting part where it comes to EMEA Masters and ERLs, and when it comes to players that have a lot more niche picks, right? Because when you look at the big regions, the players pretty much play everything and anything that is meta, because that's what's best at that time. But with ERLs, niche picks come in. Picks like Fiora and Camille become a problem in the top lane, and they have to be implemented potentially in the first rotation of bans. But currently, when we're talking about the bot lane and how Noah has been extremely dominant towards the bot side of the map, I'm expecting things like the Xayah, the Zeri, the Aphelios, maybe Caitlyn's and Lucian's even getting out of the picture. Lucian, not so much. It's fallen off. It's very favored over in the LEC and the Western regions, but over in the Eastern regions, it's not that much of a priority anymore. But again, scaling picks like Zeri, and Aphelios and Jinx, I'm expecting to see some of them taken out of the picture. And I think one of the biggest takeaways to go into the draft is the Xayah. Where does it land? Because she's such a good neutralizing champion, especially when you look at the jungle. Usually when you're playing towards the bot lane, your jungler needs to have some sort of getaway to go into the backline to get you onto that AD carry. Xayah nullifies pretty much every single engage, whether it's a Vi ult following her, whether it's a Nautilus ult following her. That ultimate is just such a crucial weapon that allows her to be one of the safest AD carries currently in the bot lane that has also massive pushing potential with the feathers.
Yeah, I think it's the safety mix of actually the damage on Xayah when you've got the Navari build where you get a lot of extra cooldown, you get obviously the extra bonus damage off the base of that as well. It's very hard to punish onto that Xayah, and that's why we've seen such a kind of spike in attention on that. I feel like we're going to do all this talk about Xayah and she's just going to be first banned, or she's going to get banned pretty early and we're not actually going to see it in this first game. I feel like giving a champion who is very, very potent right now in the meta, and then over to the likes of maybe someone like Noah, you're just kind of sowing your own destruction off the back of that. I do kind of want to just keep on bot lane for just a little bit longer before we kind of expand outwards and look at the other laners in this game, because there were questions raised about the new support for Heretics. I don't want to completely write them off, but we do have to kind of talk about the fact that some people have considered them to maybe be a little bit of a weak spot for this team right now. Obviously, they still came second in their region, which is an achievement in its own right. But when you've played it as a team for a while, you've won what was previously EU Masters, and then you come back into this season and you pick up a new support. But there have been questions about Mullen. Some have been around their champ pool, although when we looked at their champ pool, it is fairly varied and fairly wide. But I guess having a wide champ pool doesn't mean it's always a capable champ pool. So maybe it could be along those lines. I'm going to be curious to kind of track how Mullen's going to be playing in this game, because I feel like the rest of Heretics, they kind of had a working formula. They've got this new support, and now they've got to go up against, one of the most talked about bot lanes in the whole tournament on the first day. That's a real limit test. It's probably the best way to word it. It's just a fairly large limit test.
One of the best bots in the tournament. I've talked to a bunch of ERL casters. Much love to you guys for sharing your knowledge with me. And I think there's a lot of hopium, when I was back in the NLC, I was like, yeah, this is our time, this is our chance. The NLC is gonna take it all. I don't know about that. Honestly, I saw Adam doing the PGL yesterday on the LEC, and he was like, are you guys kidding me? TCL is in EMEA Masters, the region that was going to Worlds, that was playing against the best players in the entire world, not just the best players in the secondary league of Europe, So I just honestly cannot wait to see how all of the teams will be able to go up against the TCL and teams that have gone to Worlds, teams that have gone to MSI and have played against the best of the best. But saying this, we have just moved into the picks and bans of Team Heretics Academy, or Los Heretics, as they're called in Spain, and Zero Tenacity.
Alrighty, well, the first ban is going to be that Sion there, taking that away from Color. Again, kind of looking a little bit towards those weak-siding top laners. Sion, someone who can just sit under tower and clear waves. They are going to remove that Vi. The Zeri is a quick follow-up as well off the back of that one. Xayah has stayed open for the moment. We'll see whether or not either team decides to go towards that. Go on.
I think that Xayah is going to be a B1 here, but the Vi instaban from the set of Zero Tenacity shows that you want to play possibly an immobile champion, something like an Aphelios, something like a Jinx. Vi follows up really well onto these champions. But talking about Jinxes and Aphelios, Flacket had some of his best performances on the LEC on champions like the Aphelios. So we'll see if that bot lane is a priority right here. Rakan is also open, one of these champions that you definitely want to be picking. Not necessarily the best in lane, but he creates so much opportunity. He's going to be banned. Here's the last ban from Zero Tenacity, and I'm expecting even potentially a Xayah.
Yeah, this could definitely be a Xayah one over to Flackhead. Did see the Akali get banned away from Slowq. A bit of a target ban at him. We know this is a champion that's very much within his wheelhouse, but running down the timer a little bit before they decide what they actually want to be picking up here for the side of Heretics. And just running through some ideas. They are just going to first blind pick that Wukong there. does give Zero Tenacity pick of the litter, and they were prepared with an instant Maokai Jinx in response.
I really do like that because we saw the Vi. It was kind of telegraphed that it was going to be an immobility carry, whether it's Aphelios or Jinx. I think Aphelios Thresh right here. You take the Thresh away from the Jinx, taking a lot of that safety net, if you will. And also, again, Flacket had some of his best performances on the LEC with that Aphelios, so I think taking it away is a huge tool. Now, of course, Slowq is just circling through all of his kind of champions, the LeBlanc and the Aurelia and the Ari, but he's gonna end up going with the Lissandra. We've seen a lot of Lissandra over in the East. Now that a lot of the more carry-oriented junglers have come back into play, having a setup mid lane is so crucial to get that jungle to snowball.
I mean, Zwyroo was definitely taunting Slowq a little bit with some of his picks there. As someone who's covered Slowq for an entire season, we know that, things like LeBlanc are very much within his wheelhouse. The Sun just does an easy counter that. It's going to deny it entirely. So the answer and response from Slowq is going to be the Sylas here. Already a fair few decent ultimates to steal away. You've got the Cyclone, you've got the Glacial Tomb as well. Plenty of opportunities to kind of enable and set up, but also when I think kind of 2v2 jungle mid here, this is pretty nice already with this. Obviously, I'm assuming the Maokai is going to be going in the jungle off the top of my head.
I don't like the mid jungle duo from Zero Tenacity. They lose straight up to a Wukong Lissandra duo. I think it's mostly try to protect the Jinx, get the Cyclone away, get the Lissandra ultimate away from Heretics and try to protect the Jinx. But now going into the second ban phase, I'm expecting even something like the Thresh to be banned away. I think this champion is kind of huge. He has non-committal engage, he has a lot of safety for both of these AD carries that are extremely immobile, and seeing the likes of a Lissandra and a Wukong that can very easily flank these fights, I think having something like a Thresh or Tahm Kench could be huge.
Yeah, I feel you're probably on the money there. See what the bans are going to be, though. They do take away the Rumble and the Jace, so Color actually just banning away things that could maybe harass him in lane, and already kind of revealing, but Color's probably going to be looking to play that weak side. Something like a blind Ornn could get picked up here for him, and he can just kind of sit and absorb waves in the top side, be there for the team fights, and kind of buy space for Noah. On the other side, Heretics actually looking towards that support pool there with the railback.
So, I just looked at my cheat sheet, and there is an 85.7% win rate Nah player on the Heretics, and it's no one else other than Ivo. Of course, you give a very powerful ultimate over to Sylas, so I don't know if you would go with it here. But also, you add another flanking tool onto Heretics that can then very easily get onto someone like the Jinx. Very nice pickup right here with the Thresh. We have seen a lot of Blitzcrank replies when it comes to teams picking Thresh, picking the Blitzcrank into the Thresh. It's going to be hovered right here from Flacket as well. But again, having two immobile champions in the bot lane, guys, don't get fooled. Thresh is not a tank. He's a pseudo-tank. You grip him in, Thresh instantly dies, especially if you have something like the Gravitum as well to sort of pin him in place with the Aphelios and the Chakrams. He goes down extremely fast. And of course, I just really like what Heretics are doing right here. There's so much frontline, there's so much engage, there's so much peel for that Aphelios. But on the other hand, so much dive potential onto the Jinx. So in whatever game the way goes, you've got the defensive, but you've also got the offensive ways.
It looks like that Tahm Kench you're talking about is being thought about here, at least from the side of Heretics. A bit more peel, a little bit more kind of just sustainability for their AD carry, and they are going to give it over to him. So this already looks like very much a game just about the AD carries. Like, the whole team are built up to enable and set up and stand in front and protect both Flacket and Noah in this game. Over to Zero Tenacity to find their final pick and their final rotation for this game. See what they decide to go for in the top side. Kind of running down the list. They are into that Cassante up there. Color, we expected him to be playing something a little bit more on the weak side, but actually going for the Olaf and going to be very aggressive. I actually don't hate this because Marlon can only gobble so much. So if he eats Flacket, Color can just run through onto the backline with his ult on. Nothing can stop him, and Flacket's just going to get zoned out of the fight.
Oh, I'm gonna humbly disagree. I really don't like Olaf into the likes of Cassante. We've seen how incredibly dirty Cassante as a champion can be, especially when it comes to the 1v1s. And I just don't rate Olaf when he comes out of late being even. Because it seems like if the Olaf doesn't get ahead, then the Olaf is way too squishy, so he runs in, the Gobble goes down. Everyone else in the team can just beat up on Olaf, right? Because there's so much peeling again from the set of Heretics. You want to run towards Lysandra, she has self-ult. You want to run towards the Aphelios, he has the Tam Kench. You want to run towards the Tam Kench, he has a double shield. So it's gonna become really difficult if that Olaf doesn't snowball. So if I was on the right side here, on the side of Zero Tenacity, I would definitely play towards that top side of the map, try to get the Olaf head. You have the Sylas as well. Snowball towards the top side of the map, make this Olaf a monster, and then slowly but surely your Jinx will scale into the late game.
Well, actually, I do agree, obviously, with the top lane matchup in isolated, but I think once you get into those fights, providing, you know, Color is enabled, he's going to be such a problem for Flacket in this game that I do have concerns. And with the fact that both bot lanes have locked in, you know, relatively stable bot lanes with a lot of safety, a lot of peel, and odds are, I expect Flacket and Noah just to be farming most of this game. So I feel like the attention can be afforded to move up towards the top side. I do feel that Ryazaki can go up there. He can set up his own ganks as well with that twisted advance onto Aibo. So Color might be able to actually not be on that weak side for once and actually be on the receiving end of quite a bit of attention from Ryazaki, but then it's on Blue Resort to read that, right? It's going to be on Blue Resort to kind of figure out the game plan and look to make sure that Aibo doesn't just get camped into oblivion and can either make a cross-map play or be there prepared for that gank. But we are onto the Rift for the first game of the EMEA Masters. I am very, very excited to see how these teams are going to go down, because these are two pretty stacked teams going toe-to-toe in our first game of the day.
I'm just happy we start with these two because it's so stacked down the bot lane. Again, bot lane oriented meta. We have two carries. Flacket on his infamous Aphelios played it a lot over in G2, had one of the best performances, some of the best performances, sorry, that he's ever had onto this champion. Of course, Heretics do know that Cambi has sneaked into the second bush due to that wood in the middle one. And honestly, I think this is going to be all about the mid lane right here. You see that Zvero has also gone with the Unsealed Spellbook, will be able to be swapping through the summoners. And honestly, if you get something like a cleanse later on after you've used a teleport, the ignites, the exhausts, the mid jungle duo from the set of Heretics is just so much stronger. Also, in fact, that Ryuzaki and Slowq are kind of both like facilitators in that matter. Like you see, yes, Lysandra's a facilitator in the mid lane, she can set up, but then Wukong can come in to do the damage. On the sort of Slowq, sure, Sylas does do the damage, but is not as consistent as an AD champion like the Wukong. So when it comes to the 2v2, I will definitely give it over to Heretics, and I'm expecting them to look for plays around these two.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to really kind of, I mean, pretty standard stuff almost. It's very league by the books already, where, you know, you have your mid laners who are going to be looking to kind of set up some of that early pressure for either the jungler, or the jungler will come to set them up for early pressure, and then you can kind of move that outwards. Interesting, all of the talk we had about top side with Color, and it actually looks like Ryazaki's done a full clear on his red side, so we'll be clearing away, and this does mean that Color's going to be kind of left in this lane for a little bit of an extended time, uncontested or unhelped by his jungler. On the other side, Blue Resort is clearing up. Yeah, but Ryazaki, like you said, is coming up. They're going to load through everything down onto him, and it's just first blood for Slowq.
Okay, a little bit of an overextension right there from Zvero. His jungler was clearing towards that top side, and they had no clue what Ryuzaki was going to be doing. You would think that the Maokai would possibly fall clear from top to bot. There's no way, but if you don't have wards, you don't know. You know, there's crazy people like Malrang all around the Rift every day that can pull up things like this. So I really like what Ryuzaki did right there. He scouted the bot quadrant of Blue Resort's jungle so that he's clearing towards that top side, ended up taking that gank level 3. Yes, he's fallen behind. Blue Resort has fully cleared his jungle currently and taken the top Scuttlecrab, and could potentially run it through mid towards that bot Scuttlecrab, or even continue the invade on the race. Raptors, rather. Sorry, I'm too old for this game.
It's catching up to you. I mean, that does look like that will just be the game plan here for Ryuzaki. I mean, he's going to have to catch up on the rest of his farm. But obviously, burning that flash, not really too much of a problem with that Hex Flash available to him. So just be able to Hex Flash out of bushes. Obviously, he does have to stand still and channel it for a little bit. So there is always the worry about being spotted on some vision. But it's just going to be able to finish up his clear on his blue side. But like you said, Blue Resort has moved in. taking away that chicken camp, so we'll be denying, you know, a little bit of farm, a little bit of gold over to Ryazaki. Gonna get himself a cheeky base off while Ryazaki is actually looking to answer out in kind here. Will spot the camp, but has been seen on a ward, so they're very much aware that Ryazaki is doing this invade right now. And Zweiru actually immediately rotating over because he has pressure in his lane. So Ryazaki, he can't get anything off the back of that.
Yeah, but honestly, you're playing Maokai right here. You're more about engaging and creating opportunities for your team. So far, Ryazaki has done pretty well. He's gotten the first gank. He didn't lose the second cow crab. Yes, he lost part of his jungle. And currently, this is where the timer is ticking. When you know that enemy jungler does not have any camps up and available, what do you tell your team? Play safe. This guy has no business on the map. He has no job on the map. So the only job he does have is trying to gank and get more kills for his team. And that was what Ryazaki is looking for. He was looking for here. He was looking for potentially another mid lane gank. But Blue Razor will cover towards bot lane. He will move towards top side of the map.
This is
and
scary.
Zero, if he moves from mid lane, this could be very scary.
Oh, they've actually jumped onto Blue Resort. Just a taxi out there. Slowkey was first to rotate over. And Ryazaki pulls off a pretty nice invade there. A little bit delayed compared to what we saw a second ago. There's a little bit of trading on the bot side. So I'll just take a quick look. Noah is down a little bit in farm, but we'll be equalizing out that farm score. But with the pressure that's been built in both the bot and the mid lane, this is a pretty free dragon over to the side of Heretics. And Zero Tenacity, they see this going on, but there's not really any answer for them. They can't really find an opportunity to respond, so they'll happily give up this first dragon, then may look to try and contest the next one. We haven't really had a look at the top lane in a hot minute, but Color is falling behind in farm, and, you know, you had your concerns about him leaving the laning phase behind. He's already starting to slip a little bit.
Even if he leaves the laning phase even, he'll still be quite squishy until he has 2 items. You want your Hydra and you want your Jackshaw.
Yeah.
The more people around you, the better it is for Jackshaw to keep you alive. When it comes to jungle, though, I was about to say Blue Razor, we haven't seen any action, but level 7 on Zvero, he has the ult.
Yeah, he's going to steal it away. He's got the ult for himself. He's going to try and freeze himself up. It's not happening in time, but he does find an answer out. The hook comes in from Cabby. Zweiru's pulled over, and they give the kill over to Noah. He is accelerated off the back of that one.
Yeah, well, I think this is quite worth it for Z10. Of course, one plate is going to go down, possibly a second one, because you have 3 members of the set of Heretics. But the fact that Jinx is there, she can wave clear so quickly. And they made sure that the Jinx is the one that last hits that kill as well. Now, this might become a little bit problematic because Jinx is one of the strongest AD carries in the league currently. Slowkey right here, you see he will dash away from the E, and it took a while for Zvero to try and find him, but as you will see, he steals the Lissandra ult and he uses it aggressively instead of defensively. Had Slowkey used that ult defensively on himself, there were 3 members, of his team coming back, so it could have even been a 1-for-0 for that Zero Tenacity, but they'll take it. He goes towards the hyper carry down the bot lane. Noah is the one that we've heard the most praise about when it comes to Ultra Liga casters and community, so getting that kill very early on onto your super carry cannot be that bad.
No, not at all. We are seeing Marlon and Flackett actually rotate up towards that mid lane, though. Just putting pressure down as another objective spawning up. And while, yeah, Zero Tenacity have been able to find themselves a couple of kills, Heretics are really on it on the objective game. They're denying pretty heavily a fair amount of these neutral objectives early. Rift Herald will get picked up, and we'll see where they decide to actually use that and pull it down. As over on the other side, Marlon getting caught on that rotate. Slowkey is going to jump in forwards. The rocket goes a little bit wide, but they aren't going to get the damage off. And actually, Flackett comes in. He's He's able to find the kill. Beautiful. Zwyro making his way over as Flackett is going for the double. Easy pickup.
But Zero Tenacity, you have no carries around. Noah's down the bot lane. Your Maokai is not there to pin people down, but he is there in the tri-box trying to catch Marlon. Noah is approaching.
Yeah, they're going to get the lockdown. They're going to give Noah the kill as well. It's going to get sped up, but Flackett did not get caught by the twisted advance and will be a-okay. Noah just going to grab himself some plates, but this is a big cost.
This is going to be the 200 years versus the 300 years of Jinx. Oh, they caught Flackett.
Yeah, but Flackett might have caught Ryazaki. He's got one. He doesn't have the right guns, and Noah finds the shutdown.
Mid lane as well, full tower plus tower platings before minute 14. That mid lane tower is so crucial. Guess what? Slowq is a melee. He's on a melee champion. He has to overextend if he wants to push that wave out, and Sphere will be more than happy with that situation. Slowq will now have no tower to fall back to, so they might even have to put that Jinx over in the mid lane with Thresh to try and keep Slowq a little bit more safe. And as you can see on the map, Slowq is gonna start moving towards that bot side. No, they're gonna choose otherwise. They're gonna throw their Thresh in the mid lane. But this is becoming very dangerous. And again, this is gonna be the 200 years collective experience of Aphelios. This is the 300 years collective laughter from Jinx. And right here, Ryuzaki, he had the right idea, but the white gun onto the Aphelios combined with the sniper as well ended up costing Ryuzaki his life. Noah, though, gets the 3 kills, gets the shutdown as well. And now both the carries are sitting very comfortably on the first mythic, which is going to be the Kraken Slayer. Obviously, a lot of high HP bars, so huge value coming out of both of these. Now, of course, you'd look typically into something like a Gale Force when you're playing against a lot of engaged champs, but because of the safety net that Thresh and Tam Kench can provide, Kraken Slayer is absolute stonks for both of them here.
Yeah, this is very high value right now, and it's one of those like dream AD carry games where you just feel comfortable to build the higher damage item just because you know your team have got your back. And Flakked feeling quite comfortable off the back of that one, is going to be able to shove the wave in and head over. Actually, he's just going to stay there for the moment. Dragon is spawning up in 20 seconds, so attention from both of the teams will probably come down towards this point. Teleport is available for Ivo. On the other side, Color doesn't have teleport. He's got Ghost Flash, so if he wants to be here for a Dragon fight, he has to reset here and run straight down towards that bot side. You can see on the minimap, that is looking like his game plan. He wants to be over, so we might just have a full 5-on-5 immediately.
Yep, 20 seconds for the Dragon, and I don't know if this is going to be the case, because if you look over at the items, the mid laner from the side of Zero Tenacity doesn't necessarily really want to be fighting. You're going towards a scaling item, which is the Rod of Ages. You've got kind of the components over there.
Trouble, look at the damage coming down already. Flacked's able to get himself one. Slowq heavily chunked out. Not going to be able to find more as Color with the Ghost is just going to be able to walk away from this one. But Heretics, they got Dragon. They got a kill off the back of that. That was absolutely huge.
Yeah, 2 right now. Heretics, I think, have gotten every single objective on the map. They've got a mid lane tower pre-14 with every single turret plating. They've got another turret plating towards the bot lane onto Flakked. They're going to get yet another one. Z10, again, it's a little bit questionable that Olaf in the top lane hasn't necessarily resulted to anything. They're going to dive in.
Yeah, they are, but Ivo is able to dash out. Flakked takes a couple of tower shots. He has red and white, though, and the health bars on Z10 are low. The rocket goes a little bit wide there from the Jinx as Marlon is waiting back in the wings. As Slowq looking to jump forward, misses the chain lash thanks to the flash from Zweiru. Flakked still will be able to shove this wave in. He's got the turret as well from that white gun, so he's feeling pretty comfortable. Heretics do still have Ryuzaki in the area. It looks like the action's cooled off, but there was almost a dive there. We were very, very close to a dive going on that little bit.
They did pull off the teleport bar, so Heretics have 1 teleport up, so they do want to play towards an objective. They do want to play towards a side lane. They do have that 1 extra TP, that 1 extra man to aid on a side lane. But again, looking at both of these teams, another tower plating is going to go to the side of Heretics, 4 in the bot lane, the entire tower in the mid lane. They might even get the tower before 14 minutes, which is going to be the case, because white gun onto the tower equals the tower for any tower that's facing this particular gun. But Z10 are looking for that bot lane.
Flacked's going to get himself caught, but he's far enough away to not get hit there by Noah. Blue Resource jumps in forward. The claw comes out. There's going to be a knockoff with multiple members. They do find the lockdown. Flakked hasn't joined the fight, but Noah already has. He gets the zap down as Waru. A lot of damage coming out from him. The Calibrum goes a little bit wide, but Flakked lands a massive Inferno ultimate. But the Jinx rocket is enough to turn the fight around. Noah is low HP. Flakked goes down thanks to the support from Cabby giving his life. Absolutely huge fight coming in, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Heretics who take the win.
200 bloody years right there from Flack. It's so freaking well played, thrusting over the wall as well for maximum DPS. And I was just about to say, I feel like this is kind of doomed for Zero Tenacity. They've fallen 4,000 gold behind. But let's talk about this a bit later, because I want you to look on the right side of your screens. Noah is completely isolated from his team. What does that mean? If he walks forward, they will instantly turn onto him from the side of Heretics. So Noah has to walk all the way around. He's not dealing any damage at this point, and he doesn't have the rocket to one-shot Zvero, which means that Flacken gets the time to join in. No one dies. The fact that Marlon survives out there is very huge, because when Flacken makes his crazy Superman play, Marlon will save him straight over the wall, and they'll continue their dominance in the team fights. Now, again, when it comes to team fighting compositions and how Heretics want to play, we talked about it from the draft. They've got the offensive if they want to flank. They've got the Wukong, the Lissandra, the Cassante, but they also have the front to back because they have an Aphelios. They've got a safety net in the likes of Tam Kench for the Aphelios. On the other hand, Z10 have fallen behind. Only 2 stacks on the Rod of the Ages, 1 item only on the Silas. That Olaf didn't end up snowballing from lane, which means he's extremely squishy. If that Olaf gets anywhere near the Aphelios with Kraken Slayer and almost Infinity Edge in the inventory, he's just going to melt away. So if Noah doesn't go 1v9, it's a little bit difficult. And how do you go 1v9 when there's so many defensive tools from the set of Heretics to keep them alive until Flacket aces the opponent team?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a little bit harder for Color off the back of this. And, you know, there were talks about, you know, just seeing him pick up the likes of an Ornn, or, you know, someone who can just side lane and kind of be there for the team fights. Instead, wants to go for something that can kind of run through the enemy team and actually deal with Blackhead. As Slowq right now is getting jumped onto. Slowq is able to avoid Ibo for just a moment, but he's going a little bit low. The lockdown's there. Ibo falls. Slowq turns that fight around as Blue Razor comes in to finish him up. But overall...
And Heretics. Overall.
I'm sorry, no, I just said overall they're going to be happy with that one, but Rift Herald goes down, so they might be a little bit wrong on that one, as the Herald is going to be able to pick up this dragon. This dragon? Weird looking dragon.
They were able to pick up Ryuzaki in his own jungle. The jungle does not belong to Ryuzaki anymore. And even though, yes, Noah is 4-0, he has his 2 items, again, it just feels very one-sided. I feel like the only reason right there they got 1 kill onto Ibo is because Ibo overextended, took 1 too many tower shots, ended up falling to Slowq, but that was 2 kills again, 2-1 for Heretics. They found Marlon.
Yeah, he's going to give his life, but Black's actually on his own. He has no flash. He's in danger. He has no way out. Shut down by Noah. That's 2 shutdowns in a row on Flacked. Noah's been able to pick up, and that Jinx is scary now. That Jinx is getting a lot of gold injected into them.
Absolutely, and the shutdown means a lot here, especially going over to the Jinx, as you mentioned. If Z10 want to win this game, Noah has to 1v9, and we have heard that he can 1v9. Bot lane is going to fall as well. They're going to get some gold back, some team gold back for the side of Z10. But as you can see, all over 1,000 gold almost in the lead right now for the Jinx. 2 items each, 80 carry. But if you look at the rest of the map, that Wukong has accelerated 1.4 ahead. Almost that second item completed. Lissandra is also going to be a problem. Again, unless this game goes on over and over and over, only 5 stacks onto the Rod of Ages for Slowq are not going to be enough to keep him alive in these small encounters. And we didn't talk a lot necessarily about the Silas because we said, yeah, okay, he has Lissandra ult, maybe Cassante ult, Wukong ult is pretty good, but he's another melee champion that has to go deep into the enemy backline, and there's Lissandras and Wukongs and Cassantes that are going to stop you until Flacken of that Aphelios melts you down, and especially when you're falling far behind in the likes of Olaf, in the likes of Silas, and you're playing in very close quarters to a very fed 80 carry, 1 wrong move and you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, Blackhead with the Infinity Edge in the inventory. Hurricane on Noah, so kind of just wanted as much AoE as possible and more attack speed as well off the back of that one. Is building now towards their own Infinity Edge and are a fair chunk of the way there already. Got the BF sword, got the crit float. So Noah definitely quite scary right now. But you are just seeing the power of the Thresh. It means Noah can kind of overextend to make sure he catches as much of a wave as possible and then just gets lanterned out. As Heretics are honestly just roaming around
Color?
as a death ball. Color has to ghost to get away because he was very overextended. But Slowkey's getting free time bot side. So Heretics, while they are getting a death ball off, it feels like the comms are good enough right now for Zero Tenacity, but they know when to fall back, unless they have to use Ghost to fall back. But at the most part, they're going to be pretty comfortable.
Absolutely. The 2,000 gold lead doesn't necessarily translate too much in what the game looks like. But being one dragon away from Seoul says a lot. Next fight, once you take that dragon down and you take a couple of kills, maybe on Z10, you can go straight into Baron. You can open up the map further. I think at this point, 2 items going towards the Bloodthirster for the FLS as well is going to be huge. Jinx is also looking potentially for the Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge to deal even more damage to the front line of Heretics. And for now, it's just a peekaboo game. They're trying to get vision inside their own jungle for the set of Z10, because for so long, it hasn't necessarily belonged to them. And as you can see, Noah wants to be completely empty in these camps. He wants as much farm as possible. He's about 50 farm up onto Flakkid. If you want to carry, you gotta take all the resources.
Yeah, I mean, Noah has honestly been very on the farming game. You know, we'll be late to things just to make sure they do grab that one wave. But that one wave starts to add up as you pick up more and more of those I'll just get one more wave. Suddenly that becomes like 3-4 more waves over the likes of Flakkid here. While he's been rotating a bit faster to the fights for Noah most of the time, Noah seems to be the benefactor of this. And you can see right now the gold difference over time has somewhat peeled back. Gold's not massively far ahead. And Heretics are actually going for a Baron play here. You've got 2 people on it. Flakkid's going to make his way over, but Zero Tenacity, they are so aware this is going on. They are so aware that this is going on. Are they going to try and actually stop this?
He can join whenever he wants to. Olaf doesn't have Ghost, remember that. And Z10, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they throw down the ultimate there. Cavi flashes forward, gets himself a lantern. The teleport's coming in. They've got to zone Noah away. He's going to try and move away for the moment as Wairu immediately ults himself. Doesn't want to get taken out. A lot of health bars burnt there, but nobody actually goes down. Some of the spells on both Noah and Flakkid do remain as well. So not really too much burnt on either side.
Honestly, that's a little bit questionable because you're the one with the teleport. You shouldn't be forced to ban your own mid laner's teleport to get back into the fight. Heretics thought that maybe Z10 was going to overextend, but if you look at the ultimates overall, it's Z10 that come up the winners right here because they have the Celas ult, they can create an engage, Lissandra ult is down, and they're looking for it.
They are looking for a Slowkey, jumps in. Noah gets himself a dominating kill as he's trying to get a bit more damage off. He's just avoiding on the edge of the fight already. Misses the Zap Color, trying to stay alive, trying to hold on, but it looks like it's just going to get harder. He throws the ultimate down to try and turn it around, but Ivo jumps back in, gets the knock up onto 2. The health bars are going low on the side of Zero Tenacity as Flakkid is taking names. Noah's still alive though. He's able to sustain himself up for just a little bit longer, but he's on his lonesome. His jungler is too low, and that is going to be Soul for Team Heretics.
Wow, they're not even gonna try, but what a huge mistake from Zero Tenacity, bunching up in such a choke point when Aphelios has Infernum on him. Doesn't even need to use the ultimate to get them all down, but let's see this again. You have these, you have an ultimate onto the Salas, you can use it to try and engage. Ryuzaki goes too far in, gets pulled out by the Thresh. Lovely stuff right there, and Noah completely dispatches off of the Tamkens. What does that mean? Aphelios is exposed. Remember, Aphelios doesn't have the ultimate, so they feel confident enough to walk through that choke point, but Aphelios has Infernum. Infernum does AoE damage after the first target he hits, and look at all these AoE auto attacks coming in from Flakkid, absolutely demoralizing Heretics. They're back at it. They want the Baron, they'll get the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and start this one up. It's already half HP. Ryuzaki has got that Hex Flash to get in the pit if he needs to, and he may just have to channel it up. Can he get the steal? Smite's a little late, but it doesn't matter. They secure the Baron, and Heretics, they've just secured a massive lead over the side of Zero Tenacity, but they're trying to turn this one around. In jumps the Lissandra onto Noah on the backlines there. He's going to be left alone. Meanwhile, Ryuzaki loses their life. Wairu jumps away. Slowkey misses the chains to try and get the lockdown on. Noah's too chunked to keep this going. And Zero Tenacity, they just need to settle with their losses and move away, but Heretics with Baron in hand are going to be able to crack tier 2 in the mid, and they're going to turn their attention towards these inhibitor towers.
Honestly, Zvero understood the assignment completely. He just dived onto the Jinx, didn't allow him to get a single auto attack in, which means Heretics all survive. They take down the inhibitor tower. They'll go back with a Baron. They'll cash in on all the money they just made, and they'll come back even stronger to take that inhibitor in the mid lane. And I don't know if we have a replay, but my God, Zvero understood the assignment. We're talking so much about mid laners playing setup champions like the Swain, like the Ahri, like the Lissandra, and not necessarily understanding the assignment. Right there, he threw himself into literally the jaws of death to stop Noah from accessing any further into the team fight. Look at Zvero. He gets super low. He'll get hit by some rockets. He gets super low, but he goes back in. What does that do? It isolates Noah and Cabby from the entire fight, making it a 4 versus 3 in favor of Team Heretics. So very well done by the middle of the Spanish org right there. Absolutely fantastic play.
It's the fact he lived as well. I think that's what's the most crazy about it, was the fact that he survived that entire engagement. And you know, sometimes the most valuable player isn't the one with the most flashy KDA. 0-3 right now for Zwyroo, but like you said, he is just an enabler. He is setting his team up for success, and the success is there right now for the side of Heretics. They are going to be able to pick up this tier 2 tower. This is the final tower outside the base on the side of Zero Tenacity. The gold lead has slipped to 7,000 gold as well between these two teams. An open inhibitor in that mid lane as well, as Zero Tenacity are desperately trying to hold it. Blue Resort does get himself hooked up by Cabby, but isn't going to overextend and follow the queue in to try and get a kill onto the Wukong. But Blue Resort, he's going to jump over the wall, get himself 2 spins of the Cyclone off. Slow Q heavily chunked out, but is going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. But his inhibitor are both top and mid. They will not be living this. Zero Tenacity have now lost 2 structures inside their base, and there's only 3 towers left in the game for them. This is getting really, really hard for the side of Zero Tenacity to hold in this game.
And if you look towards the bottom of the map, there was another wave that was slow pushing towards the base as well. So that will be taken care of by Zvero. He's moving towards the bottom of the map. He's going to push in that wave and possibly back. There are 2 members of Zero Tenacity looking, and Thresh is one of them. He has been spotted. There is teleport from Ibo if there needs to be an emergency saving right there. But Zvero is just not going to overextend. He's going to shove in that wave. He's going to potentially back. He's staying on the map, actually. Does have his ultimate up and available, potentially doesn't have enough gold on him to purchase anything significant, and they're gonna try to take the next wave that's coming through the bot lane and push it in. You see Ibo is taking care of that mid lane wave as well. Top lane wave is pushing, so really good stuff right here. Coordinated the waves from the sort of Heretics to try and push in that one last base tower. It's a tower.
I mean,
in the base.
It is technically the base. You're not incorrect. Does feel like it is. Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of kind of syncing up these waves, getting that pressure on that side of the map. They obviously don't have the Baron buff anymore, so for this they will be pushing without that. But Baron is spawning up in 2 minutes. Elder Drake is spawning up in 1 minute. And Z10, we talked a lot about how strong Noah is, but Heretics have just recognized that and done everything to deny him an opportunity to fight. Maybe they can just find that desperation fight where Noah is going to be able to survive, and they're going to throw everything down there. The flashes come out. Slowkey tries to chase in forward, but Blackhead isn't going to get himself caught. Ulti does go in from Noah, but it only hits onto the front line, so it's just a tickle. It's barely any damage. Meanwhile, Blackhead chunking and poking them out. Noah, his damage seems to have fallen off at this point. He's not really able to do too much to these more tanky members, and Blackhead has got so much survivability, and the health bars are so low on Zero Tenacity, but Blue Resort can just finish this one up. He's going to throw the stopwatch down. Noah's going to get jumped onto, and Blackhead is taking everybody out. The health bars are evaporated. The base is left in shambles, as Heretics will take the first game of the day.
Wow. Absolutely, honestly, brilliant play from start to finish. Blue Resort didn't necessarily need to do anything. His team was doing it for him. Ibo kept the Olaf down. Zvero was always there to set up for his team. Flacket and Marlon, what a fantastic duo down the bot lane. And again, it felt like compositional-wise, I liked what Heretics had around their AD carry more than what Zero Tenacity had around their AD carry.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel they played, they played their comp very well. I think they recognized there were mistakes. They definitely gave Noah a little bit too many kills, but it just went, right, Zwairu, your job is just to throw your life in and deny him
They were just testing
from
him,
getting
man.
into those fights.
It's like,
it was
how many kills can
so
we give
smart.
him for him to 1v9? You know, they were testing him.
Yeah. I also think Flacken did a great job of getting himself into that game as well, because it did look like Noah was starting to pick up quite a few kills, and then Flacken had got that rotation into the red side, picked up that double kill, then got another kill bot lane. Sure, he gave Noah a shutdown, but he'd already kind of got himself to 3 kills, had that Kraken Slayer fresh off that base, and it just felt like for the side of Team Heretics, they recognized their win conditions really, really well. And I feel the big difference between like the Fresh and the Tom Kench in that game is Tom Kench has that gobble, which takes Flackhead off the map for a period of time when no one can really do anything to him. The Lantern's a great tool for peeling Noah backwards, but that can be interrupted. You can jump on the Fresh, and it kind of just got to the point where they realized it wasn't about finding the kill on him. It was just about zoning him out of that fight.
Yeah, and again, when you have the red side, I'm expecting the R5 to be punchy. I don't want to see no Orns, I don't want to see no Scions in R5, and I don't want to see no Olafs that can't snowball. Again, right here, Slowq, he ulted Sphero instead of ulting himself. Again, there was a lot of backup coming from the sort of Zero tenacity. So could he have survived a few seconds longer? Could have changed the deal. Flag here gets caught, takes one in return. It felt like every time Z10 were trying to make a move on the map, Heretics were doing it much better. Again, here Noah isolated on the side, not joining together with his team, which means that Ryuzaki throwing up the ultimate didn't necessarily mean much. Then they just bunch up onto another choke point, and look at the guns that Aphelios has. He has the Infernum right here. So the second that the Moonlight Vigil goes out with the Infernum, it's just absolutely beautiful to watch. He goes for the 200 years play right here, and Marlon gobbles him up right before that last auto attack from Jinx was about to kill him.
Yeah, they honestly played that fight by inches, and it was so beautiful to watch. And again, you were completely right about the Olaf. I felt like Olaf was a really big shot there for the side of Zero Tenacity because he could get onto Flackhead, but the problem is he wasn't so fed that he was able to just completely draw attention, and his team were kind of getting slammed in those fights. I mean, in this replay, you see they'd already lost a member before he got into the space where he could find the kill, and Noah, again, he's doing the most damage to a clone, to the Wukong clone. Like, he is struggling in this game to kind of find his opening.
Honestly, Sphero, such a huge MVP for this fight. If you see how low the health bars were of Aibo and Blurzor, had Noah been able to free hit this fight, it could have ended up so freaking differently than it did. But the fact that Lissandra stops any engage towards the front side from Noah, from the Jinx, it just meant that Noah doesn't get to do damage, so it doesn't matter if he's fed or not. And honestly, huge props to Heretics. They're coming in from last year as the reigning champions with an entirely new bot lane. Of course, you can't say that Flacket is someone who's new to the scene. He's played for G2. His Aphelios has always been fantastic, and he shows it another time here why the 200 years of collective experience on the champion and on him have these results.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're giving a lot of praise over to Noah during that game, but on the side of Heretics, they are the reigning champions of this tournament. Flackhead has shown us time and time again in both, the LEC level, but also in the kind of regional level that he is, a solid AD carry, and his team played around him really, really well. I also kind of want to give a big shout out to Marlon because, we did raise some questions before the game, mostly me, saying, there were problems, and we'd heard from people over in LVP that, he was kind of seemingly the weak link of the team. He
gobbled really well.
Yep. I mean, yeah, he played Tom Kench. It's not like he's playing the most mechanical AD carry, support, but he did really he always made sure that Flackhead was never in a space to get himself caught out. He was denying him really, really hard. So, he was denying Noah from ever getting onto Flackhead. He played super, super well. But anyway, we do have more games to go. They've still got 6 games over the day. So we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with our second game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money. I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that goal. Till I get that goal. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. And make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EMEA Masters. We're getting ready to go into our second game of the day, which is actually two of our new regions going toe-to-toe. So I'm really excited to see these guys. We've got GK, our Arabic team playing, and then we also have the Wildcats. I'm not going to say the full name. It's a very long one. And they are playing over from the TCL, or our Turkish league. I'm very excited to see these guys because it's two new regions represented here at the EMEA Masters. You know, ever since the expansion outwards and adding more teams and more regions to the league, we now get to see these guys kind of throw down versus each other. I feel like this is very much a pride thing of saying, you know, we're the best newcomers in this league. I'm super excited for this one.
Okay, newsflash: TCL is probably the best newcomers in this league. Of course, Wildcats have won 4 out of 5 finals that they have attended over in Turkey. They've done 2 MSIs. They've gone to Worlds. I've heard that people love them over in Turkey as well. So they're a huge name. They've got a huge fan base behind them. And of course, coming now into EMEA Masters, they're coming with a very freaking promising roster. I heard that Wildcats always had full Turkish lineups, but in this particular one right here, Destroy and Bao coming over from Korea, and Destroy, take it from his name, this guy is a carry top laner. The Gwens, the Nas, he's played Ryze's top, Rumble, Kennen, very heavy AP towards that top side of the map, but massive carry potential coming in from the Korean top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side of it for GK, they're a team who actually have a very diverse roster from all over the place, actually. I mean, most notably for me and you, their jungler is Viking, who was formerly Dusty's. Am I right? I can't remember.
Yes.
I can't actually remember. Yes,
Yes.
God, I'm right. Dusty's jungler there, Viking. Someone who is also a very carry-orientated jungler, can really look to set up himself a team there. Got to give it to GU there with doing the Attack on Titan post. This post.
You know what? I love this. I love this. So GK only dropped a singular game during the run through play-ins. If you ask them, they're gonna tell you, "Hey, we kind of like went through the Arabic League. We didn't necessarily bother too much. We're just preparing for EU Masters or EMEA Masters, sorry, all along." And I've got some really nice fun facts about the team for you. Are you ready for it? So I talked to some lovely people from the Arabic League, and they gave me some really cute fun facts. One is that their support, DCAP, is called DGAP, as in GAP. DGAP,
okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And of course, Sartorius, we've known him. He's played in the ERLs for a very long time, is now renamed to Setorius because of the massive amount of games that he has on set and the fact that he gets the champion band against him. Of course, these are just a few fun facts for the team. The fact that their mid-jungle and support duo is what we need to keep our eyes on, because these three guys are linking up so freaking well. And I want to remind everyone that if you have watched the LEC, you know that from the winter split, where it was a very bot-centric meta, into the spring split, the meta has switched just a little bit, and it's a little bit more about the support roaming with the jungler facilitated by the mid laner, rather than a very heavy bot-centric meta where everybody just moves and plays towards the bot side of the map. So for GK to come through the Arabic League with that playstyle already seems very promising for their match against Wildcats.
Yeah, I feel like, while a lot of people will be looking towards Wildcats as the team in this matchup, I don't think we should write off GK at all. I think there's some really, really stat players on this roster. And it's, this is very much about them putting some dominance down and kind of asserting their place within the EMEA Masters. Already bans going through the Sejuani, the Rumble, the Gragas denied away. We'll see what the Wildcats look to ban away as their next one, the Elise, interestingly.
Wow, okay, so I'm just really excited to see that Rumble and Gragas have been taken out. Both of these champions, Destroy likes to play towards the top side of the map. Again, the likes of Kennen and Gwen still up for grabs. But the fact that they're playing on the side of GK so defensive towards that top side of the map, banning out 2 AP top laners from the side of Destroy, is a little bit questionable. On the other side, from Wildcats, there's a lot of Viking hammering right here. He's a Sejuani, he's known for his Elise, he's also known for his Rek'Sai. He doesn't necessarily pick it too much because it's more of a niche pick, but he does have it on the back of his hand. We were told that there were more, Viking has fallen more onto a more of a facilitating kind of champion. Of course, Sartorius is going to flash the set for us. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an AD carry. B1, the Rakan is up, the Xayah is up as well.
Yeah, I feel like you have to take Rakan or Xayah, because Wildcats literally get Xayah Rakan next rotation if you don't pick it up. So they are going to give Rin over to that Xayah. And I feel like on the side of Wildcats now, they have to pick Rakan. They can't give GK the Rakan Xayah combo. We've talked quite a lot about it at the beginning of the day, but Xayah is very dominating right now, very oppressive in the meta. You pair her up with the Rakan as well, and that is an even more painful lane to be playing into. So expecting one of these two to be that Rakan, although they actually lock in the Thresh there. So
Thresh?
That looks like it will be their answer to this. So deciding actually they feel comfortable playing into the Rakan Xayah and quite happy to pick up this Thresh here. They don't have to go for their AD carry. They may just look for a good jungler to kind of set them up for whatever they're going to go for next.
Now-
But they actually do just lock in the Aphelios.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like Wildcats will drop jungler to 4-5. Zaya is a type of champion that doesn't necessarily get countered by any jungler because of the ability that she has on her ultimate. I would be surprised if their account wasn't paired up with her here as well. So I think making sure that you lock in a very strong, stable bot lane that can deal on their own with the Zaya account in the likes of Phyllis and Thresh is more important. Of course, Vi is huge versus immobile carries. And they're gonna actually go with the Annie here. Annie, which could end up in the mid lane. Again, a lot of set-up mid laners have risen up for the carry junglers with the likes of Jaeger, Vi, Lee Sin, and so on and so forth. We'll see what they'll choose to play from the side of Wildcats. I wouldn't be surprised again if I saw the likes of something like a Lissandra or a Syndra to create space around the Aphelios.
Yeah. I actually really like this Annie pickup here because, like you said, it's super flexible. Like, they could be having this as the intention to be the support, or the mid laner, and then see what the next bans look like, and then can flex around. The Jarvan is going to get picked up here for the side of the Wildcats, and now moving over to that second ban phase. I'm curious where Wildcats think this Annie's going to go and where they're going to look to put their attention down. Maybe they just look to ban out the top side now, make sure Sartorius doesn't get the likes of the set for himself, but they go for the Blitz ban thinking the Annie might be mid.
I'm thinking right here that Wildcats are gonna ban out Rakan and Blitzcrank just so they can force potentially the Annie to go towards that bot side of the map, and then GK are gonna have to pick a different mid laner to pair up with the Vi. Of course, Ahri is one of the huge names out there that pairs up really well with the Vi because she can follow up onto the ultimate. Again, Blitzcrank are kind of out of the picture. The only AP top lane that's left for Destroy is going to be that Kennen. I don't know if it's gonna be banned out. It's not. It's actually gonna be left open, and surprisingly enough, a Kennen with no tools to push him out of the picture, I think would be an ideal scenario for Wildcats. And so far, GK do not have any tools to push that Kennen out.
Yeah, totally agree there. Well, we'll see what the pick is going to be here for the side of the Wildcats. Just waiting it down the timer a little bit. Not entirely sure where that Annie's going to go. So they just pick up the Lissandra, another facilitating mid laner. Like we saw in that previous game, the amount of impact that we got out of Lissandra in our last game, unbelievably big. Now, it's a bit different because the Zaya does have that nope button in the Featherstorm, so you can just get up and avoid the Lissandra for a little bit of time, and maybe wait for the Annie to kind of land the stun onto them. But now moving over to the side of GK, they got to round out this comp. Are they going to put the Annie in the mid lane? Or are they going to look to put something else elsewhere? They go for the Malphite in the top lane to give Sartorius bit of agency up there, and the Pike is going to get picked up as the support.
I would be very surprised if that wasn't a Kennen insta-lock right here. There is absolutely no champion that can take Kennen out of the picture. And even though I agree with you, Zaya has a very powerful weapon in her hands. In the likes of her ultimate, to get away from ultimates like Lissandra, you can only press it once. Once this is down, it becomes very difficult to walk back, especially through a choke point. I said he doesn't have any more AP carries in the top lane. He brings out another one. He brings out the Vladimir. Love seeing this. I think picking Malphite right here, it's in the right mindset, as if, yeah, Felix is extremely immobile. You can hit him, but you know you're gonna be playing against an AP top lane. Destroy plays exclusively AP top laners only towards the top side of the map. So that's a little bit of a head scratcher when it comes to GK and the draft. Of course, we knew for Dig Up, he likes to play, I just call him Dig Up. That's what he is from now on. We know he likes to play the likes of Pike, so I'd love to see, I would actually love to keep the camera towards that both side of the map, the first few levels, just to see how this Pike will pan out, because we've seen Hylissang on the LEC. He can take, on the first queue, he can take your flash, on the second queue, he'll take your life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's weird because I feel like obviously isolated right now top can be pretty rough, but it's weird because normally you're like, okay, well, it's a carry top laner versus like a tank top laner, so the tank will just scale into the late game, be a team fight nuisance, but it's also a Vladimir. He just pops Ghost, runs into the team, Hemoplague Ease, turns into his little ketchup puddle, and just avoids all damage.
Ketchup,
and he it's the ketchup puddle. That's what I call it.
Okay, so
Trouble, you worked me long enough.
This is going to be Destroy's first Vladimir game for 2023. And his entire career, he's had 2 Vladimir games, 100% win rate with a 7 KDA on the champ.
Whoa.
A little bit of an Easter egg for you guys.
Just a little one. Nice to see the rune choices where everybody is at. Nothing really out of the ordinary on that front. I guess first strike over Airy. I know there's been varying opinions on that over time, but first strike is going to be the pickup here for Jinyu. But everything else pretty much starting out the same. It did look like GK were thinking about a potential late invade or something like that coming out, so they grouped up.
Oh, I love this.
Just covered
Honestly,
that bot side.
Nah, I love this because that you make sure you take control of the bot side bushes because you have a pike. The fact that the pike will be in fog of war the entire time, you show that not only they cover, so no wards go down, in case you don't necessarily look for a kill when you go towards the bot lane, you look for lane dominance. And having a pike, you need that fog of war down there. Having the extra sweeper as well to take away any vision that Wildcats have. They've already procced the... Ooh, first Q miss. They've already procced the bomb plating off of the Thresh as well. So whoever you hit on this pike, you could actually go in. If we can hover over on the pike and see the cooldown of that Q, that would also be awesome. Just to see the next time he's going to look to potentially go for it.
Oh, right now, Sartorius and Destroy taking a fight. And Sartorius losing level 1 to Vladimir. That might be the saddest thing you could ever do, is lose level 1 to Vladimir in a trade, but...
Okay, but you play
so much damage. Yeah, okay, true. I'm thinking of it as a mid laner. I'll give you that one, but it is still pretty rough. As a hook goes wide by Decap. Do you see Parvis just land the flay onto Rin for a bit of a chunk, but they are down now on that level lead, so... Wildcats do need to fall back a little bit and play this next few moments just a little bit calmer.
Honestly,
they're gonna get shoved in.
Very well played by GK. Again, that control of the bush, level 1 with the entire team, gave them that level 2 because they had lane dominance. They could push forward. They were hiding into fog of war in the bushes. They pushed for that level 2 first, which means Bao and Powers have to play underneath the towers for a while. They got that level 2. They get to roam first, potentially get some deeper vision into opponent jungle. Unfortunately, they do not have their trinkets up and available yet. But they tried to see if they could spot Java anywhere near bot lane. It's going to be a negatory. Viking is also going to be pathing towards that bot side of the map. So if Javan chose to do any shenanigans towards the bot side, he would be there to cover. Elramir, though, is pulling some sort of crazy Malbrang play where he cleared towards bot lane, but then he's heading towards top lane because that poor Malphite has been suffering and Destroy is running Ignite as well.
This is not what he wants at all. Jumping in, Sartorius to get a teleport to him, flashes away, Destroys taking a couple of tower shots. It's going to blood puddle now. In the bottom side, Ren's damage. He just juggled those feathers gorgeously and secures the kill onto the Thresh. They now have potentially incoming Viking onto Bao. Bao's going to get forced under tower. He knows he's in danger. Is going to get a bit of health back from the Caliban. They got the teleport coming in. They're going to bring them down to get the hook, to get the lockdown. But that just forces the teleport out. Decap is getting out. Just about able to sliver away from that one. A 1-for-1 globally.
Bao cleansed there as well towards the end. But let's look at this bot lane fight again because we missed it. Does Decap hit a Q? No, it's actually Paris that hits a Q onto the Xayah. And they're going to start fighting. But let me tell you about my Lord and Savior, hail of freaking blades. Because the amount of burst damage you can do with 3 auto-attacks onto your opponent, especially when you're playing Pike, is absolutely enormous. And you guys saw it right there. They burned through that Thresh so quickly. Again, once you take that bomb plating down from the Thresh, he is a pseudo tank. He absolutely melts. Really well played from the GK bot lane. Their plan so far has worked wonders. 1 kill onto the Xayah. They've got bot lane pressure the entire time, which means their jungler can play towards that bot side of the map. Potentially we'll see a few invades as well from Viking as well, having that bot lane with him and the priority that they've given him through bot side. As for top lane, I say FF, wait for Malphite to get his items, use him for that one ultimate, and pray that the Vladimir will not be huge enough to run you over.
Yeah, it is pretty scary. He's already got Lucidity Boots. Level 5. Obviously, level 9's the big spike because you have Transfusion maxed at that point, so you have basically infinite sustain and quite a lot of damage. But he's level 5. He's got Lucidity Boots. He's quite happy just to kind of play it chill. As we did see Eramar in the area. Did just flag and drag over, but is not going to be getting himself into any danger. Is there? Decap is just going to be putting down Pick Ward to make sure that he has control of this bush, because he knows that his bot lane is totally shoving. So he needs to be playing this nice and chill underneath the tower. But just taking a quick look at the junglers, both of them are on the same side of the map as Viking and Eramar are in close proximity to one another. Viking looks to start up the dragon because he's got pressure in mid, he's got pressure in bot, and he can translate this fairly easily into an objective. But it does look like maybe Wildcat coming in to try and deny the flash, the tippers, the lockdown, and Rin secures himself his second kill. Flawless.
I love it. I love the aggression coming in from GK because Wildcats just want to scale. You want to leave the Vladimir alone to scale. You want to leave the Aphelis alone to scale. And you've got a Pike on the other hand side, 100% kill participation. It's only 2 kills, but Decap has been in both of them and he's enabled them. Really nice fast tippers from Giyu as well. Oh, Satoru's Salt is going to go a little bit into the catch-up pool, as you called it. And he has to back because there's no mana.
No! He's in danger. Sartorius, he's going to get run down. The Ignite's ticking as Destroy finds the kill. Hook lands onto the Xayah. No ultimate available right now to Rin. He has Flash, he has no cleanse. Flashes to reposition the feathers as he finds himself one, but it is going to get answered out. Bao's got red and white, so Decap needs to say goodnight. He's going to try and swim forward with a hook. Maybe he can find it. Not going to find the opportunity. A 1-for-1 bot lane.
Whew. Okay, so all in all, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Wildcats. Destroy with the solo kill onto Sartorius. Again, a little bit questionable from draft as well. Malphite is not notoriously known for being good against AP champions. And finally, they're gonna choose to make the swap. Maybe they'll leave the Malphite mid lane. But let's see again what happened in the bot lane, because Rin has been hooked 2-on-2 in these fights. No cleanse available for Rin means that he takes all the damage from the Ignite and the hook. They do manage to trade 1-for-1, and both the kills are going to go to the AD carries. But Rin needs to be a little bit more careful when it comes to these hooks, because if the hook doesn't land there, he can get out scot-free. Oh, yeah.
Geez, probably in danger. No! Viking comes in to save the day. Giyu survives. Absolutely clutch play there by Viking. Has just been playing like a superstar in this game. 1-0-1 right now. And is just able to constantly catch Eramar out whenever he tries to go for these plays. Really, really clutch stuff coming in from this guy. And honestly, playing very, very well. We are going to see the play coming in. Rin this time throws down the feathers, gets the blade caller black, and that is going to be the kill. Perius goes down, Rin secures the double. That's a 5-1 Xayah. This game is going to be hard for Wildcat.
Okay, I'm going to try a pun, okay? Can you say he rinsed them?
He rinsed them.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Fantastic play for the GK bot lane. Honestly, I am absolutely mind-blown that Wildcats would go in for that play. Because Wildcats were the ones that enabled that play. They started, they looked for it, and now Wildcats are looking for a pick of themselves. Finally, we're going to see some mid-jungle duo pressure, because having that Lissandra, not having used her at all for the ultimate, maybe here?
I thought that hook was going to be a little bit more. I'm not going to lie. I got a little carried away on that one.
You're getting excited for the Pike.
I always get excited. When a Pike lands a hook, you're like, this is it. Here we go. The resets. No, not going to happen. G does want to kind of burn through that passive to make sure that they can keep the wave clear. Rin's just going to Gale Force forward. Bow. You can't win it. You just can't win it. You've got a Noon Quiver to a Gale Force. Like, it is donezo, that fight.
I'm just going to give props for that level 1 from GK, because he completely and utterly snowballed that bot lane. Oh,
hello. They're going to throw everything down. Tibbers get summoned up. GU's trying to survive for a little bit longer. Decap does have the execute, but it's not going to be quite in range yet. Vikings closing in. Jumps in forward. They jump on the cup. He tries to catch him out. He can't follow the E up. So that's going to be one with the execute from the Decap. He gets the knock up onto another one, but the second reset is not going to happen. The shielding's too much. And all of a sudden, Wildcats turn the fight around. The flash comes out. The shielding, they're shielding. It was so well played there by Wildcat.
I think GK forgot where their money lies, and it's down that bot lane. Rin holds the entire, well, I was gonna say gold lead, but there's no gold lead anymore for GK. What a fantastic turnaround from Wildcats, bringing their Vladimir down as well. And as we see again, Giyu is gonna take so much damage from 3 members right there from Wildcats. He's gonna pop the ult, he's gonna burn all his burst. Once you burn all your burst, that's it with Annie. You kind of like a sitting duck. And Elramir here is actually going to face check. You'll see that the pipe does get one reset onto the Lissandra, but misses the second one just about. Oh my god, that push onto the Jarvan, and the second Vladimir comes in. Well, that's all the gold from the set of Wildcats, right? He's gotten the 2 kills up the top lane. I think he's got 2 he's got 2 tower platings as well, so 2,000 gold lead for this Vladimir. He's got his first mythic as well. You cannot play towards the top side if you're GK. You need that Xayah there. She's holding all your gold.
Yeah, to be fair, that was a pretty rough fight when you're like, yeah, your Fed member is not there. They are just bot lane. And Wildcat, they are going to respond with an attempt on the Rift Herald, but I feel with GU moving over, and this time the Xayah being in position, they are going to have to give this one up. But there could be a crossplay map towards that dragon.
Oh, no, I think Sartorius is in trouble.
They rotate down. Sartorius is in a world of trouble. I don't know if he has ultimate up and available. He's going to get himself caught by the hooky. No flash, no escape. Gets a bit of movement speed off, and he survives with a sliver of HP. Sartorius limps out of that one.
I see that Sartorius might be going for Rod of Ages.
No, it's Abyssal Mask.
Okay, I hope
He's in
so.
an AP matchup, yeah. I mean, he's got new magic.
Okay, so the question is right here. Whether you face into the Lissandra or the Vladimir, it's a losing matchup. So I'm not sure Abyssal Mask is the best into Aphelios. Rin is going to get caught again. Does have the ultimate for safety.
I guess he got the ignite. I guess. Gonna summon the Herald here in the top side. Is GU just gonna try and clear through this? Should be able to do so.
More money.
That tower very, very low off the back of that one. Yeah, a lot of gold. I mean, that's a Night Harvester 3-0 Vladimir. GK do get themselves their second dragon of the game, but that top side, that's not like a little bleed. That is a gushing wound for them right now on the top side. And GU's having to stay up there to cover it because Sartorius can't hold this wave. He just can't hold in this matchup for a bit. Not until that Abyssal Mask is finished. And he's significantly down to gold. I mean, you can see the individual gold leads on the screen, but 2.5 grand over to destroy over Sartorius. Even the bot gap's not that big.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue my rant a little bit because I think Sartorius has already lost in the side lane. Building more AP is just gonna make him more and more vulnerable playing into the Aphelios. Because if Aphelios flashes the ult, the initial ult from the Malphite, then this Malphite will melt. You saw what they did to him down the bot lane, and Aphelios didn't even have an item completed in that fight. Now the Gale Force has been completed. Extra crit cloak in the inventory for Bao as well. And again, to remind everyone, Bao, one of the most talked about AD carries for the entire tournament, playing a very potent champion when it comes to late game and getting rid of big tanks like the likes of Sartorius on this Malphite. But at this point, he's fallen so far behind on the Malphite, 2 levels down onto this Vladimir. He's kind of wandering around the map, trying to pick up any farm, but at this point, you have to give it all to the Xayah, which means that this Malphite is falling further and further behind.
Yeah, is a little bit of a rough one on that front, and I'm amazed that they've kind of put this much attention into making sure that he gets items instead of just making sure the GU set up as well as possible. I'm curious of your thoughts on this build as well. Roa Annie. There's a lot of different options, a lot of different opportunities. Luden's obviously gives you the most burst just because of the pen you get off the passive. Obviously, you get the burn from Leandries, with Tibbers constantly proccing that burn. What do you make of the Roa build on Annie?
I think this is going to be a raw, possibly into Rylai's for the Annie. This is going to be more of a utility kind of Annie build. I need to survive because right now, if you go towards the Luden or the Leandries, wait, Decap might be in trouble. He's not. If you go towards the Leandries, or the Ludens, you're so squishy, and Vladimir is so freaking fed right now. And as you can see, Annie is playing towards that side lane, and you want to make sure that you cannot get 100% to zero. So I do not mind it. It takes a little bit more to scale, but it's fine. You do have a scale in AD carry, but when it comes to waiting for your Annie to scale, and there's Nafelos and Vladimir on the other side, I'm not sure that's the correct path to take.
Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, Decap needs to be careful. Has got the old swim and dash available to him, so be able to clear away from any danger. Still got a bit of time until this dragon does spawn up, so it's interesting to see Wildcats put quite a lot of attention towards this bottom side of the map and towards the potential gank onto Decap, but Vision's going to get cleared out, and GK doing a pretty decent job of actually just holding on as Sartorius may find himself in danger. He hasn't got the full item. The Ghost has gone down. Sartorius steals away some of that movement speed with the Q. Ghost actually somewhat wasted here by Destroy, as Rin is able to avoid away on that ward that was placed down in the hook from Paris. Just in response, they are just going to keep holding on to this mid wave.
That was a pretty nice try right there from Destroy. Maybe you can get a flash. Maybe you can get the ultimate of Sartorius. Sartorius holds on. He's built a bunch of MR. As you can see in his inventory, he purchases even more MR, which is pretty good for him, I guess, on the side lane versus Lissandra and versus Vladimir. But again, there is that threat of the Aphelios. Not a huge threat so far. Just the Gale Force, a pickaxe, and a Crit Cloak in the inventory. But he will keep on scaling. Now, in terms of the Xayah, we talked a lot in the picks and bans about how potent that ultimate is, how insanely useful in terms of a Cataclysm, a hook that can land, a Vladimir that jumps onto you, Lissandra ult, Moonlight Vigil. But I'm just gonna say, and sort of like build down that myth a little bit, this is only one button, and this only applies to one ultimate. Once that one is down, walking into a team fight, especially through a choke point, becomes so difficult for Xayah that if you get caught without a flash or a cleanse, it could be extremely problematic because you do not have a defensive support with you. You've got a pike.
Trouble. Viking just used Smite to try and deny that camp. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. It was a 70-second cooldown on his Smite. That wasn't like his first charge Smite. That was all his charges gone now. So they now have to basically play this a little bit more calm and collected because Aramar has Smite. Viking does not. He jumps in forwards, peels away backwards immediately.
Now, okay.
Sartorius has roamed over.
Here's the trick. I do not think Wildcats will start this dragon with the intention of taking the dragon. I think we're starting this dragon because we know we have our Vladimir here and can run your Xayah over, as you can see, on the side flank, which means that you're gonna walk forward. Nice.
Yeah, they're gonna look to jump in. Annie comes down and throw everything onto Destroy. The shutdown's there. Aramar goes golden. There's gonna be a massive lockdown onto the tank. The Feather Storm comes up. The Feathers come back. And this is the fight. But GK needed to take control of the game, forcing them away. GU chasing forwards as Bal's going to just strip Tibbers off the map, but Decap's coming in forwards with that hook available. Aramar needs to be the target. Can they land that hook onto the person they need? Not going to be the case here for the moment. Vikings very heavily low. They get the cleanse off for the moment. He has got red-white on Bao. Very dangerous. Decap comes in with a flash. They can chase in. He's dumped. He's finished. Death from below as this is the double kill. This is the tidy up for GK.
I'm absolutely loving the proactivity right here. Destroy had a fantastic positioning to not allow the entirety of GK to move forward. Elramil will make a last try to steal the dragon, but he's gonna go down and meet his death. 7, 1, and 4. 3, 1, and 7. That GK bot lane is absolutely fantastic, and honestly, mega props to how they coordinated their ultimate so perfectly together to chain up the CC in a way where Destroy had no chance of replying with a pull. That's another bunch of kills going to the side of GK, especially to their bot lane. That is 3 dragons, 1 short of soul, which is going to be infernal. Absolutely huge. When you have a Xayah, you can have your own Infernum without playing Aphelios for the sort of GK. But
Rin? He just overextended. He's gone. There's no way he's going to be able to survive this one. The stopwatch comes in. Rin gets caught by the Hemo Plague. The rest of the team jumping in forward, so they're going to look to finish up the Lissandra. Sartorius misses the ultimate as they turn it around, finding 2 kills. But losing Rin, absolutely just a massive fumble. And Sartorius needs to be careful because the 2 AP threats are dead, and he is itemized entirely for the 2 AP champions in the game.
Yeah, luckily for him, that Aphelios has not taken off quite yet. Also, you do not have the best guns if you want to take this fight. Let's have a look at the inventories right now and see what's happening, because if we're gonna talk business right here, it is bot lane versus top lane. It is Rin versus Destroy. And this particular engage, Rin died, but then there were 2 that were traded over for the side of GK. So far, so good. I'm loving the proactivity. I just love the way this team is chaining up and gelling together in a way where they're willing to follow each other. Whether it's Decap making the move, whether it's Giyu flashing T-Burst forward, whether it's Sartorius starting with an ult, everyone follows up the play. And this is what differentiates a good team from a great team. The fact that you're willing to follow the call, whether it's the correct or the wrong call, the fact that you follow it up and you have that teamwork shows wonders. And so far, it's only given them advantages and positives on the map. As you can see, 3 dragons, 240 for the soul. They're gonna clear up the top side of the map as well, try to threaten the Baron. They do have the Zarya in the mid lane, which means because that Vladimir doesn't have TP, they need to pull him from the bot side of the map, leaving Sartorius a little bit free air to farm.
Oh, Rin ends up losing a lot of health there. Bao just gale forces into the pocket for the Infinity Edge and does a whole bunch of damage. But that might just be an opportunity to get some pressure on the Baron. I don't think they're going to start it up, but they will at least try and just alleviate some of this vision control that has been afforded from this. But the cost of this vision control is going to be damage onto that tower, and this top bot lane tower will go down to Sartorius. He's still got that teleport, so if Baron gets started, he can just TP in and look to set up for the fight. But now,
honestly, great macro movement from GK right here. They're forcing Vladimir up. If Destroy is not there, Wildcats cannot fight because all of their money is onto this Vladimir. Guess what this Vladimir doesn't have? Teleport. Guess where this Vladimir has to be? Top side of the map. I think this is a little bit of a macro mishap from the side of Wildcats. They should have the Vladimir towards the top side of the map and Lissandra towards the bot. So if a Baron breaks out, that Lissandra can actually TP into the fight, and you will know that you have your Vladimir up there. And through the top side of River as well, you can get a pretty good flank if enemy team starts Baron and sort of kind of sandwich them as well. So a little bit late to the party. Really great move from GK to force Wildcats to play their game. So far,
absolutely.
It's been great because we've heard, hey, there wasn't a lot of teams that could match GK over in the Arabic League. Fair enough. But these guys are playing against a team that's gone to Worlds, that's gone to MSI, that's played against the best of the best.
It's funny.
They're playing them so well.
I was going to mention this as well because, you know, we talked about at the beginning of this game, but, you know, everyone's eyes very much on the TCL team and the team that, you know, are the scary new team in the league. You know, for a long time it's been talk about the LFL as being the scary team at this tournament, and obviously with the addition of both the Arabic team and also the Turkish teams, there was talks about, you know, the TCL were going to basically be a dominating force here. So it's amazing to see that our new Arabic team actually are the ones showing up in this game. Now, gold lead's not monumental. It's only 2,000. And no matter where that gold is, I say that! I was just about to say, destroys the one with the gold, but oh my word, they find the damage, they find the follow-up, and they do get themselves a shutdown onto Decap, but the Tibbers is doing some work. They find a follow-up hook. Paris is just doing so much. He doesn't miss these hooks.
That was absolutely fantastic to start off by Giyu. They taking off the danger at the very beginning. Yes, this one backfired because Sartorius ended up going down as well, but Viking is still alive. If this Dragon starts up, Viking has the chance to steal.
Oh, jumps in with the ultimate. They're going to get the damage off there. For the moment, Viking's still pretty tanky, and Eramar has been forced away. Rin getting some of that health back, clears through the tower, gets the damage off. The cleanse comes out, throws out the Featherstorm. Has got that Blade Cooler, but no one's in range right now. Vikings chasing them up. They are so unbelievably low. Giyu has no flash, but has the stun. Back onto the Dragon. They're trying to see if they can get in range. Remember, this is Soul for GK. If they can get it, and Viking finds the steal. Giyu gets the stun off. The health bars are blinking as Wildcats leap out of the pit.
That is absolutely barren for GK. Remember, Destroy just went back on the map. Kofti does have the teleport, but Bao needs to back for mana and HP together with powers, which means they get to start the Baron. Soul going over to GK. Fantastic steal by Viking. They're going to start at the Baron as well. Let's take a look at what ultimates are available. Lissandra ult, and Vladimir ult.
They don't have smite. Viking doesn't have smite. Eramar could take this one away. I think with the flag going down, they recognize it and they look for it. They get the hook, they get the stun, they get the lockdown. Destroy! It's flattened! Everything lands onto Bao! Eramar slides him forwards, but that's going to be the kill. Rin zoned away, but there is no one to threaten him as Kobe is buying time. Gets the four-man W, but it does mean nothing. That is definitely Baron for GK.
My God, honestly, I feel like they've got like a heat-seeking sort of target right there onto Destroy, because every time he's walked up, their sole purpose has been to take Destroy down. And to be honest with you, for a guy who's 3k up on the top side of the map, having zero impact on every single team fight is kind of disheartening if you're Wildcats right here. Again, very nice target selection for the side of GK. They see Vladimir, they kill Vladimir, they take Bao as well. We'll take those because that's your consistent damage gone out of the picture. And even though Elramir is still alive, you're not going to get anywhere near this boost to try and steal Baron on the 5 members of GK still up and alive. Again, GK playing a very high tempo game, very high kills in your face, not allowing Wildcats to scale. And again, that 3k gold difference between the top side of the map is starting to look like zero because Destroy cannot do any damage.
Well, the last two fights he's just been instantly zoned out. The last two fights he just dies immediately. They have a heat-seeking Annie, just constantly landing the stuns onto him. Playing so well to make sure
Satorus is being chilling. He got solo kill, he got ganked, he got dived, he built his double MR item, he's got another non-magic mantle in there. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
That's 3 in a row. Destroy was looking for maybe a flank, but he just gets caught. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he was doing there, if I'm going to be real with you.
I'm not sure what the flank was doing right there, because you're very far overextended for your team. Your team is literally played inside the base because you've got no vision. Your Lissandra's in the bot lane. Maybe there's some miscommunication going into this one for Wildcats, but GK have got this game in their pocket.
Oh, there it is.
Baron. They've got their AD carry off their screens, and they're taking that inhibitor.
That is going to be it. Yeah, inhibitor goes down. Baron in the pocket of GK. I don't think they're going to overstay. Kofti in the jungle.
They've got top lane pushing as well, so they might as well take another one. 20 seconds for Bao. Destroy is up, and he could look maybe for a frontal fight this time. Let's not take any risks, but going into flanks, the hook will miss.
It's going to be pretty hard for them to do too much here. They do get the hook. He gets the cleanse out immediately. Destroy slides in. He's popped that ghost. He's going to try and keep the chase up, but Jinyu able to keep himself alive for the moment. They throw everything down onto Destroy. There's the knockup. Sartorius slides in, and Eramar can't find the damage onto Rin as Kofti does jump forward. They pull the feathers back. He jumps out to safety. The health bars are just evaporated as the Wildcats have no agency left. Wait, GK just died to the tower.
I don't think they can end.
They
have like a 10% HP Pike and a 30% HP Malphite. The Thresh is up and alive. Yes, they do have Baroned up minions, but can they end? Because Halo Blade does not proc onto the towers. So they're just gonna back off from this one. They didn't necessarily get what they came for. They came for the second inhibitor tower and possibly inhibitor towards the top side of the map. And this is a fat shutdown. I'm not sure who it went to, onto from the Xayah. Let's see again. So Destroy will walk forward. Does not take he does not take the lantern that was very kindly provided to him by Powers, which means he ends up going down. Once he uses the pull, since there is no Zonius onto this Vladimir, he ends up going down. Again, red-white doesn't do much right here because you have to go way too close to the Xayah. This Xayah is extremely fed, and the ghosts of Lissandra, the passive rather, Ghosts do a lot of work in taking down that Annie, which means that potentially that was the only reason the game did not end up there. And then 7,000 gold though in the lead for GK, and then looking for Destroy again.
Yeah, Destroyer's in a whole lot of danger. They're going to wait out the catch-up funnel. But Sartorius at this point, he's so tanky. Support build Malphite
He's taking
with
his
the
revenge.
Locket Redemption. He is just so hard to kill. I love this build, man. Oh.
He's taking his revenge, you know. He says, Aphelios is not strong enough to touch me at this point. Level 15 Malphite versus level 13 Aphelios. Bao has fallen massively behind in this one, so Sartorius does not really care about him. At this point, he cannot die on a side lane versus Destroy or Kofte, so he's sitting pretty comfortably with every single MR item that he can purchase from the store.
Absolutely.
There's a few more, but yeah, a little bit of an
I
exaggeration.
love this build, man. I love this build. Oh, Flash comes out from Bao there. That's pretty early. Kofte jumps straight in. Rin feels pretty comfortable to hold for the moment, and that's going to be the Flash from Kofte and from Bao. Burn in the middle of that fight. And they did not hurt the health bars of GK.
That's two huge ultimates though gone for both of these teams. T-Burst.
Destroy?
No
way.
Oh,
okay, he's able to survive. Infernum comes down. It's not big. Bao tries to Gale Force out. Viking jumps onto the backline. Decap dunks him with one. He's able to get one onto Rin as well. He finds himself a double kill on the Xayah as Jinyu will chase down Paris as he is going to get himself locked in. Tries to get the blast cone away to safety. He's just going to give GK the odd run around.
Honestly,
but GU will keep the pressure up. Finds himself the stun.
The only reason they're chasing him is just so he doesn't stop the wave in the mid lane because they want to end on this one. GK, they put their foot down the metal and honestly, they never let go. Major props, Destroy, one last chance, one last try, one last catch-up battle on the floor. What a fantastic game. What a fantastic debut from GK.
Absolutely amazing debut there from GK. Destroy looks scary. He got ahead early on Vladimir. If a Vladimir gets ahead early, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to be playing into.
I don't know, man. It looked to me like the Vladimir didn't play the game.
By the way, he ended that game still 1,200 gold over Sartorius. Nice. Like, he was 1,200 gold over. The problem is there was a 5k gold lead in the bot lane. And not just in the bot lane, 3.7k gold lead in the support role as well. I know Pyke kind of inflates that because that's kind of what he does. But, man, the gold lead was monumental. And like you said, GK, they just rock up to EMEA and shut down a team who everybody had their eyes on a region everybody had their eyes on. And they did it in style. That was an absolutely banger first game for the side of GK.
I'm just very surprised, and I have questions. We'll have Viking with us in a little bit as well. As in, who's the shot caller? Who starts the fights? Because we saw multiple different people starting fights and potentially calling maybe through the fights, whether it was Viking starting with the VIR, whether it was Sartorius with his ultimate, whether it was Giyu flashing forward for the T-burst, or maybe a Pyke hook as well. It seemed like the team was willing to follow every single time. Now, of course, I don't know at which pace this can come to bite you in the butt, because if you go in on every hook, on every ult, on every opportunity, then your opponents can read you out. Wildcats did not seem to be able to read out GK, and honestly, they were full gas from literally the second they went in. The fact that they took that priority in the bot lane, they took that vision off of their opponents, costed the Aphelios and Thresh the entire game.
Well, to be honest, we can actually ask them about that game because we have a Viking standing by for an interview. Viking, hello, welcome, and first of all, congratulations. That was an absolute banger game. How are you guys feeling after that one?
Yeah, we feel good. We were confident we probably will win if we have a good draft, and we had a decent draft. Didn't expect Vladimir well. They have a secret accounts on the two Koreans, and but I think our draft was easy to play, and they have a bit hard to play, especially when bot lane is behind. Our bot lane played extremely well, but yeah, we played pretty decent, and and we just won.
Honestly, it was fantastic to see you guys follow each other. My question is, you were engaging, top lane was engaging, flash T-burst we saw hooks from Pyke. Who's shot calling, and who do you guys listen to when these calls come through?
I mean, Sartorius has done a lot and me, but I think recently our support has stepped it up a lot. But I think like everyone is kind of doing their job now. Like really happy and proud that everyone is like really trying to carry their own weight, like doing their job, and they're doing it everyone really good now. And you could see like sometimes it was me, sometimes it was Sartorius, sometimes it's Gio, sometimes it's Decap, and Rin like also like calls good stuff like at Baron is, or Drake is like, oh yeah, smite at this and I'll get it. Everyone is like confident and doing their job. So, and like more than that, like bot lane should not be stomping this hard, right? Like our bot lane did a show, so it was really good from bot lane especially.
Yeah, it was actually extremely impressive to see you guys, I guess, gelled up together so well. I heard a lot about your team saying, hey, we're just having the Arabic League, kind of like a practice. We're preparing more for EMEA Masters to get there. And of course, this... Well, we're used to seeing you on the NLC, Viking. I'm not going to say I'm not sad to see you go.
Miss you too.
But of course, coming back...
Miss you too.
coming, of course, from the Arabic League and playing on your debut in the Arabic League. The league itself debuts in EMEA Masters. The Turkish League debuts in EMEA Masters, and you have such a fantastic and dominant performance. Do you think this will lift the spirits up for the entire team for the next games to come today?
I mean, we're very confident for every game. Like, I think we can easily make it out of groups. Like, if we have good drafts, like, also depends how enemy draft. And I think that we have good chances, you know, to like do really well. So yeah, I mean, we're all happy.
That's a lot of coach pressure.
I mean,
Yeah,
speaking of
course,
pressure, because
it
obviously.
is.
I mean, so speaking of pressure, because obviously we're talking about, you know, you being part of a region now that is making their debut. Did this game feel like there was maybe a little bit more pressure on your shoulders because it was two of the new regions going toe to toe and you're representing one of those regions? Did you feel maybe a little bit nervous than maybe you normally would be going into this game, or were you just pretty cool and collected for this one?
Cool and collected. I think like we just think about doing good performance. MENA fans are like really supportive and stuff, what I've seen so far. And like if I make them happy, like that's something I like as a person. I want to make myself proud and also make, like, if I can, other people happy too, you know. So of course that's like really fun if I help the region grow as well, and the team, but not really any pressure. I just think like yes, doing well is important, and like I want to like do really well at the Masters as a team.
Awesome. Well, Viking, congratulations on the win, and thank you for joining us for this interview. Good luck with all your upcoming games, and we will maybe speak to you soon. Speak to you later, mate, right?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Awesome. Nice to hear that from Viking.
Does it feel weird? Does it feel weird, Viking not in the NLC?
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit. It does. It definitely. I don't know. I'll obviously always miss the guy, but it was a banger game. It was a really, really banger game coming in from these guys. And this bot lane, they look like something really formidable right now. Yeah. Rin, very, very crisp on the Xayah. Really, really crisp.
I'm telling you, this was a bot lane gap, and Rin got hooked twice in these 2v2s, and they still came up ahead. Had he not, it would have been like even more crisp and clean. But I'm gonna give it to the team and possibly the coaching staff behind them for going into this game with a very clear plan. And the clear plan was get that bot lane ahead. We have a Pyke for a reason. That Pyke snowballed, the Xayah snowballed, they took them all around the map. And honestly, what was even more impressive for me was that in every single fight, they found the Vladimir and they dispatched of him before anyone else. They're like, our only threat for our team is that Vladimir. Before we start the fight, we need to make sure he's dead. He was dead every single time before any fight. Kind of ominous because he goes down in this fight as well.
I mean, it's crazy as well, because the amount they actually committed to the Vladimir, like in this clip alone, we saw Sartorius ult, we saw the Pyke ult. Obviously the Pyke ult resets, but you also saw the Annie ult come down. And like again,
another one.
You see, they throw everything down onto him, but it just felt like Wildcats had no answer.
Honestly, if production wanted to do him dirty, they would compile all the clips where he just gets one shot by
Come on, man. It's his first day. It's his first day. We can't be bullying him on his first day.
I'm sorry. You're right. Go on.
I mean, to be fair, GK did the bullying here. That's just... Destroy just didn't get to play for like the last 15-20 minutes of this game. Like, it felt like every time he tried to step up, he'd get absolutely melted. And look at that gold swing. Look at that damage spread. 31k coming out from Rin on the Xayah. We talked about Xayah being very strong. This is kind of why we expect to see a lot of bans on her today.
Yeah, I actually really love to see that the Annie came in clutch as well, because I think the flash T-Bears were always on point from Giyu. And potentially, again, we saw a draft where like Xayah, Rakan were both almost going to go through. They decided not to go with it. They chose the Annie together with the Vi, and it just looked crisp because they're like, destroying the top lane, plays AP carries. If we have a lot of buttons that can stun him in place, or we can even reach the Aphelios with, it's going to make our life easy. And it just worked. They chained one after the other, and they absolutely decimated them.
Well, it's time for us to take a break. And when we're back, we'll be back with Team Go versus Anopsis Famagusta. So we'll see you for Game 3.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the
everybody, and welcome back to the EMEA Masters. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. This is going to be Team Go, formerly known as Gamers Origin from the LFL, taking on the GLL's Anorthosis Famagusta. Trouble, how are we feeling about this game? You know, I feel like there's probably an obvious answer here, but I'm hoping that a bit of your Greek bias will come in and give us a little bit of hopium.
Okay, I'm going to start with hopium, so then I can take us down a little bit.
Okay, go for it.
Anorthosis is one of the only teams that has made back-to-back EMEA Masters. There you go. EMEA Masters groups appearances. They were there last EMEA Masters, and now they've made it again. Completely new roster, of course. The only two remaining, I think, from the previous run at the EMEA Masters is Golden Toast and Levi, which were the core that was kept, if you will. They brought in A-Leaf. You and me, Hipre know A-Leaf over from the NLC. Insane Camille / Fiora player at the top side of the map. Spooky has played a lot over in the EBL, one of the veterans in the scene currently. And we've got Ho-Ho as well, which I've heard a lot of good things about this guy, and also his champion pool. I've heard about Echoes, I've heard about Zillions, I've heard about other shenanigans as well. So all in all, Anorthosis are coming in hot. They had to defeat, unfortunately for the GLL, another Greek team over in the play-ins. That was the best of that they had to play before they got into groups. But that also guaranteed a Greek team, a team from the GLL into the groups. Now, to pull everyone a little bit down to earth, because I just pushed people up in the sky, they have to play against Team Go, and we all know how fun it is playing against LFL teams because their dominance has been incredible for the past EMEA Masters. Ragnar, Linsas, Tukui, Zezu, and Camilius, all extremely known names. My eyes go straight to the man in the mid lane, Tukui. Last time, Gamers Origin, as they were back then, went into LFL finals. This man was playing for them. That was back in 2020 summer. And now he's rejoined them. And now they made finals again over in the LFL. Yes, they lost 3-0 to LDOC, but the very important thing is that the team saw finals again with the same guy. And of course, Jezu played over in SK Gaming in the LEC, so a ton of experience in this roster.
I guess there is that element of, they did lose 3-0. So, you know, you do kind of have to look at that on this front. Maybe versus Anorthosis, you know, those weaknesses might not be exploited, but they'll definitely rear their heads, right, in this game, regardless of the outcome. So other teams within this group may be paying attention towards this and going, okay, this is where Team Go kind of seem to struggle and maybe have their issues. I'm very excited to see how they fare in this game. You know, there is obviously a bit of hopium for Anorthosis, but you know, the GLL have been one of those regions where occasionally we get those upset teams. I'm casting way back to the second ever EU Masters back in the day.
Panathinaikos Esports?
Panathinaikos, right? They were such an upset team, but really kind of threw a lot of people off. And I feel like with EMEA, especially with the Turkish joining in to this into this tournament, I feel like a lot of people will be turning their attention towards the big regions. And I feel like it's these little regions who now get the chance to kind of really show up and be those upset teams and be those, you know, those teams that kind of change everything up. I mean, going back to the Click Tech days back in season 1, our first ever run of the tournament. But like, you know, it's always the teams who are the underdogs who you kind of write off a little bit and may have that area where they can step up.
So there's 4 teams that are coming through the plains, right? And the other 3 teams are instantly qualifying to the groups. These 3 teams that instantly qualify to the groups are extremely strong teams coming from the top regions of EMEA. Now, the teams that are coming in through the play-ins are technically the dark horses or the underdogs, whatever you want to call them. The 3 teams that are in this group, there's only 2 spots for you to advance over to the best of series after groups. You need to beat the team that's coming in through the play-ins, because if you don't, and this is an upset game, then you might end up not making quarterfinals because of this. And this is why usually the GLL is such a fun region to watch, because they are the underdog team that have pulled off upset victories into other teams. And from what I've heard from a bunch of the Greek casters actually from the GLL is that they actually believe that this time this team can make it out of groups. So I'll be really interested to see that, because their group looks the group looks stuck. They've got Riddle in there, they have SK Gaming Prime in there, and of course Team Go. So if they do manage to make it out of this group, that'll be a huge feat for them.
I mean, you put that group as another one of our group of deaths. I'm inclined to agree. Riddle looked very scary within their group as well. Obviously got an LCK jungler on that team, the Korean jungle mid duo on Riddle. Absolutely terrifying, but we'll turn our attention away from that and towards this game.
I was kind of
Go immediately ban the Zillion. Immediately ban the Zillion away from Ho-Ho. Don't want to be giving that over to them. LeBlanc coming out from the side of an Orpheus, and is this just going to be one of those kind of mid lane ban offs where they just to try and ban as many mid laners from each other? We'll have to see.
I would actually be surprised if the Echo stays open, because Ho-Ho played it in the finals over in the GLL, and he played it twice, both into ranged champs, one into Victor, one into Azir, which Echo is not favored into, but it's not going to be the case. Echo is going to stay up.
Trouble, they banned the LeBlanc. LeBlanc's a really good matchup into Echo, so that actually may look like they are setting up for a potential Echo ban. We won't get too ahead of ourselves, but I do know LeBlanc is a pretty rough matchup for the Echo to play into, so we'll see what they're going to go down for here. I don't expect these to be blind picked.
Is it Rakan?
I feel Xayah is probably quite a big one, or Rakan, like you said.
I feel usually you want to pick up the Xayah because then you can pair her up with a very strong support, but this time it's going to be the Rakan. And the reason why I'm saying this is that Rakan is absolutely incredible in team fights, but when it comes to laning phase, he absolutely sucks. He literally loses to pretty much everything. He can get cover easily, especially into melee supports, and enchanters kind of like out-heal him. So yeah, the Xayah is going to be taken away, so you don't give the duo. But is it going to be a Wukong? Because every time all the junglers are open, except the Vi, of course, Wukong is the pick of choice for a lot of the junglers. It's going to be the Rel.
Interesting. Okay. So they go for the Rel Xayah. This is a pretty engage-heavy, brawly bot lane they've locked in. So we'll have to see what Team Go are going to lock in as their response to that. Running down, I'm trying to think about what AD carries are up and what will sync up well with that and what they can look to brawl with. Speaking of brawling, the Wukong comes in. There's going to be the Zeri pickup from the side of Team Go, rounding that one out. So expecting an Orpheus probably to look towards their jungler here and make sure they set Spooky up with a pretty comfortable jungle. The Gragas and the Vi already been taken away. Things like the Jarvan are up and available if you want to kind of add more layers to that engage.
Don't do it. I know you want to pick your champ. Ho-Ho, I know. Man, I feel you. I'll play stupid champs as well. Okay, it's going to be the Hecarim. Okay, I'm so excited to actually see the Hecarim right here because, one, it adds another pony to the draft, and two, it just chains up the CC so freaking well. If one of the feathers lands a root, the Rel goes in, the Hecarim goes in, and the chain CC is just never ending. So really good stuff right there. Let's see if they're gonna opt to maybe ban out the Echo right here. But so far, having the taunt and having the knock-up from the Wukong is just so potent in stopping Echo from ulting away that basically he might get the destroy, the trigger that Destroy got in the previous game by chaining the CC.
Absolutely. Well, just waiting it out, running down the timer a little bit on these ban phases. The Jax, the Malphite. Just looking at kind of top laners that could get banned away. I feel like okay, so they go for the Renekton. You did mention Elif's Camille as a potential thing that could show up. Back in the NLC, that was something that they did use to pull out. The Fiora as well is up in there and available. So this may just be the gauntlet getting thrown down. The question to me is, are they going to look to counter pick mid and give Ho-Ho as good a matchup as possible? Or do they feel comfortable enough to blind pick for him and then give Elif the counter in that top side of the map? That answer will come literally in the next 20 seconds or less.
I can also big brain you. Not you. I can big brain. It could be a Galio Camille angle here. And then no one can get away. No one can get out. Hecarim dives in, Galio can ult, Rel goes in, Galio can ult. If you are going to... Okay, one of two. One of two is locked in. Alif did not play Camille locked over in the GLL, but we know him from the NOC. The champion was almost permabanned against him because he was also Camille meta back then. But I love this because the Galio being taken away here is huge. Oh, wait. It could be a taunt. It could be we know you want Galio. Okay, fair.
Wait, this... I don't know if you do pick Galio into... Echo into Galio.
That breaks
I'm going to be real with you.
That breaks apart a lot of what Unorthodox I think we're trying to do. This is why I would personally first go for the Galio and then the Camille. But I feel like the Camille cannot be countered at this point because they've got the Renekton and the Jax out the way. Olaf towards that top side of the map. And let's see if one of them is going to choose to go towards maybe some Ignite to try and get ahead in the laning phase. But talking about Ho-Ho, he plays a lot of unconventional picks. And we haven't necessarily seen his yet. Very nice. As if he's going to be locked in, try to stop if you can trace the Galio and try to stop him from ulting into the fight. That would be great. But very nice takeaway from Team Go right here. Take the Galio away with Rel, Hecarim, and Camille. Having the Galio ult would be massive. Great takeaway.
Now, just taking a quick look over the champ select and what's actually been locked in. I do worry, but Ho-Ho may be a little bit left alone in fights because all of Anorthosis kind of just jumps forwards. Golden Toast can obviously buy themselves safety with their ultimate and may just go Gale Force to kind of have that dash up and available to them. But Ho-Ho has to be very careful with that Miasma and that Petrifying Gaze because there's a Galio, there's a Wukong, there's a Rakan, there's a Olaf who can all jump in onto them and look to blow them up. So I do worry that they didn't have a backup plan if Galio got taken away. And this felt like something they just had as an answer to the Galio in the lane.
Actually, I do enjoy the Cassiopeia right here because there's a lot of dashes.
Yes.
The Zeri wants to dash away through walls. You don't allow that. Rakan wants to dash engage. There's just the Galio that can ult away. So again, if you trace them into a team fight, depending on Ho-Ho's positioning in the team fights, and I think this is something that we could very nicely track throughout the entire game. I do not mind the draft that Unorthosis have actually gotten for themselves. My only asterisk in this particular one is try to get Camille ahead. Whatever it takes. If this Olaf gets out of this laning phase, it's going to be pretty brutal because there's a lot of squishy champions, and especially if the Hecarim goes towards the more solo queue build that we've been seeing with like the Duskblade and the Manamune, he's going to be extremely squishy as well. So Olaf's going to have a field day.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like we are getting on to the Rift for our third game of the day. Anorthosis Famagusta taking on Team Go. Team Go, they did get 3-0'd back in the LFL domestically in their finals, coming second, but they are still Gamers Origin, or were formerly Gamers Origin, now Team Go. A very storied team who have played a lot of games at EMEA, or what it used to be called, EU Masters. So, team with a very storied history and a team that have been around for a very, very long time. Anorthosis, though, you know, when I think of GLL, they are the one team that does spring to mind every time. That and Panathinaikos. But in recent memory, Anorthosis are the team that do spring to mind. So having a pretty good run and being that one team, like you said, the only team that wasn't a major team making it out of the play-in stage. Let's see how they fare in their first game here versus Team Go.
Easter egg for all of you guys. Alif has 100% win rate on Camille in Season 13, so the entire year. Alif also has 100% win rate on Camille in his entire career. It's the only champion that has been played more than 5 times that he has 100% win rate on. And remember how we said over in the picks and bans, let's see if one of the 2 top laners will choose to opt to go for an Ignite instead to try and get ahead. Alif is also the one that has gone for that Ignite, so expect for there to be a lot of play towards the top. But Ho-Ho,
he's just going to get himself chunked. Yeah, he's only level 1. Does hold the flash, but he's now going to have to chunk through those potions. Pretty rough one.
Spooky?
That's quite an adventure. Linkus is just going to run Spooky down. Don't do the blue. Okay. Okay, just healing up a bit. He's fine.
Ragnar is not moving necessarily.
Oh, he's ghosted.
He is now.
Spooky has no ghost. Gonna look to try and turn this around. The flash forward. First blood picked up. Elif. He might be losing that 100% of there. Double kill to Ragnar. What was Spooky doing?
Oh my god, that was an invade that went completely wrong. Spooky took the Raptors away from Linsas in his bot side jungle. And remember that Olaf that we said, hey, if he comes out of lane even, everyone's extremely squishy on an Orthosis, so he could very easily snowball. So it's a very different Olaf game than the first one that we saw on the day, right? He's not playing into tanks. But right here, 2-0, 3 minutes in, he's not coming out of lane even. He's coming out of lane with 1,000 gold lead. 3 minutes in the game.
I was about to say, you say coming out of lane as if he's not only 3 minutes into the game. That was just...
Oh, he's already come out of lane. It's done. The lane is done for him. Again, Spooky, I thought Ragnar had not communicated there with Linsas, and it was a little bit late, but they caught him in the end. Alif, again, only level 1. Doesn't have the hookshot. Honestly, if he has the hookshot right there, it's a completely different story because the jump on the Olaf doesn't have the ult to get out.
Oh. Teleport used by Ho-Ho on the top side. Maybe to try and just find that shutdown.
They were looking to dive him, I think.
Oh, yeah, that as well. Did I not realize that was...
Spooky with attempt number 2. It's the red buff this time, but he does have bot lane prior, which means he will have Levi with him. Camillus will spot them. He'll put the ward down, which means they can't hide in the bush. Spooky will have to walk off together with Levi.
Yeah, looks like the cavalry going to take off.
Failed.
Yeah, Spooky's honestly wasting a lot of time trying to put Linkus behind. And yeah, Linkus is actually down in camps right now, but he's been quite proactive with that. He's obviously been able to get that double kill onto Ragnar, been able to kind of usher Spooky towards that. And both junglers, honestly, a little bit lacking right now in experience and gold. Spooky is going to go and get the one camp he can get, and maybe then look to try and pick up a double crab start. There's a potential to him right now because Linkus is on the other side of the map. But right now we are just having a look at this bot lane. Golden Toast has got the shove in this lane. Does need to be a little bit careful just due to the position of where the enemy jungler is, and they will know that Linkus is probably on this bottom side of the map.
Yep.
As Levi tries to get Camillus.
Yeah, Linsas, when he's done with his top side of the map as well, he's going to be ahead of Spooky. Spooky level 4, but he has just about his Raptors spawning right here, which will put him on 28. And there are 3 more camps for Linsas. You see right now, he's got, he'll get his 20. Yeah, there you go. And then he'll go up another 12. Because if I can do math, 3 times 4 equals 12. So he will be up onto this Hecarim. He can help Tukui push here, which means the second they shove in this wave, they can just walk into topside river, but Spooky's gonna insta-smite that Scuttle Crab and hopefully get out alive this time.
I think that was a pretty good call there, to be honest. Make sure that they have eyes on Linkus, who is now rotating towards that top side of the map. Luckily for Spooky, there's no camps to be stolen, or red will be spawning up fairly soon. They do have level 6 on the Galio. They have level 6 on Ragnar as well. He has Ghost and Flash. He could just run into Elif. They're going to throw him down. He tries the hook shot out. Really lovely little escape. The problem is the rest of the team are coming in. Galio is trying to get the taunt off. Is able to connect it onto Spooky. But in comes the Petrifying Gaze. The ultimate is immediately thrown out. The flashes are coming out. Linkus is buying a bit of time as he finally goes down. Ha able to find himself the kill. Ragnar loses his ultimate, and Spooky needs to try and find a way to save his mid laner's life. Unable to do so. Spooky can only really collect farm here, but the taunt's going to connect in. They're going to go under the tower. Tower shots coming down. The flash outplays. Gold kills everything. Goes to Team Go.
Oh, it's an absolute disaster in the early game from Anorthosis. That Camille has not paid off. That blind Camille taking away the Galio from Anorthosis has not paid off at all. Ragnar is an absolute monster onto the Olaf, and I love the selection right there on the targets. They went onto the Hecarim. He's only level 4. He's extremely squishy. By the time Ho-Ho comes in, we said that Olaf has level 6, doesn't get stunned, gets to run them over. Again, Ho-Ho sitting underneath the tower, no flash. All they have to do is a drive-by, axe in the head, gone. And now Spooky, again, level 4, no ultimate, underneath the tower. Guess what? It's not just the kills that went down. If you saw the amount of creeps that died underneath this tower, which experience and gold was not soaked up by anyone, and they found Ho-Ho again.
Oh no! That is a sad snake. That is a sad snake, man.
I can make it worse. So mid lane dies, top lane dies. There's a 4-0 Olaf with a completed Hydra at 7 minutes into the game. 2 tower platings went down. Experience and gold was not soaked up from the top lane wave that was pushed in. And at this point, I'm sitting here and scratching my head. And I'm like, there needs to be a way that Anorthosis bring this game back, and it has to be through that bot lane. Catch the Zeri, get that Cassiopeia down bot lane, but at this point, it's so difficult because since the Wukong and the Galio are so far ahead, they can just bundle up in the mid lane, push in that wave, and then since the Galio has ult, you're threatening side lane ults. So you really can't play through any side lane if you're Anorthosis. This is very green.
Elif is just getting giga poked. They could dive him again, but I actually feel this Rift Herald play is the smarter decision because, like, Elif's already out of this game. Like, look at this. I mean, Ragnar has ultimate. Genuinely could dive Elif if he wants to. Elif, recognizing that, is going to hookshot away and just sacrifice the plates. There's a world where this tower goes down with this Rift Herald. I feel like they probably don't have to, though. They could use it elsewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think you take that Rift Herald and you pop it down bot lane or mid lane. I think Ragnar, the longer he keeps that top lane turret alive, the longer he forces Elif to play underneath that. Because the second this tower goes down, that means the lane is completely open, which means that Elif gets to freeze that wave very close to his secondary tower in the top lane, which means that then Ragnar is very susceptible to potentially getting ganked towards the top side of the map when he pushes that fire in. So as you can see, he's not gonna go ahead and hit that tower. He's actually gonna back, let all these minions and creeps die. And because Elif does not know the positioning of this Olaf, he's missing out on the entire wave almost.
Yeah, that's really, really rough, actually. It's just gonna go back to base, get himself boots and a Kindle Gem as well. Set up very comfortably in this top side. Incredibly scary Viking. I guess the good news is, you know, there isn't a massive bot gap. It's pretty much equal. It's 100 gold lead over the Golden Toast, nothing major. So there is a world still, but I would worry when I see the size of this Olaf right now. 2,600 gold up at 10 minutes in that top side. A 4,000 gold lead, give or take, over the map as well. It's a monumental lead right now in this game.
Yeah. I mean, Ragnar is the back-to-back LFL champion from last year. 2022 was all about LDLC. That's the team he was playing in. He swaps from LDLC over to Team Go, and sadly LDLC continues their dominance and he loses in the finals. But even last year, where they lost to Heretics in the finals, he was storied to be possibly the best top laner in the league, together with Aibo. And right here, he's showcasing why. Picking that Olaf, getting ahead. Of course, there's a lot of team effort that goes with it, and maybe the Galio in the draft did throw off Anorthosis completely, and it should have been the Galio first and the Camille second. But at this point, you've got to play with the cards that you were dealt, and the cards are not very favorable to Anorthosis. You need to make a play towards the bot side of the map. The Dragon was also taken away. Yes, Zaye is scaling, but he's not scaling more than a Zeri. So you don't have the side lane pressure either from a Camille. One level up onto Ragnar's Olaf. Keeps getting poked by Axes. Oh, man. Oh,
he might just take the plate. I'm surprised.
Look at him. He's not taking the tower. He's not. Oh, he is now.
Oh,
See,
no.
okay.
Oh, no.
Ragnar's doing something that is so clever if you're a top laner, pay attention. He threatened to kill the tower while there were still creeps underneath the tower, which means that Elif had to dash out, hookshot out of the tower, in case Ragnar chose to take that tower and run him down. Ragnar did not take the tower, he did not run him down, which means that Elif cannot approach that tower at all. Meanwhile, while there's top lane pressure from Ragnar, the Rift Herald is going to be popped, but there's 4 members.
They throw the Magnustorm down. There's the big charge. Everybody launches in, and Linkus loses his life. Spooky gets chunked heavily. But that's a 1-for-1 trade there. I say 1-for-1, a 1-0 trade there. Linkus just goes down. They get the charge off from the Herald, but Ragnar is being a nuisance on the top side. He's just half health, that turret.
Yeah, and I don't think he's scared of the Hecarim and the Camille run his way because there is no ultimate on either of them. There's no Ghost on the Hecarim. Even if the Cassiopeia walks towards the top side of the map, Petrifying Gaze does nothing because Ragnar has his Flash Ghost and ultimate available to get out of it. Spooky, he's charging. It's just not gonna go. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Not for a red buff.
Well, for now, I'm just going to force them away.
He's not playing a lot of League of Legends this game, which is quite unfortunate. And it did unfortunately start from Spooky with the failed invade towards the bot side of the map. His top laner tries to cover him, ends up going down as well. Golden doesn't lie. Levi have tried their best. They've gotten the second kill for our Northosis with the power of Rel, but I don't know if Zarya will be enough to pull them out of this deep hole.
Yeah, I feel that Zarya, you know, they're probably sweating right now because their laning phase has been relatively quiet. They've got their Kraken Slayer. They're sitting quite happy right now. And then they look up top side and they're like, oh. And then they look at the top map and they see the tower literally getting chunked out and taken down by Ragnar here, who is just going to be able to finish this tower up. All that gold over to him and Linces as well. I actually think it was a bit of a mistake for Linces to get that gold, I guess, because you could just really snowball the Olaf. I guess he's so far ahead, it kind of doesn't matter. 4.1k. Yeah, you know what? The greedy laner in me says, nah, that jungler did nothing for that tower.
If it wasn't for Linces, chasing Spooky, the double kill would have never happened for Ragnar. So technically, Ragnar owes his jungler, and that's the least you can do, right? Share the gold with him.
Look, man, I'm just thinking like a greedy jungler. What can I say? That's I'm not a greedy jungler, greedy laner. I don't play jungler.
Oh no. Okay, so Jaksha, Hydra completed.
Ooh. Oh my god!
If you ask me as an analyst who kills this Olaf, I'd say this Olaf can very easily run 1v5 at the moment, all alone in the enemy team, and probably kill 2 to 3 people.
I'm gonna be real with you, Trouble. You said the words, and they went into my ear, and it took a moment for me to actually take on what you said. I looked at the scoreboard, then saw the items, and went, yes, that was the word she said. Oh my word, that's the word she said. That's bad. He is 2 levels up on it. He's got 2 points now in that Ragnarok available to him. Like you said, Jack Show with that Hydra. Yeah, I think you're pretty safe to bet that he's probably just going to be the strongest threat in this game right now. And is in a 1v5 setup for himself. And they're going to pick up the Rift Herald as well. Probably just going to look to put that down mid lane because that really then opens the map up massively for Team Go, and they can then really start to build that pressure outwards. It was a very late dragon just due to the attention they put into the top side. So the second dragon's going to be spawning up in 30 seconds, and I expect to see Herald into dragon, and then this game gets infinitely harder for Northosis because they are really going to struggle to step up anywhere beyond their tier 2 towers.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate right here, because we've been tunneling a lot on the Olaf and a lot on Ragnar. Yes, he's 4.1k ahead. Yes, he's his entire team's lead almost. But even if they manage to kill him by some miracle, the Zeri is untouched. She's 700 gold up. The Galio is there. The Wukong is 1,000 gold up as well. So there are damage dealers that are left in the game. And as you can see, Linces, 1 charge takes almost 1/5 of Levi's HP away, and Linces is not even the person that's fed in this team. Level 11, all up top lane. Look, they can just Ragnar can just walk past the tower and threaten.
Yeah, I think you raise a really good point there, though, because we've obviously focused heavily on Ragnar, but realistically, this team is actually kind of built around defending Jezu. There's lots of ways to buy space for Jezu on this Zeri, and Zeri herself is a champion who's just hyper-mobile and hyper-hard to pin down, so even if somehow they have to kill Ragnar, they're either going to trade a lot of HP to do it or a lot of ultimates to do it, at which point then Jezu can probably just get the freest fight of their life, where they can run around and basically tidy these fights up. So this is a very, very hard position for a Northosis to find themselves in versus Team Go, because the gold is starting to stack up. There's a 200 gold shutdown on to Jezu, and that 150 gold shutdown, and that literally is just born out of kind of a farm lead and just plates and tower lead and stuff like that. That's just passive gold to get that shutdown.
Okay, but this is the most realistic scenario, right? Find the Zeri, pin down the Zeri, throw every single ultimate. Cleanse won't matter, especially when you're in a cage from the Camille as well. And Sandra does deal a lot of damage for Camille, so try to maybe pick on the Zeri, but at this point, I don't think I've seen Jezu like alone on the map. Even right now, where he's overextended, pushing that mid lane, Linsas is hovering behind him, and the second he moves too far out, Camilius is the one that's making his way towards the Zeri. So they're not allowing a single second for Anorthos to breathe or even try to potentially find a pick. Alif?
Just gonna catch him with the knockout. Looks like both teams are setting up for potentially something here. Oh, landed a Q, so get that movement speed. The monkey comes in with a cyclone, knocking everybody up. Ragnar finds one. They do find the lockdown onto Jezu, but he's able to cleanse it and survive. In comes the Galio. 2 kills picked up. Ho goes down to an axe. A double kill for Ragnar. He's going for the triple. Golden Toast will fall. And there's the triple. There's the ace. Team Go have a phenomenal lead this game.
Absolutely beautiful. Ragnar got that double kill 3 minutes into the game. Honestly, kind of unplayable from Ailey from there on out. Wasn't his fault that double kill went down. Anorthos' greed for that red buff. Raid boss appears. Everyone tries to run away. You can't run away. You can't see him. You can't stop him. And if the Golden Toast will all try and do some more damage and get away from the Olaf, it will just not be enough. He'll get chased down and taken down. Great performance from Gamers Origin right there, but I'm gonna keep a small asterisk and a but because we have not yet seen their true potential. We said we want to see Ragnar in a 1v something. 5 seconds result.
He's thinking about it. He's gonna get a whole bunch of damage off on the Spooky. Look at the sustain. He's gonna just chase onto Levi. In comes the rest of the team. Elif trying to get away. Ragnar's keeping them up. The slow comes in from the Zeri W. Elif eats another axe to the face. And that's a kill for the Galio as Levi tries to jump away from this one, but they will not live for long. Or they will, because they have the flash, but Ragnar wants it. He's now found Spooky. That horse does not scare him.
Yeah, and again...
he's going for it. Magnet Storm on. There's the ulti. Gonna chase it. Golden Toast is down. There it is. The cavalry means nothing. The team go.
11,000 gold lead, 19 minutes in. 12,000 gold lead, 19 minutes in. That really does hurt. The game has accelerated completely out of control for Anorthos, and they need to go back to the drawing board. Should they have drafted Galio before Camille in the top lane? Because I feel like Galio was more of a key piece here rather than Camille. You can Galio all the top of the Hecarim, you can Galio all the top of the Rel, right? But if you lose your Galio, your entire comp kind of falls apart, especially if it is designed around picking that Galio. And my asterisk around Gamers Origin or Team Go, sorry, is I want to see them when they've been pushed. Because this one has been carried through the top lane, you know.
Yeah.
One lane bleeds into another, and you can't do nothing about it, especially when that one champion that's snowballing is the likes of like an Olaf, a Darius, a Jax, bruises like this that can take over entire games. I want to see what Go can do when they're pushed, when the game is even. Because when that happened, LDOC took over.
Oh, well, Baron's going to get started up here. Going to be seeing Team Go looking to fight for it. Half health. I mean, that's it, looking to fight for it. Team Go are going to get this Baron. It's a pretty much a freebie on this one. A 20-minute, basically on spawn Baron over to the side of Team Go. Sad B coming up here from Camilius. And I think Anorthos probably are feeling the sad B a little bit here. They may be able to answer with a shutdown turret for themselves. They've got a pretty big wave. It's a Camille. She's got the Hecarim with them, so they will be able to pick this one up. But a tower in response for the Baron at 20 minutes. It's almost 7k gold lead. 3-item Olaf to a 1-item ELF. Really, really rough one for them to play out. And it's one of those things where there's lots of shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but I feel like, unfortunately, the game is set up in this situation. And I think it's just going to have to be one massive shutdown, one massive misplay from the side of Team Go if they're ever going to drop this game.
I think it's more of a case of one massive, let's reset our mental and go next, honestly.
Yeah.
It was very obvious what the mistake was. You know, an unfortunate invade, didn't work out, ends up dying, gives a lot of the lead. They do find Tukui on the Galio, but he's pretty beefy.
Yeah, he's able to tank up a lot here as Camilius jumps in. That's going to be one already onto him. Elif goes down again as Linkus is running Golden Toast down. He's going to try and chase him. And in to the back line comes the Olaf. Ho will be run down slowly but surely as 4 members fall. Baron in pocket. Team Go are probably just going to look to try and finish this one up. They flash over the wall to make sure they're in range of both towers. And they're going to have a pretty big wave to push in to close this game out with the Baron in pocket as well. This game feels all but done for Anorthosis Famagusta. And it's just one of those games where it just kind of snowballs out of control too quick, too fast. And they were unable to get a grip hold back onto this. But Team Go making a statement with their first game on stream, taking down the turret. iLevi's going to try and chase in forward onto the monkey. The lockdown comes in, but iLevi, they're finished up nice and quickly. Jezu's able to secure the kill, and the minions will finish up the tower. The Nexus will be late.
Very small. Technical issues. We'll be back very shortly. I think we are back.
I'm back. I don't know about you,
Okay,
but I'm
we're
back.
back.
Hey,
We
how's
got
it going?
confirmation. We are back. What a stomp from Team Go. Again, I don't think they were tried very much. At some point, like Olaf and Darius and Jax, when they get 2 kills 3 minutes in, they can snowball very, very easily the entire game. And honestly, props to them, because Team Go did not give anything away. They could have, Arno could have tried to play through bot side. They could have tried to stop the Galio from roaming, play mid side, but they just did not allow that. Linsas was there, Camillus was there, roaming all the time. So very well played from Go. They got that 2-0 and they just snowballed it through.
Yeah, no, really, really fast game, really powerful game coming in from the side of Team Go. But we actually do have our interview standing by. We have Jezu, I believe, standing by for this interview. Jezu, pretty one-sided game there, to be honest. How are you guys feeling after that one?
Yeah, I mean, it was one-sided indeed. We feel good, obviously. I don't really know what to say. I think they had like cheesy draft. They tried something, but we had the cheeser top, which was Olaf, and he did the best out of it, we might say. So I think after that, like after the early, once he gets 2 kills, it becomes really hard for them, and we are just snowballing from them. Meanwhile, I was just chilling bot and farming CS. It was great.
You were chilling bot, just farming a big fat W, Jezu. Happy to chat to you. Again, different colors this time, of course. And I want to ask a little bit about the cheesy draft, because I was sitting there and I'm like, Camille Galio look pretty good for the sort of Anorthosis right here. You know, you lock someone into the cage and Galio jumps in. There is no way out, especially for you playing the Zeri. You wouldn't be able to get out of this. Was that something that you guys actively thought of when you saw the Camille to take the Galio away?
Yeah, of course. I think the plan was to kind of just go on me and kill me in fights, which was pretty good plan. I don't think they expected us to steal the Galio away. But Tukui champion pool is just ocean, you know, at this point. And once we do that, I think it kind of destroys their win condition. And the thing is that I don't think they expected me to not be in the game. It was actually Ragnar against the world, you know. So I had to chill and wait for my time, which never came, but at least we won.
Hey, Mike, in the next games to come, Jezu, I wanted to ask you more for like a personal questions, right? You have been on the LEC for SK Gaming, and now you're back with your boys in the LFL, the French gang. How does it feel, you know, playing with players like Tukui? He went over to a major league as well, came back. You guys reunited on Go. How does it feel playing in probably the greatest ERL league there is?
Honestly, it feels nice. You know, it feels like coming back home. It's always hard to go back from LEC to ERL, because it's hard to see this as it's always a step down, you know, obviously. But it's part of my career. I will work hard to go back to LEC, and honestly, it's pretty good home. Like Team Geo is really good in terms of like just as a structure in general. And all the teammates are great. The fans are great. Like, it feels good to play in France as well, you know.
It's great to see you actually shine, and I think Kipren is a little bit muted right there, so I'm going to take the microphone for a second.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah,
it's good to see you. It's good to see you shine, Jezu, and honestly, I can't wait to see you actually press some buttons in the next games to come.
I can't wait as well. Sorry, thank you, Georgia.
So, Jesse, before we let you go, one last question. Are there any other teams from different regions that you're excited to play versus that, maybe you've got your eyes on? I'm curious, kind of coming from one of these kind of higher, one of these big regions, what regions kind of really caught your eye and what team has your eye right now?
It's kind of hard to say for me because I'm quite a bad student. I don't watch many ERL besides LFLs. So we scrimmed some, but there isn't really a team that scares me. I think the teams that scares me the most, I mean, they don't scare me, but that could be the best opponent is obviously LDLC that won against us, but which is from LFL. I think maybe Z10 Heretics did great against them actually, so maybe Heretics could be a good team as well. So I would say one of those.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. Hopefully next time you do actually get to play the game instead of just playing Farming Simulator. And we'll speak to you later, right?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
That was one hell of a game, to be honest. I do feel a bit sorry for poor old Jesse.
It was a hell of a game for Alif. Because he didn't get to play the game.
He lost his 100% win rate. I mean, that's the saddest thing about it. He lost his 100% win rate on Camille off that. There was probably a moment where that double kill went down and he just probably let out the biggest, deepest breath of his life. Like, just complete heartbreak. But yeah, it's very hard to break down games like this because they are just... When someone gets this monumentally fed on a very snowball-heavy champion, it becomes very hard to talk about, all the rotations and the mechanical plays because it kind of really boils down to, they just got 2 kills in the first 3 minutes and overtook the game from there. Because I don't really feel like, other than that invade, it didn't really feel like an Officers made loads of big mistakes. There were obviously mistakes, and those mistakes then get punished tenfold because of how fed Ragnar was. But it doesn't really feel like the game kind of boiled down to an Officers making lots of mistakes. It was just kind of that one mistake, which then bled into a situation where the game kind of became unplayable.
It's just very difficult, especially when you're playing against a bruiser that gets fed, because that lane will bleed through to the other lanes and it will get the snowball effect going. Now, what I'm going to say, of course, for Go, they didn't necessarily showcase their expertise from the LFL because it was a very easy going game from the get-go. But what I will say is that for our Northers, at least, I don't think this was a very tilting loss, and I also think this will be some sort of learning when it comes to the draft. You heard what Jesus said about Tukui. He's like, at this point we knew that they wanted to go for the Galio. When they locked in the Camille, it gave it away, and at this point Tukui has a champion Ocean, and he's like, I'm just gonna yoink it away and I'm gonna use it in our draft, which absolutely worked because it feels like, I don't know, didn't necessarily have a massive reply that would impact the map as Galio would, since he has that semi-global with him, unless they wanted to go for some sort of TF, which we don't see at all very often. So yeah, I feel like a learning from the draft, potentially picking the Galio before you lock in the Camille, so you had other driving factors to get that Galio ult in the backline as well. And again, it wasn't a skill disparity right there. It was more like, hey, we made a mistake in the early game, let's not make it again so we can play from even.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the ending that we missed, unfortunately. I don't know about everyone on the stream, but for us, me and Trouble, we did miss that. But that was just, it's always hard. It's always hard breaking down a very one-sided game like that. But, I feel it was a smart punish and it paid off amazingly there for the side of Team Go. Anyway, we are going to throw to a break. When we're back with SK Prime taking on Riddle. So it's going to be a doozy. We're going to switch the casters over to Medic and Broxer for those last 3 games. So we'll see you in a bit. Jasper, I'll say thank you.
wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Dirt boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. Yes, you know I'm from the block. Block. Yeah. Block. Yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. And I ain't never gon' stop. And I ain't never gon' stop.
And welcome back to the EMEA Masters. I'm Medic. Joining me with a huge smile on his face is Broxer. How are you doing, my dude?
I'm doing great. I've been patiently waiting for this moment, getting to cast alongside you in particular. As we all know, I'm a big fan of you, so I'm honored to be
it's
here.
already begun.
I will try my best to be a good apprentice.
Come on. At some point, you have to get rid of the act, Mads. At some point, you have to accept I'm not the best Rakan in the world. That perhaps people like Hillisang have me beaten.
I swear, some team has to log in Rakan. I don't care if it's this game or one of the next ones, but when it happens, I'll be so excited with the best Rakan in the world by my side.
I'm looking forward to it. We're already jumping straight into the draft, thankfully, because it means that I have less time to downplay how much you were going to praise me. SK Prime on the blue side lost to Team Go earlier on today. Riddle obviously took a win over Anothosis Famagusta, so let's see if they can, if SK can finally pick up a win for themselves, or if Riddle can continue their winning ways. LeBlanc and Lee Sin banned away. There's the Callista and the Vi removed already. We are on 13.6, so a few nerfs here and there, but kind of the same meta as in LEC so far.
But with that being said, there's some surprises happening. We're seeing some target bans in the Callista, the Lee Sin. Lee Sin is not something a lot of pro teams are prioritizing at the moment, at least when Vi, Sejuani, and Wukong are up. But Windows 7 on Riddle's side is unfortunately so good at Lee Sin that it's being banned away from him and we don't get to see it now. We see the Sejuani and Vi banned on the other side, meaning that something like a Wukong all of a sudden is big priority in the jungle role. But we'll see what happens. Speaking of Rakan, by the way, Medic.
Oh, okay.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Prime is gonna have the Rakan locked in here for SK Prime. Prime on SK Prime will have the Rakan. There's the Xayah and the Wukong though, as you say, for Riddle. No real surprises so far. I was a little shocked that SK decided to prioritize the Rakan over the Xayah. I think Xayah is a very strong part of that matchup. It was of course slightly nerfed on 13.6.
Curious to see what the jungle response is going to be to the Wukong here. It could be a bunch of different things really, because so many junglers are off the table now. Siri makes a lot of sense. First of all, they should be picking that jungle response at this point. Lurox has been playing a bunch of different things, including Gragas. Well, I was just about to name him. There it is. That's going to be the jungler. Great.
Hey, you're just great at predicting these things. Look at that. You got there just before it was locked in as well, so we can give you your little analyst badge for that one. Nautilus locked in for Riddle. The Jace now getting banned away. So what have we got? We've got jungle and bot side on either side of the rift here, Mads. If you're looking at these compositions, is there any way you think that the mid lane and the top lane is likely to sway?
Well, first of all, I was actually a little bit surprised seeing the Jace being banned away from Riddle, because I was thinking Jace could be a really strong pick on 4 for them, and then, you know, saving it for last pick, the champion can go both mid and top. But I think overall, both of the teams are pretty well-rounded team comps now, with good team fighting, good engage, we have good scaling, and now we just need to round out the team comps really. And for the mid laners in particular, these guys have both played an insane amount of champions. I think they're both close to like 15 champions played so far this split. Typical mid laners just playing everything really. What I think we can expect from Riddle though is a blind pick top. They've already set it up with Jace and Olaf being banned away. Something we've seen a lot so far has been the likes of Cassandra, Sion, maybe Ana or Malphite, just pretty safe blind picks that, you know, can be fine no matter what they go up against.
Yeah, Banderas played Ornn earlier today as well, so if you did want to just go for, you know, a tank utility with a bit of engage potential, you could go towards that. I think the Gnar is a little bit safer, as you say. Riddle, though, might look towards the Ahri. Nope, as I say that, they're going to switch across towards the Sion. Safe tank in the top lane, can be harassed down a little bit, but when your health bar is as big as the Eiffel Tower, it doesn't really matter if you're losing, you know, a couple of stories off the top of it. You're still pretty safe up towards that top lane. SK Prime now, though, need to look towards how they're going to deal with that Sion, and also towards the mid lane. Obviously, the Gragas could still be a flex. We could see Lurox bring something a little bit wacky out in the jungle, but expectations are that Gragas is... Oh, wow, it's actually locked. Okay, I'm a genius. What
that's really spicy. The jungle expert,
spicy from Lurox.
I like that so much. I think it's kind of crazy pulling out a Kindred into that team comp. But it does work pretty well because they have so much engage. It's just the 1v1 in particular versus Wukong can be a little wonky early on, so he has to be pretty mindful. But SK Gaming should be coming in with some good team play. They're a solid team, and I expect them to set up the jungler for success. We see the Ahri being picked for Forbidden. Makes a lot of sense. It's his third most played champion so far, the split, and a champion that is just a stable blind pick, really.
Yeah, well, it should work out for him. There's the Silas. We see it locked in right at the end. I was just having a quick look at Lurox's all-time Kindred stats. 3 wins, 1 loss. Played it 3 times last year. Played it once in the LEC when he was on Schalke in 2020 summer. But he did lose that game, went 0-3. So hopefully more of an ERL level performance for Lurox than an LEC level performance here on the Kindred. But I'm sure like we're going to talk a lot about how these junglers match up into each other when we get into the game, because having watched your stream, one thing I know that you love doing is talking about jungle pathing and seeing how these two people can interact with each other and interact with their lanes as the game goes on.
Oh, for sure. I am looking forward to that. But I'm also looking forward to getting you to talk about Rakan in a little bit, sharing your wisdom on this particular champion. In a pretty
okay, here we go. Do you want all of the wisdom? I'll give you all of it, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to hold the mic. Rakan used to be really bad in lane. He's still really bad in lane, but they buffed his Q healing. So now you can be really bad, but regain all the health you've lost. Isn't that amazing? Against Nautilus, you need to be careful that when you go in, you want to position yourself just a little bit further away from the Nautilus than you would from another melee support. Because if you get auto-attacked by the Nautilus, you're then rooted, and that can really ruin your day. So just catch him with the tip of the W. Don't go all in with the W. Just try to get him right on the edge, and then you can dance away. There we are. That's the matchup. Kiba has already apparently bought himself a Radiant Virtue. That's not true, but we can pretend that we didn't see that as we get on into the game. Anyway, that's all you need to know about Rakan in this matchup. Don't give Silas your ult, not that you have any control over that. And most of the time you're looking as a secondary engage, because what will happen is either Gragas will find a pick or Ari will find a pick, and then you'll follow up on that pick rather than being primary engage. At least that's what should happen if you're playing Rakan. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed, because you're very easy to get away from now that you can't, you know, Alt W or, you know, the old school Alt Flash. It's very hard.
That sounds really smart. Like, honestly,
what can I say?
Like, what an honor sitting here listening to the God Rakan himself talk, teach us about this matchup. Again, I'm honored to be in your presence, Minnie. But now, let's see how this
Tell me about the junglers.
We can see Lurox
Tell me about
moving.
the junglers, Boxer.
We can see Lurox moving.
If you were in Worlds Finals, what would you do as a jungler here, Boxer? Huh?
Apparently, you would go 0-3 and make it a quick one. Oh, never mind, actually.
no.
I shouldn't be saying that.
It's fine, there's no LPL junglers in this match. No.
Can we scratch that? Like, edit that out, please. Anyways, we see Lurox starting on his red buff, soloing. Nowadays, junglers rarely get a leash because they don't really need it. It makes a lot of sense for Kindred to start on red buff on her own. Wukong is starting on Raptors because junglers that can clear Raptors efficiently generally prefer starting that. And I think to begin with, we can expect just a red side jungle clear from both of these two junglers. Maybe some action coming out around the first Mark spawn, which is going to be on the first crab in a little bit, but we'll see what happens. Sometimes when Kindred is in the game, we are seeing some spicy jungle tap and a lot of flexibility surrounding matching the enemy jungler, so you know that you can win the crab fight and get the first mark. But it's really up to Lurox to see how he wants to approach the scenario. It looks like he's just going to be going the safe route, pathing towards the top side, which makes sense because his bot lane is getting pushed in on the turret and he has no way of doing anything proactive.
Yeah, we'll see if he wins the coin flip on the mark. Could of course go up towards that top side. When you get 4 marks as Kindred, your attack range increases by 75 at the first 4 marks, then every 3 marks after that I think it's 25 more. So you can actually be a long-range powerhouse as the game goes on, but it really depends on whether or not you can apply your marks to targets you're about to kill, or whether or not the marks fall on good environmental camps for you to take. Did see a couple of people in chat saying, is Winter 7 Johan? Yes, he is. Used to play for, it was Hanwha Life last year, I believe, right? Johan? Check. Yeah, Hanwha Life last year, or 2 years ago in the LCK. So has quite a bit of experience at the sort of highest level here, obviously at the new echelon, the new peak of his career, playing in the EMEA Masters. Was it topside scuttle? It is. Mark on topside scuttle.
I just have to mention that Lurox is really good at flipping coins because the Mark did spawn on the top scuttle, and now that's a very happy Kindred we see on our screen. Also like the fact that he went for the green jungle item, by the way. Often we see, you know, proactive, aggressive junglers like Kindred go for the blue jungle item to get the extra move speed, but there's so much CC on Riddle's side that tenacity can come in really handy later in team fights.
Really can.
Do you win? Yeah, go ahead.
No.
What I was going to say is that Lurox expected Winter 7 to start on Raptors, decided to go for them, knowing he wouldn't be there in time, and just gets a quick and easy advantage here. Now he's looking for the game though.
Looking towards that mid lane fire, Rain might be caught out here, does still have the flash, tries to dash, Lurox still on the chase, flash forward, Lurox one more auto would be enough. He manages to get him, Lurox tanks 2 tower shots, but not quite enough damage to kill him off. SK Prime on the board, and Riddle 0-1 behind.
And this is a little bit tricky for Riddle to expect, because often the enemy jungler would already have based at that point, and they probably called, don't worry, Kindred is doing her crocs right now, when in reality Lurox had other plans. And like you said, the man has been a monster on Kindred in the ERLs, and once again the confidence.
Oh, Chanax!
Oh.
Yeah, I like the preemptive flash from Banderas. I think Janex could have flashed away and then not been hit with the Roar of the Slayer, or Soul Furnace, I think that W is called. But in the end, Bandera's able to get Riddle back in contention here. Still a slight gold lead though, Roxer for SK. About 700 gold ahead from the early extra camp and the first blood kill in that mid lane. We'll have another look up towards this top lane.
Oh, GNX being a little bit over aggressive there, wanting to body slam in melee range on the turret for some reason, taking a couple of tower shots, and Banderas is getting, well, probably the easiest kill of his life. That was an oopsie from the SK top laner, getting a little over eager. Now we see Lurox being in the river, taking control of the dragon. Generally, as a jungler, it's really, really good if you can look to start this dragon before minute 7 or so, because if you can get Drake off the map before the timing, you can then start focusing on Herald, which is going to spawn at minute 8. So with the winning mid and jungle duo, with Lurox having Noon Quiver on his first base, which is going to give him a huge increased amount of damage to jungle camps, they get an easy dragon. His red is spawning, he can move to that, slowly start making his way towards the Herald, and make sure that is the next objective that they play for.
Yeah, it's just really nice for SK to be able to use their pushing lanes and the pride that they have to work their way around the map. You can actually see Lurox realizes that his marker spawned on this topside scuttle. Winter does have the smite though, so should be able to take this one right under Lurox's nose. Takes it away, even with the early smite, and now Lurox a little bit saddened. Only has one mark so far, spotted on a ward as well as he walks up. Might go for these Razor Beaks, might not. It looks like Forbidden doesn't really think he's healthy enough to protect Lurox if the fight did begin, as the fight does happen in the bottom lane. Kedwi getting caught out here by Jinjo and Kiba. Kedwi does have Prime coming around the side, flashes forward, looking for the damage onto Jinjo. The Ignite ticking will be enough to kill off the AD carry, and Kiba's going to fall as well. 2 kills over to the SK Prime bot lane.
I was going to say that what Lurox did actually disappointed me quite a bit, because he could just have done red buff, full clear towards top. He should have expected not to get the top grab anyways. But now I don't have to say that, because Lurox was showing on the top side, he gave the enemy bot lane false confidence. They see the Kindred being so far away, decide to go for the all-in on the turret. Kidui just does such a good job hiding away. Jinjo just simply cannot reach him to kill him. And what we see here from Riddle, to me, looks like a little bit of desperation, getting a little over-eager. And while they were aware of Kindred's position, they thought Rakan was so far away, and it was, in reality, very easy for him to make it back to bot lane and secure a double kill.
And even if Rakan was quite far away, you didn't have your level 6s. You couldn't really put the feathers in a position where dragging them back would be that easy. So it definitely felt a little bit desperate from Riddle, maybe looking for their second win here in the group stage, trying to match up with Go at the top. Forbidden coming across here as SK Prime start to set up around this Rift Hold that was already started by Riddle. Janex can come down. Banderas has used the ultimate to get back into the lane, and so it's going to be a 4v4 fight, not back with the explosive cast. The hook coming out as well, Forbidden dashing away with the Spirit Rush. Feather Storm from the side as well. Forbidden goes back up towards the top side, while Prime is getting chased down towards the bottom side. Lurox coming in as well. Kedwi's going to join the fray. Prime uses the blast gun to get away. Lurox splashes over the wall, but Jinjo's going to follow him up, and Winter 7 looking for a bit more damage. Jinjo takes 1. The Rift Herald falls, as well as Banderas is able to secure it, and in the end, Riddle really get everything they were looking for.
And I think, to an extent, SK were actually in control at the start of the fight, but they ended up splitting up instead of staying as a unit. Forbidden with the top side, we had, the Kindred, the Rakan sitting on bot side, getting engaged on, and now Janex once again on the Gragas, getting a little too excited up in the top lane. But ultimately, in that fight, to me, it was all about team play, being, just standing together as a team really, instead of splitting up. And if they play as a unit next time, it's going to be a very different fight. For now though, solid play by Riddle. The top lane, the Scion, starting to be a real threat for them.
Knock up though, down towards this bottom lane. Jinjo, no ultimate on him. Kedwi's going to take out the kill. Lurox looking for a little bit more as Kiba now stuck underneath this tower. Not an easy situation for the Nautilus to navigate, but he puts on his dancing shoes, dodges around, and Lurox decides to back away, not knowing where the enemy jungle was, and seeing that Fire Rain could move out of the mid lane. first means that they do just back away. No need to force the tempo too much down towards this bottom lane, Broxah.
Yeah, you could see that Lurox was really, really tempted to walk towards the enemy grump because there was a mark on it, and us Kindred players, we love getting our marks that great, but he decided to play it safe, and I think that was the correct choice, because often in League, once you use up all your tempo, your power to make one play, if you go for a second one, it's rarely the right decision. Just take the small victory, get tempo, get a reset off on bot lane, and soon Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, and that's going to be the next big objective that SK has to be ready for.
Yeah, they want to set up around it. It will be their second Dragon of the game, and Ocean for them. Interestingly, Lorux still only on 1 stack on this Kindred. Has been a little bit unlucky. I think it's been a couple of Scuttle Crabs it spawned on. Also, even though he's got 2 kills, he hasn't been able to get any stacks out of it. You can actually see his stacks because we're using the LEC HUD. If you look just underneath his player name on the player portrait on the left side, there's a little 1, and that shows exactly how many stacks he's got. Now you can't see it because it shows us he's built a Kraken Slayer. But in a second, you'll be able to see it. Just like you can see Banderas' stacks on the Scion, all that extra health he is gaining. Dragon, though, started here, Broxah, by Riddle. Winter 7 is going to kick it off. And it actually looks like Lurox deciding stacks are more important than snacks with the Dragon. He will go up towards these Razor Beaks and try and steal them away. Banderas here as well. Lurox is going to jump in onto him, but Banderas does still have the flash and should just be able to dash his way away from this one. Spirit Rush forward, though. Banderas in the end does have to utilize that flash to get away, and Lurox will eventually steal away these Razor Beaks.
And the real problem around the Dragon was not that SK wouldn't be able to contest, because in reality it should have been their Dragon, their 2k gold up on their opponents, but Lurox based so late that they were not able to set any control around it. Generally, as a rule of thumb, you want to be in the Dragon area at least a minute before it spawns so you can get vision. Riddle followed that rule of thumb to perfection. Banderas and the Scion even moved out early with his top prio, and you know, SK just realized they couldn't contest, and with that macro mistake in mind, I think they made the right decision, just pushing out Banderas and at the very least getting the Raptors and another mark for Kindred.
Wait, Broxah, I've watched you play solo queue. I was pretty sure if you pinged it and your team has all agreed on the objective vote that you should go for the Dragon, you're then not allowed to change your mind. And people will get angry and question marking you if you decide that on new information you should back away. I don't think I've ever heard of this idea of realizing that the situation's changed and thus changing your idea.
I think the only problem with what you're saying is that I'm a jungle main, and no matter what I do in solo queue, I'm gonna get spam pinged by everyone. And I never really know it's because an objective is spawning, or if it's because my mid laner got solo killed on Yasuo and convinced himself it's my fault. But the truth is, people probably ping their jungler for many different reasons in solo queue, including this one. Luckily, I didn't see any spam pings on Lurox, so he has nicer teammates than I do. Good for him.
Or, like, they have voice chat, so...
Oh, no, don't say that.
This is why we should never have voice chat in League of Legends.
True. Poor guy, actually, now that I think about it. No.
I doubt that's true. SK Prime in a good position right now. And, obviously, even though they lost their first game to Team Go, should still be one of the favorites to make it out of this group. Riddle, though, the #1 seed from the NLC, trying to stand in their path right now. And let's talk a little bit about how these teams develop throughout the rest of the game, Mats. Because if you look at it right now, SK do have this small gold lead. It's Dragon apiece is about 2,000 gold for SK Prime in the lead. But is there a compositionally, do you think there's a difference between how these teams want to play out later on in the game?
I think in a lot of ways the two teams are pretty similar in the sense that there's not any split pushers. We have two fairly tanky champs in the top lane. We just want to group, look for engages. You have Gragas and Scion, you have Rakan, you have Nautilus. In a lot of ways, just traditional comps in League of Legends that want to set up around the objectives and where it's going to be all about securing Dragon, securing the Baron. And now we can see the next Dragon is coming up in 2 minutes, so we're going to have to see if SK can actually set up for that in time. They are in time for Herald, so that's a good step in the right direction. I do like the Kindred pick a lot, though. The Kindred pick makes so much sense here into what Riddle has to offer, and they're gonna have to be very aware of the Kindred ults, because their entire comp is just hard engaged, with Saya being the one exception, right? They're gonna jump right in and try to burst their opponents, and if Lurox lands a clean Kindred ult, he can single-handedly turn fights around.
Yeah, but then Fire Rain can do it in the opposite direction. You have Lamb's Respite and Lamb's Respite 2 Electric Boogaloo coming out from Fire Rain. See if he ever decides to steal away the Kindred ult. Currently, Lurox has marked Wukong for death, but SK look much more like they're playing cinema League of Legends than anything else here. Just sitting, eating their popcorn, drinking their diet sodas and watching as Riddle secure the Baron, get out. They lose a tower for it as Kedui wasn't with his team and was able to push in mid, but overall, the neutral objective at least goes over to Riddle.
And despite that, if you're on SK Gaming, you're kind of living the dream here, because sure, you had to give up the Herald, but you got a free mid-tier one. Lurox is now able to deny, hopefully for him, 2 caps from the enemy team as he's still on the blue buff. And the only thing that's a little iffy about this entire scenario is that we're seeing both Forbidden and Kedui base really late. I was kind of hoping that SK would use this opportunity to get vision around the dragon area, but the bases are coming in so late that once again they're gonna have to re-enter and see if they can regain the control from Riddle. If they had used the mid prio and giving up Herald to get Drake, I would be happy. Now, you know, we'll see what they can do, but if they lose this fight, oh, I'll be a little disappointed from a macro point of view.
I'm sure they'll be a little disappointed as well. Currently, Riddle have control of the river. Ward goes down. Prime dodges away with the grand entrance there on the Rakan. The coward alarm comes out as Banderas just slides between them all. His best Puss in Boots impression there is our good Antonio on the Scion. Fire Rain caught up towards the top side. Flashes, dashes across the wall. The quickness as well, a possibility for him as they try and dive onto Forbidden. Spirit rushed in all on his lonesome, and already he's fallen, and now SK Prime have to try and fight a 4v5. The Cyclone coming out as well from Winter 7 can just dash back in here, has the smite, flash forward, there's the hook, but only lands onto Genex. 2,500 HP on the Dragon now. Kira's gonna fall, Prime goes in with a double charm, double knockout, and that's exactly what he was looking for. Winter will fall, Jinjo trying to dive back towards the backside to feather Sply, but Kedui forces him back to the fountain. Only Banderas left alive, and SK Prime, even though they lost Forbidden at the start of the fight, find everything else that they were looking for here. An ace over to SK Prime. The Dragon to boot. Jenna is getting chased down by Banderas. We'll just dash away. And Riddle now with a commanding position in this game, Boxer.
And it is now confirmed I am not the only medic fan in here, because with that Rakan engage, it was pretty clear that Prime has been sitting on your stream, watching and learning quite a bit. Obviously, first and foremost, Forbidden makes a big mistake. Again, I said it earlier, they need to play as a team, they need to play as a unit. He was too split, he got hard engaged on. We see the Nautilus failing his engage, basically just going all in on the Gragas, but then Prime on the Rakan comes in, finds a beautiful angle, and it's just so easy for the rest of SK to follow up. I think initially, good start by Riddle, but once the Nautilus engage goes south, it's a really tricky situation for them to get out of, and SK is ready to pounce and take advantage of it.
It's also the problem, and it's a Zeri issue. She is nerfed on 13.7, so hopefully she's a little bit weaker when we come into MSI. But if you don't CC her and kill her at the start of a fight, or if you don't have the threat of CC, she just walks all over you in all of these fights. Assuming she gets ultimate on one person so she can start getting up the lightning rush stacks or lightning crash stacks, it just becomes so difficult to ever deal with her, because you need point and click CC. You need Nautilus ult, or you need Silas to be able to E onto her, or Wukong with the Cyclone. Otherwise, she just walks through you, and that's exactly what happened. All credit to Kedui, playing it very well, of course, but it's just a Zeri diff as Kiba looked for something there, couldn't quite find the dredge line, as Kedui gets his 5th kill of the game now on Zeri. And it looks like SK Prime are becoming a bit of an unstoppable force here, Boxer.
At this point, it's going to be very difficult for Riddle to fight back. Not only are they 5.5k gold down, but SK are in full control of the map. They're going to crack the final tier 1 here. If we compare the items of the 280 carries and the gold, we can see that Siri is 3,000 gold up. And at this point, it's gonna be all about that Siri, all about the 80 carry, and whether or not SK Gaming can peel for Kedui and set him up for success. If they can, he's going to be a terror on fights, and he's going to take down anyone standing in front of him, including what would otherwise be a very tanky Scion. At this point, we can see there's 3 minutes for the next dragon, so it's not anything the teams are going to worry about. We're going to be seeing Riddle playing the defense. They're going to have to set up defensive vision and try to kind of hold a defensive line around their tier 2 turrets. We're 20 minutes in, not a single tier 2 has dropped yet, so for now they've been doing a pretty good job, but it's going to be a difficult one for them. And so far I like what they're doing, just setting up a bunch of vision around the Baron area in topside. Of course, SK Gaming could be looking to start the Baron at some point, but they should never do that unless they've cleared out all the vision. And this is exactly what I'm expecting Lurox and Prime to do now, grouping up as the mid laner and the jungler. Them being a little deeper in enemy jungle should give Forbidden the opportunity to push out top. Kidui has pushed mid and is able to join. And now, even though Bandera is there on the Scion, there's not really anything they can do, because he's going to have to base and answer with bot lane.
It becomes very tricky for Riddle to really play around this sort of situation as well, because you have to match bot pressure, so that means Banderas needs to go down there, or Fire Rain, because he's got the TP, so he might try and match the Gragas down towards that bottom side. But then in the 4v4, you don't really win out, so how do you ever regain control of your jungle? How do you ever regain control of your camps? Well, the answer is you don't. You lose your blue buff to Lorx, who's going to get his 5th stack of the game. You're going to lose all of the other camps to anyone from SK that really wants to step in and take them away, and you can actually see like littered two control wards, 3 normal wards up towards this red side jungle for Riddle, just to try and get some semblance of vision on the map. But in all actuality, all that vision does is say, okay, yeah, you can walk into your own jungle now. Whereas SK Prime's vision is all placed much deeper in and allows them to set up plays like this where they know no one's coming to help Fire Rain right now. Everyone else is still in the river. Fire Rain dies because he doesn't have that aggressive vision line. And Riddle now a man down for the next 37 seconds.
And for Riddle at this point, like you said, they're going to slowly lose if they don't find a way to make a play. But the problem is now, because they're already so far behind, it has to be the right one. If they keep sitting back defensively, they're just going to slowly lose all their jungle camps, all objectives. But at one point, SK are going to push up, they're going to look for tier 2s or Baron. And if Riddle at that point can then find a good flank, find a good engage, maybe create a number advantage by having either Fire Rain or Banderas drop a wave and catch the opponents off guard, then there's potential. But it's so nerve-wracking and so risky being in that position, because with them already being 7k down, they're gonna get one try, one big team play, and if that one play goes wrong, there's no way back.
I just know if this was solo queue, you'd be all over that positive mental right now, wouldn't you, Boxer? Hey guys, we can win. We just need one big play. It's winnable. It's easy. You had 4 surrender votes so far. None of them have gone through. But this is your moment. You have to set up around the Baron, I guess. That's what Riddle are going to try and do. Winter there alongside Kiba and Jinjo, just trying to get vision control. Banderas does have his TP back, and Riddle do have the vision control right now. And there is always that risk of when you are quite far ahead in the game, you overstep because you're overly confident, right? So instead of Prime working with Lorux to make sure they step in together and deny the vision after getting mid lane prio, sometimes you'll just see a support go a little bit too far by themselves. Here, SK Prime aren't doing that. They're slowly working up together. There is one deep flank ward that they've missed around their blue buff, but as a unit, they're pushing in and making sure that they're denying this vision, which is good, solid macro play around objectives from SK.
They're playing very slow, very methodical. Almost reminds me of, you know, watching League back in Season 6, Season 7, where we were watching Korean teams just slowly taking down everything the enemy team has. And now Riddle might be looking aggressively for the opportunity. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to run for their lives because it's not the right one. They don't have any real advantage. And while this is happening, Forbidden is pushing out all the way bot. If no one decides to respond bot lane soon, he's going to take the turret. Who can respond? Well, maybe it's going to be Fire Rain on the Silas, but he's going to have to run all the way from base, and by the time he makes it a bot, that turret is already gone.
tower falls. It is the 4th of the game for SK Gaming Prime. And with an 8,000 gold lead now, Boxer. Very, very tricky for Riddle. Kiba's going to try and step forward here. Lorox and Genax can just both jump into the pit. Lorox, whoa! Did he make a mistake with his Q there or something? It feels weird that he had to burn his flash. Maybe his Q was a bit short.
There's no way he would flash if he didn't miss his Q. That must have been a little,
he must have
oopsie that we didn't really catch on camera. But ultimately, I love what Riddle is doing here. They're having the right idea. They're trying as well as they can to protect up top side, to keep having vision around the Baron area, because they need to make sure that if SK Gaming starts Baron at any point, they're there and they're ready. So in the worst case, if not fight, then at the very least go for a steal.
Oh, Winter. Oh, Winter. That's a Zeri. You just can't do that, my dude. Prime gets hooked underneath the tower as well, but Lorox and Genax very happily pick up the kill. Kedwi there as well goes godlike. And yeah, you can like what Riddle's doing, but in the end, SK just slap him with their wallets. That's a few dollar bills in the face. And it sends Riddle to an early grave.
But that is certainly one way of putting it. We've been trying our best to be positive and find the openings for Riddle, but the truth is, the openings just haven't been there. SK Gaming have not really made any mistakes that were punishable, and ultimately, look at that little Siri, look at the sneakiness. He's just sitting, lingering, waiting around the corner. The unseen AD carry comes out, Winter tries to come in to save his AD carry, and then the entire squad appears out of nowhere. Look at the solo lanes on the minimap. Sion, Sylas, they are absolutely nowhere to be found on the map. And this is a bit of a tricky one, because you can't even say that Riddle were over-aggressive. Like, Saya was standing as far back as he possibly could, trying to get her Ramsey camp, but at this point in the game, against the sneaky Siri was already so fed, apparently that was very, very illegal.
Yeah, just like it doesn't matter if you're being aggressive in any way, right? There's no over-aggressive anymore. You can either be in your base or be fodder for SK Prime, because they have total control over the entirety of the map. Baron secured for them as well. Still 2 minutes on that Baron buff. Bandera's trying to do what he can here, but Lorox and Genax in the right position to shut down this Sion. Timber goes the Lumberjack, and another kill over to Lorox. His 6th stack, still needs one more to make it to 7. So the game may end before he even manages to get there. With the mid lane inhibitor down, you can see Kedwi trying to push up here. This is something you can do. Try and set up. Kedwi hit the control ward, so doesn't realize that Winter's in there. Okay, maybe you can't do that. I thought maybe Winter had a chance for Cyclone or something, but it seems like Kedwi might just be a little bit too strong. 3 levels up as the AD carry over the enemy jungler.
Well, he doesn't have any summoners available at the moment, and Riddle are gonna have to find a way to engage in that Siri, or the game is about to end.
I feel like the game might just be about to end, though, Boxer. Even if you... Okay, yeah, 4,
But the
no
Sion,
one's alive anymore. Sion's up!
There's a Sion on the way.
Oh,
It's
here
time
he
to
goes.
shine. Look at him go.
Come on, yes!
No, not top lane. Not top
There
lane.
were minions! There were minions to be had, Boxer! But SK in a convincing game
Come on,
here.
get in
29
there.
minutes.
1v5. It's a
For
good
the win.
map, I promise.
He's not the bounce, man. He can't do it. There's no Prowler's Claw on this guy. SK will open up their win column here at the EMEA Masters with a convincing victory over Riddle. Get in there. It will work, I promise you.
That was a very, very dominant and impressive performance from SK Gaming. I think starting already from draft, I loved everything they did with obviously Syria and Rakan were doing amazing, which is one thing, but picking Kindred so late into the draft, into so much engage, the Sion, the Nautilus, the Wukong, everything just makes so much sense. You could see clearly what plan they were coming into the game with, and they just played smart and methodical, played by the book, and gave their opponents no chance to play League of Legends.
Yeah, they really didn't. And we're actually going to hear from one of the Riddle players to see just how difficult it was to win that game. I think Banderas is standing by, or sitting by. Hey, Banderas. How are you doing, my dude? That was not an easy game to play.
I mean, yeah, it was for sure not easy to play. We kind of got manhandled. I mean, it happens, I guess. It wasn't really a draft issue. We just didn't have the best game, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely happens. Could you? I don't want you to have to reminisce too much about a tough game, but is there a moment or a key fight that you can identify that really snowballed the game away from you?
Yeah. I mean, I think the 2v2 in bot, like the moment Zeri starts propelling, it's kind of over for us with this draft. So like what couldn't happen happened, but we just kept our heads high and tried to out macro them, but they closed it up pretty cleanly. So yeah, the result ended like it did.
So I know that when you are preparing for a big tournament like EMEA Masters, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of things going on. It's a little different than playing in the NLC. I was wondering, do you approach EMEA Masters any different than NLC in how you prepare for games? And is there like any particular strategy or area that you're like really working on at the moment to, reach the next level?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think the difference is in NLC we're kind of like the top dog, but we come in here as like more of the underdogs. So we approach it with more of there's no risk. We can just play like our game and it should be fine, I think we have a lot of different playstyles that we can utilize. I think this one that we played now is like not really our best, but I'm personally like more of a strong side player. Of course, I'm able to play every playstyle, but I would like to show off that as well in the future. Especially when there's nothing to lose, right?
Yeah. You managed to pick up a win against Anorthosis Famagusta earlier today, and now Team Go seems to be kind of the top of the group. Obviously, with it being a double round robin, there's still a lot of time for everything to develop. But how are you feeling about your general position in this group? How are you feeling about your likelihood of making it through to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can take a game of everyone in this. Like, I think we can win the whole thing if we play as good as we can, right? So our heads are up high. I mean, we're professionals and then, so we just need to focus and do what we can. I think everyone's pretty motivated. This game is like, I think Go is the best in the league, like in our group, for sure. But besides, like anyone can take a game of anyone, right? So we'll see what happens. Maybe we take a game of them and it's equaled, right? But we'll see what happens. I think next time versus SK we'll show a better showing though, for sure. And I think we'll make it to quarters still.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day. Obviously, I hope the game against Go goes well later on today. Thank you very much for joining us, Banderas. Anything you want to say quickly before we round out the interview?
Yeah, just shout out to Arya. That's it.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
See ya.
Yeah. See ya. Great to hear, obviously, from Banderas. And it was tough, that performance for Riddle. Like, as he said, after Zeri gets ahead, it becomes very tricky to actually do much in a game like this, Boxer.
Yeah, definitely. And first and foremost, I want to say respect for Banderas for even taking this interview. I know from personal experience how difficult it is to do an interview after a loss, and it's something that a lot of players are generally shying away from. But I also like the fact that he was able to recognize that, there's a lot of pressure. It's a bit of a different level than we're used to playing in the NLC, but still remaining confident in his own play and in his team, and recognizing that the style didn't work for them. And that's one of the beauties of being in a group stage with best of ones, right? That you can take certain risks and try different things, and if someone doesn't work, that's fine. You can have a different strategy prepared and see what happens at that point.
Yeah, it's also one of the risks, obviously, of best of ones. You get 6 games to really prove yourself, and if you just have a slight misstep like happened in the bot lane early on in this game, that can be the difference maker. Say you end up tying with SK Prime, Go at the top, you and Prime on the same scoreline. You're now 1-0 down in the head-to-head, right? You need to be able to pick up either the next game against them or be able to pick up a win versus Go later on to have a shot of making it through to our best of 5s. But the group seems like it's going to be pretty evenly matched, I've got to say. I think it's going to be an interesting one to watch Group B develop.
Oh, definitely. And I'm very excited to see what SK Gaming in particular has to offer when we see them again, because they've shown us very, very different performances today, kicking off the day with a loss now. Amazing performance coming out here versus Riddle, and yeah, just excited to see what's next, really. Like, who really knows? I feel like all games in EMEA Masters are pretty close. Anything can happen, of course, partly due to the skill level being similar for most teams, but also because it's best of ones, and that makes it really exciting.
It really does. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes, though, with our next game of the day. I think we're watching Anorthosis Famagusta play up against SK Prime, actually, next up. So, going to be a very interesting one. I'm sure we'll be back right after this.
Are you ready, boys? Stand to attention. Everybody wants to know my name, cause I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. Go on ahead, give me your best shot, cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. No, anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, see me standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I
you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing is an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown.
And welcome back to the EMEA Masters. I'm still Medic. This is Broxer, and here we have Mika as well. In case you're wondering, she decided that my lap is the best place to be while I'm shouting about League of Legends, which we just have to deal with. I'm sorry, the cat stays. This is the general rule that I have in this sort of situation.
Sounds reasonable enough. I don't think any of us are complaining about you paying the cat tax here.
Would you? We are going to get into our next game in just a moment, but we have a short, an elongated break between the games because SK Prime have just played, and so because they have another game back to back, we give them a little bit of extra time. As you can see, they're currently sitting at 1-1 alongside Riddle, Go topping the charts at 2-0, and Anarthosis Famagusta struggling a little bit at 0-2 so far. Do have the option to fight back, and maybe we'll see, a three-way tie down towards the bottom side of the table, but expectations, I think, are that Anarthosis are going to struggle to find a win in this group.
Yeah, they are in a pretty difficult position coming in as the underdog, and their two games so far today have not been very enjoyable for them. They were relatively one-sided, but at the same time, you can never count anyone out, and it's not like it's all been negatives. They've had a couple of good moments here and there. Obviously, the ones we're seeing here are some of the moments where they got steamrolled by a very angry Olaf. Who knows, maybe there's an Olaf ban coming up. I probably would if I was them looking at the screen right now. But they are here for a reason. Like, you're not gonna qualify to the EMEA Masters if you don't have something to offer. And in the Greek League, where they played leading up to this, they were an extremely dominant team. In fact, when they were ahead 15 minutes in, they won 88.5% of their games. So what I'm hoping we can see out of them is a strong early game. We don't necessarily need them to stomp their opponents to do anything crazy, but just come in with a good early game comp, with a good plan, and then anything can happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think if you just stick to your game plan, sometimes that can just be the best thing to do in a league like this, because often when you come into like the next level of competition above whatever you're usually playing, your expectations are, oh, we have to do something spicy, or we have to like stick to the meta, or play the way that everyone else in this league plays. But often, even at like worlds level, we see the teams that do the best and that upset the apple cart and perform above the level expected of them are teams that just stick with their own style. Like, you look back to the Yamato speech for Vitality, was it 2017 Worlds, 2018 Worlds, where it's just like, just do you, just play the way that you play, and sometimes that can be all you need to have. And like for Anathosis Famagusta, they knocked out WLG in the play-in stage, who had previously beaten them in the GLL. So now they're the only remaining Greek representatives, I believe, as the second seed. And it's going to be a challenge for them. But if they can play their game, they can play their way, they definitely have a chance of picking up wins here and there.
And like we briefly mentioned earlier, it's not like SK Gaming are unbeatable by any means. They already have a loss versus Go, which was a very, very brutal game. Looked about as as difficult as the games we just saw on our screen now from Anaphosis. And who really knows what side the coin is going to land on for SK? Are we going to get the SK that are making a couple of hiccups in the early game, in the mid game, and that don't really get the setup going? Or are we going to see the SK that we just saw in the previous game that were on point from start to finish with really clean, methodical team play?
And that's the question. You've got to ask yourself whether we'll see SK really just dominate this game, or whether we'll see perhaps a little bit of light for Anathosis Famagusta. So far, this group, we've seen basically the same meta as to be expected. You know, a Kindred pick here or there, but we saw Kindred picks earlier today in the LPL as well. Shun bringing them out. So it's not something that is so far removed from the meta as to be surprising. If you were to draft in this current meta, if you were looking at junglers, like apart from, we'll get rid of Vi, Sejuani, and Maokai, because, you know, and we can put Lee Sin off towards the side as well, because we know Lee Sin is, oh, okay, I'll see you later, Mika. We know Lee Sin is like a possibility as well. What would be your jungle pick to upset the apple cart, Maz?
I think currently we have a pretty interesting jungle meta, where sure, we have the core junglers that we see in most games in competitive, but you can also look for something proactive, like a Jarvan and Elise, something that can spice things up a bit in the early game and bring a lot of proactivity. Of course, there's a certain risk involving that, because a champion like Elise in particular has to win the early game to be useful. Jarvan can also function in the late game, but at this point, if you're Anaphosis, you're going to have to run a risk at some point. And for what it's worth, they do have 3 Elise games, 3 games in Jarvan. There's also different routes, right? But yeah, I think in general, if you have to look at the jungle pool, that is what you're going to want. Now, I actually like the bans from SK Gaming here a lot, because both Cillian and Rel are champions that Anaphosis have had a lot of success with in the past, taking away the unknown factors, so to speak, some of the champions that you may not have as much experience playing against, while also being comfort for the enemy team, is a really, really smart choice.
Yeah, I think that's always smart. It's the same reason we see the Kalista ban coming out against Kedwig, right? His most played, I think, across the course of 2023. So just making sure that you can kind of limit that pool, make sure that you have these more experienced picks. Obviously, Kedwig here could still go Zeri on 1-2 alongside a jungler here, with the Vi removed and the Gragas already locked in. Maokai or Sejuani are usually where we look to go, or even the Wukong for Lorax, if he so desires. Instead of the Zeri, though, it looks like it's going to be Xayah for SK Prime. Gives you a little bit more safety for your AD carry.
And at this point, we should be seeing a response in the AD carry role, and then they're going to have to determine on Anaphosis' side if they want to match the Wukong or pick the entire bot lane duo. I think at this point there's not too many junglers banned, and they could potentially let jungle go to 4-5, get a favorable situation in the bot lane with Siri. Could be something more engage heavy, like a Nautilus and a Mumu. Could be a Lulu if they want to go for scaling. But again, they can flex it in whichever way they want. Also worth noting that usually Gragas can be played in the jungle, but it's not something that Spooky has played before. They've only played Gragas mid or top lane. So in this position where it's a do or die situation, I wouldn't expect that to change, and I think that Gragas is going to go solo lane one way or the other.
I think I agree with you. As much as it would be cool to see Spooky bring out something new, it looks like it's going to be Viego for him, which is still something new. But we very rarely see solo lane Viego, so expectations are that will be Viego in the jungle. Now SK going to look down towards their bot lane. So they've locked in once again jungle bot, which is what we tend to see out of teams on 13.6. Whereas Anorthosis Famagusta have decided to experiment a little bit. Could of course be Gragas support, but likely that they've locked in either their mid or their top. A little bit of flexibility there, alongside their jungle and their AD carry.
And now, because Gragas can go in either solo lane, SK Gaming are gonna have to decide which one of their solo lanes they want to blind pick. Jace is still open, could be a good option for them, but otherwise what we normally see from a red side team is banning a couple of top laners, picking a safe tank on 4, and Aphosis realizes that could be the upcoming plan, so Cassandra has been banned away, could look into a potential Cyan or Ornn ban as well, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, we will. For the moment, though, it's just going to be top lane focus here from both of these two teams. As you say, Cyan and Ornn possibles. There's the Pyke ban away from Levi. He's played it about 3 times, I think, across the course of 2023 so far, or at least of spring. But I'm not sure I'd like Pyke that much, I'll be honest, into Xayah Nautilus anyway. I think it's a pretty not very nice matchup for the Pyke. So maybe just trying to make sure that no curveballs can be thrown by Anorthosis Famagusta.
I think so as well, because I can tell you pretty confidently that the Siri player would not want her support to be leaving her alone and roaming around the entire game like a Pyke does. But again, like you mentioned, just make sure nothing surprising happens. And Kennen now coming out as the blind pick for SK Gaming, something that JNX has played at a very high level in the past in the LEC, and now for the first time he's going to be bringing it to the national leagues as well, because he actually hasn't played it for SK Gaming Prime yet this split.
And yeah, I think it's not too surprising it hasn't been played that much until now, because 13.6 went with the Kennen buffs really came through, right? So having that extra damage on Q, having the minion damage on your E as well, just makes it a lot easier for Kennen to survive in those laning phases and then come out and do the damage later on. Taric a little bit surprising though, not something we too commonly see in the support role. Very outrageous pick, you could even say in this. The Cho'Gath as well, that's a very powerful front line to sit in front of this Zeri. Little worried for whether or not they'll have enough damage, but Cho with the Feast, and if you go Night Harvester Gragas, or if you go Damage Gragas, you should be able to round out your damage profile a little bit here for Anorthosis. It's tried and true as well. It's like, it feels very Anorthosis, which is what I like about it, and it's kind of what we talked about pre-draft. It's like, just play your style, do what you want to do, and then see how well that matches up into these other teams.
The thing is though, they're playing their style with 3 champions that they have not played a single time the split in Viego, Cho'Gath, and Taric. So this is a curveball they've thrown.
Aleph has some Cho'Gath games. Aleph has like 4 Cho'Gath games, I think.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
my eyes have deceived me. It's only
it might be Gragas top.
Viego and Taric then. Well, in this case, if Ho-Ho actually takes the Cho'Gath, then I guess my point still stands. Thank you for saving me. I can keep my analyst points for now. No, but all in all, they're spicing it up, and I like it, because when you have your back against the wall, when you're in a do-or-die position, often just throwing a curveball can give you a solid advantage, or at the very least increase your chances of winning, because we've seen them try to go for their standard comps. It hasn't really been working, so why not try something new?
Well, because sometimes the new thing doesn't work, man. Sometimes you try something new and it blows up in your face. However, we'll give them credit for trying so far, at least. We'll see if it blows up. It may not, who knows. SK Prime obviously coming off a good game against Riddle just a couple of moments ago. They are 1-1. Anorthosis Famagusta looking to pick up their first win at the EMEA Masters group stage, or main stage, I guess, as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift for our 5th game of the day. Would be a big result for the Cypriot organization if they are able to pick up a win. It would be a big result, of course, for the GLL as well, the Greek League from which Anathosis Famagusta do hail. Levi walking back here. Dazzle coming out. Prime's going to have to flash away. Golden Toast joining up with the fight. They get the knock-up on the Prime as well. There's the exhaust. Now, this Nautilus doesn't have flash, does have the hook, but he's taken out before he can get away. First blood over. Spooky looking for more as he lands another flash onto Lorax, who has to flash away himself. Levi could look for something. Flash Dazzle a possibility, but so far the only dazzling that's being done is Anathosis Famagusta dazzling SK Prime with first blood.
And I think for a moment, SK Gaming's AD carry Kedui was literally over in North America. He was on the other side of the screen, so far away from his team. They were in a 4v5 situation. He was trying to run up the river, trying to cross the Atlantic to make it to his team, but he wasn't able to make it in time. And I'm not really sure what that play was for SK, I'll be honest. I think they're not really in a position where they have to do something random level 1. And Anathosis clearly were ready for it. Well, at the very least, next time, please walk in with all 5. I'm getting anxious watching invades like this one.
It's a solo queue invade, you know, like what your support's pinged, hey, I have Dredge, I have Q first, I want to go in. Half the team's like, yeah, okay, I saw it. The other half the team's like, oh, I was grabbing a coffee, I didn't get out of the shop quickly enough. Obviously, Anathosis Famagusta on the right page. We're able to find that first blood. Does go over to Ho in the mid lane, who went back and got himself a Sapphire Crystal. Probably Rod of Ages Cho'Gath in that middle lane. It's kind of what I expect to see. Both the junglers starting on the top side of the map here as well, Boxer, as they work their way down towards the bottom lane. You managed to get a Zeri ahead early. Can be pretty devastating, as SK showed us to great effect last game. Perhaps they'll be on the receiving end of it this game.
And I think that's exactly what the two junglers have realized, that bot lane is going to be really, really key, really important lanes for both of these two teams. And at the same time, Nautilus doesn't have his flash available. Anathosis wants to look for a gank on the Nautilus. Lurox wants to make sure it's not happening, so he wants to be around to counter. And at the same time, for us as viewers, this is going to give us an opportunity, hopefully, for a big fight in the bot river here in 30 seconds when the crab is up and available.
You've said that now, though, so we know that's not going to happen. Anything else in the world could happen, but the fact you've said hopefully as viewers will see a big fight, we know the big fight will never materialize.
Are you saying I already learned how to cast a curse games?
Yeah, it's like an inherent skill. It's like how if you're a human baby, naturally you'll swim up to a certain age. I think it's like up until about 4 months, you have this reflex to swim, and to like grab hold of things as well. It's how like monkeys wouldn't fall out of trees, because when they were, you know, just baby monkeys, they naturally reflex grab onto trees. As a caster, you reflexively have this ability to cast a curse by whatever you say. And you know how you said we were going to see a big fight? Well, we didn't. Spooky's passed all the way up to top lane.
I'm pretty sure we're about to.
I mean, but this isn't a big fight, because a big fight's 6 players.
What I was talking about.
This is a smaller fight. As the Dazzle comes out, they manage to land the stun onto Kedui. Flash forward as they get underneath the tower. Golden Toast going low, but the heal from Cosmic Radiance, not enough to keep him alive. No one from SK Prime tanking the tower after that. Nautilus escapes, and it's a kill over to SK. They're looking for a little bit more. Spooky on his way across to try and help out this turret. The flash Dazzle. Kedui flashes away. The exhaust coming out as well. Prime tanks the tower, but he's executed as Lorax and Kedui are able to walk away from this one.
And that is the moment where Prime just quickly opens all shots, drops a GG easy as he gets executed by the turret. That's a really difficult situation.
Oh, I thought you meant Prime as the team. Okay, I thought you were like, they're just going to say
the Nautilus would die. That Prime. I mean, it's too confusing with double Prime. Either way, I really like the execution here. You can see SK Gaming, they're just taking their time, making sure that Prime is the first engage. In general, when you're diving on turrets like this one, you want to make sure that you all go in the exact same second so no one takes free damage. And here, they messed up the dive a little bit with Kedui being the one tanking. You usually want your main damage to not have tower aggro. But even then, because Prime, the player Prime, the Nautilus medic, was able to get executed, it worked out pretty nicely. Also was a difficult position for Spooky to be in, because his camps were spawning on the top side, and he walked all the way out of base to bottom, now having to slowly path the other way back up, away from his team, and he wasn't even able to accomplish anything bot lane, so that's a feels Batman if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you can see he's already 500 gold behind. Lorox has that Sheen complete on his way to a Divine Sundra already. He's about 600, yeah, 600 gold ahead. It's going to be in prime position to really do a lot of work on this Wukong. I think a lot of people underestimate just the power of Wukong, not only in his ability to teamfight because he has the Cyclone, because he has all of this pressure and zone control in fights, but also just the damn damage that the monkey has. If he slaps you over the face, you're taking a trip back to the fountain pretty lickety split, and that's exactly what happens. Lorox now 3rd kill on the board down towards this bottom lane, and Spooky went up towards the top side to clear out his camps. Lorox didn't give a damn about farming, instead just wanted to slap heads and gets himself on the board once again.
And at this point, it is very, very scary being up against this monkey. Not only is he angry and sprinting but constantly to take over the game, but with Wukong in particular, the moment you get Divine Sundra, you literally feel like a raid boss. You are so strong, you have so much power, and he's getting that pretty quickly now because he's doing the dragon, because Cho'Gath was able to get the mid push, however. There's a play happening on the other side, Medic.
Yeah, but it's Genax. Like, it's Slicing Maelstrom cannon. No flash on him. Slicing Maelstrom used. Aelif not tanking up the tower yet, though. Genax was a little bit early. Aelif knocked back. Quarrel almost falls, but in the end, it is Anathosis Famagusta that do manage to pick up the kill. TP invested from Bivin as well. Lorox takes the dragon down towards the bottom side, as SK Prime may be looking for a little bit of an invade. Instead, it's just Prime himself, the Optimus of SK's team, who will clear out a bit of the vision control. Let's have another look at this, because I think Genax's Slicing Maelstrom is just a fraction too early. He tries to clear out the wave, but no one's tanking the tower at that point.
Yeah, the ultimate came out a little bit too early, but generally I like how he played it a lot. He was sitting a little bit behind the turret, putting Anaphosis in a position where they had to go really aggressively to get to hit him, and due to his positioning, he was so close to getting a kill, but the clean Gragas ult just crushed the streams, and ultimately he did what he could. They could also needed the teleport to come in slightly earlier from Forbidden. If that TP had come in just, 3-4 seconds earlier, it could have been a different scenario.
Definitely could have. For the moment, though, SK Prime in a very strong position. Lorox, all 3 pieces of the Divine Sundra already completed with the Kindle Gem and the Caulfield's Warhammer. Alongside that, Sheen, 1,000 gold lead for SK and for Anathosis Famagusta. You have a couple of kills in the mid lane. Ho-Ho, the only player on their team with a gold advantage over his lane opponent, but in all honesty, in a scaling battle, I think I picked a Cassio over the Cho'Gath.
You might, but I'm telling you from experience that these AP Cho'Gath should not, be taken lightly. It's a very, very scary champion once it gets going, and right now, he's the win condition for Anaphosis, so they better do a good job setting up that monstrosity in the mid lane for success. So far, SK Gaming are in the driving seat though. Sure, they're gonna have to give up a little bit of farm here, but that's because Lorox is on top side, securing the second objective for his team. Now, Anaphosis was able to recover a little bit of the bot situation. SK Gaming dropped a lot of waves, a couple of plates in the bot lane department, but now Lorox is coming back and they're gonna have to run, because fighting that Wukong is not something I would recommend in this current moment.
At what point would you recommend it, though, Roxanne? I feel like from this moment onwards, that Wukong only gets more deadly, only gets more difficult to deal with. And Lorox starting to step in and steal away some of these camps. The Dazzle will land from iLevi, but in all actuality, Anathosis Famagusta just have to be so cautious around this all. Can be Rift Herald down towards this bottom lane. They'll probably look for one more plate before they do put down the Rift Herald, if they are going to invest it. And in fact, they may just use Lorox for his pressure to force Golden Toast and iLevi away from the tower. No Rift Herald as of yet. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a reset from the SK Prime bot lane.
And I like Wukong not placing the Herald yet. There's really no reason for Lorox to rush it, because the truth is, when the enemy jungler has Herald, you're just gonna have to try to match him the entirety of the 4 minutes where it's available. Sure, he could have popped it, maybe they could have gotten another 2 plates, but now there's so much pressure on the Viego, and he knows that he just has to run around the map trying to predict where Wukong is, because if Wukong shows up somewhere with his finish Divine Sunderer, there's a high chance, you know, 4-5 plates, maybe an entire turret is dropping if he can find an opening. Drake is coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds, so Lurox is aware of that, moves to his Raptors, starts pathing towards the bot side. You can see when looking at your minimap that there is zero vision around the dragon for Anaphosis. Levi is now showing up and clearing a little bit of the vision, but it is completely dark, and SK Gaming is in a perfect position to take this dragon fight.
It's just so tricky for Anathosis really to do anything. You can try and get some vision control, but you don't have an upgraded relic shield yet on Levi. Would love to know how far away he is from that. If the observers can hear me, just let me know. Click on that tag and we can see how much gold he has. But right now it looks like SK Prime are setting up down towards this bottom lane. The dragon up in 30 seconds, as you say, Boxer. That's their prime objective right now.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, thanks, man.
I have nothing else to say. You get a wow and that's about it. Then we move on with live
I'll
passing.
take it. Can I wait? Can I get an Omega lol, or do I need to give you 20,000 channel points for that?
We'll see what happens. Maybe there's going to be a good moment for it later when one of these teams mess up the macro. Not that it would ever happen, because they're both absolutely flawless. But we'll see where it takes us. For now, Prime is sitting in the tribush, making sure that Anaphosis doesn't get anywhere near the dragon. Lurox is on point, taking it with Forbidden on spawn, and now we can see that the Herald is very, very close to timing out. There's around 40 seconds or so for Lurox to pop it. Seems like he's committed to popping it in the bot lane. Forbidden in the meantime pushes out mid and should be able to hover down and join if they wish to make it a team play.
Levi's going to try and get away from this one. He's burst before he can even bring down that Cosmic Radiance. Starlight's Touch, not enough healing for him. With the Divine Sundra here, they should be able to chip away at this tower enough that the Rift Herald charge will kill it off. SK Prime will get first turret of the game. 5 plates down towards this bottom lane as well. And Kedwi goes 1.5k ahead of his lane opponent. 1,000 gold lead for Lurox as well, and 3,000 across the board for SK Prime.
And SK Gaming Prime here for the second game in a row, just being on point in every way possible at the start of this game. The team play is on point, the vision is on point. I love the jungle path that we're seeing from Lurox. Sure, he's down 3 camps compared to the enemy jungler, but that's because he's been sacking farm to be proactive, and it's been paying off. Eventually, we're going to need some proactivity for Anaphosis to get themselves out of this difficult scenario, because once SK Gaming gets the setup like we just saw, they're just too clean. So I think the best bet for them is going to be, well, first and foremost, to be a little bit careful when you should know that enemy bot lane is rotating to top. What I was going to say though is that when they are rotating, that's when you can catch them. Catch them before the vision has been applied, before Sire is already sitting top, who can also in your jungle, because that's the situations where you can create a man advantage and catch the SK off guard.
Yeah, it's just whether or not you ever get into that situation. In the last game against Riddle, we talked about SK maybe overstepping, you know, positioning poorly, playing around Fog of War poorly, but they really didn't do that. Riddle never had an opportunity to catch them out, and Anathosis Famagusta in a similar hole right now, 4,000 gold behind. However, Kedwi and Prime maybe have overstepped. The caster curse is strong in me, as well as Golden Toast dashes forward. No Feather Storm for Kedwi. Golden Toast taken down to about half, but Kedwi is shut out by Spooky. Now chasing towards Prime. Laura's going to try and turn this one around. The Cosmic Radiance coming down, and Golden Toast still able to survive it. Forbidden goes in with the Petrifying Gaze, stunned up with the Dazzle. The root coming out as well. The Miasma onto Levi makes it a little bit tricky for him to escape, but the Miasma times out and he's able to flash away, and in the end, it's a 1-0 in favor of Anathosis Famagusta.
Beautiful play, beautiful opening. And we're gonna see the replay right here on our screens. Kadui and Prime are a little bit overextended without any backup near them. Golden Toast confidently going over the wall. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful W flash from Viego. Kadui tries to flash out, but ends up absolutely wasting it. And while Wukong is ridiculously strong in this current scenario. Jumping in 1 versus 3 is not generally something he can do. Ended up going in a little bit early before the Bibin was able to join the fight, and I think ultimately this time around Anaphosis was the team playing the best, having the coordination on point. SK were jumping in kind of one after the other, and as a result were not able to collect anything. Now they ended up coming out on the map with tempo and Anaphosis spacing a little bit late, and as a result secured the Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those things where after you get a kill, sometimes you stay around for a little bit more, especially when you're a little bit in the hole. Like, you get a kill, you're like, oh, we can get, you know, some extra damage on this top lane tower, or we can get an extra wave, and it means that on the reset that you lose out just a little bit. I've seen a couple of people in chat just saying that it's a bit weird that it shows Anaphosis Famagusta as having 4 kills when actually they only have 3. It's because there was an execute earlier in the game. Prime died on the bot lane dive without getting tagged by anyone. So that's why it shows there. I pinged it personally, because we had this happen in the LEC as well, actually. I pinged it with our stats team, and they say they're going to get it changed. We just haven't managed to change it yet. So apologies that it looks like Anaphosis have 4 kills when actually they only have 3. But that's the reasoning for it. And hopefully it will be corrected in the coming time at some point over the next little while. If you are confused by it, just -1, you know? Just -1 from that. Imagine that Anaphosis are constantly missing a cannon. Sorry.
Imagine getting pinged by the Rakan god himself.
Oh yeah.
Lucky person sitting out there seeing that message soon. Anyways, we're seeing Anaphosis group up around the dragon area because it's spawning in 10 seconds. Genax is trying to stay a little bit away from his team with cannon, which is exactly what he needs to do, find a flank when an opening presents itself. I really like SK popping the Rift Herald here because it puts Anaphosis in a situation where they have to respond, they have to group mid lane, and when they do that, the river is open and SK can move down for the dragon.
Will be their 3rd of the game as well if they're able to secure it. 18 minutes in as well. It's a nice, quick Dragon Soul stack for them. I mean that we get towards that Infernal Soul at 24 minutes. There's always a possibility of a steal. Of course, Heartbreaker from Viego can get over that wall. You have the Cosmic Radiance. That Taric ult as well can be a bit tricky for SK to play around, but actually looks like Anaphosis are just going to back away. They'll work their way up towards the mid lane, try and get this mid lane tier 1. Opening up can do a lot for you. TP coming in from Genax, looking for that flank. Prime already down. Kedwi trying to put the damage down as well. The Cosmic Radiance has been used. Genax coming in with a slicing Maelstrom, gets on towards the backline. Heartbreaker away by Spooky. The Dazzles are being used as well. But Levi has already dropped, and it's 1-for-1 so far. Both the supports have fallen in the fray, and the mid lane tower still stands on either side.
And if you're Anaphosis here, you definitely say, we take those, because SK used the teleport, used the flash and cannon. You still have both available on your top laner, and ultimately SK thought they had a big flank with the cannon, but Anaphosis, they stayed as a unit and they were able to recover from the hard engagement. You see it right here. SK are trying their best to catch up, but at the end of the day, while they get 1 kill, the rest of Anaphosis just sits too far back and they're not able to utilize the TP as much as they had hoped for.
Yeah, really good ultimate as well from Aelif on the Gragas. Managed to knock Lorox and Prime into the middle of the fight, making it really tricky for them to find the positioning they wanted. Like, Prime was basically dead before Genax could even get in with the TP. So Anaphosis is showing us that they do have some chops in the team fight. If they're able to find a fight on their terms, they can end up winning out. There's only 1 item so far on Golden Toast, though. It's got the Caulfield's Warhammer, maybe. Wondering if it's going to be a Navori second on the Zeri as Genax caught out down towards this bottom side, knocked in. Alien showing his skills on this. Gragas will take out Genax. SK Prime investing everything into the top side, but we're caught unawares there as Genax falls.
Did Wonder name change or what's happening here? I haven't seen Wonder play in the LEC for a while, Medic. It looks like he's returned with a different name in EMEA Master, because that Gragas is clean. Like, wow, beautiful really gameplay coming out of him, and it is something that Anaphosis are desperately gonna need to continue, because in 3 minutes the dragon is spawning, and if they give that up, that is gonna be Infernal Soul for the enemy team. Now SK Gaming has really good control around the Baron. If they ever get an opportunity to start it, that thing is gonna be bursted down so fast with Cassiopeia, and they're starting to threaten, waiting for Anaphosis on the blue side to walk off aggressively and make a mistake, and here it might come, maybe.
You can see Spooky trying to step in. Lorx putting a huge amount of hurt down. Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra already complete. Spooky able to get himself away. But now SK Prime, no, there's no Heartbreaker on Spooky. There's no flash for him either. There is a Cosmic Radiance coming up on Iron Levi, so maybe Anathosis Famagusta will use that Taric ultimate to get into the fight. You can see SK Prime actually backing away from this, realizing that Genax wasn't quite with the team, so he's going to catch that mid-wave, push in. They can look for this tower, but Anathosis Famagusta actually have an opportunity here to try and collapse a little bit. Genax forced away, tower falls in the mid lane. Vision secured by Anathosis. You gonna two-man this? You can two-man this. Cosmic Drive alongside the Everfrost. The backs have already started. You can see Febin has already gone back to base. There's a TP possibility. Control Ward goes into the pit. Lorax can jump across here. Horhor tanking it up, but it's down to 9,000. And with the TP invested, you have to feel that SK Prime would have done enough to dissuade Anathosis, and they've done exactly that, also.
And while it's nice getting the TP out of Forbidden and all, Anaphosis have no tempo right now. SK are able to come out on the map and start pressuring. Obviously, Kidui is in base right now, but he's going to be back out before Golden Toast, and now we can expect SK to slowly get the full setup again, basically put themselves in the situation they were in before, with the only exception being that the objective is going to be the Dragon instead of the Baron. We do see Horhor sitting in the top lane push on the Cho'Gath, potentially wanting to catch Forbidden off guard. The only problem is that while he's AP Cho'Gath, his items are Everfrost and Cosmic Drive, and there's no way that he's going to be able to solo kill anyone. So now Forbidden walks top, pushes out the wave, quickly bases, knowing there's 40 seconds on the Dragon, and this is where SK Gaming has to move down and get control. Obviously, they got a decent amount of control already, but the bases actually ended up coming in late, so the tempo they ended up getting from Anaphosis doing the Baron has now been neutralized, and they're going to have to retake the Dragon area. This could potentially give Anaphosis a chance to find a flank on the Gragas or catch SK off guard while they, for once, have good vision set up.
And Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. SK can just look towards the Baron. They don't actually have to take this. Drake is only first one of the game for Anathosis if they do manage to secure it. Drakes were nerfed a little bit over the last couple of patches as well, so not as strong individually. Genax caught a little bit there with the Spectral Maw, the stun coming out, the Dazzle being used as well. This cast.
Check the Baron.
Check the Baron. The Baron already down to 3,000. Boxer. Check it. They're looking for it. They're trying to get in, but already it's smited. Prime going to be on the front line now as well as Lorx going in with the Cyclone. SK Prime will sacrifice their support for a Baron, and that's a worthwhile trade for them, you have to feel. And now Anathosis can look down towards that Dragon, but there's always the steal possibility from Lorox. Instead, they'll go for the mid lane tower. Genax has flash, has slicing motion, is going to use exactly that to get in. Levi low, TP coming in as well. And from actually wasn't TP, it was just a Heartbreaker steal away there by Spooky as he takes Kennen's soul. In the end, it's 1-for-1 underneath the tower. Spooky looking for a little bit more. As Prime now respawns. Forbidden still pushing in the top lane by himself. Baron power play has lost a little bit of its power after...
Look at the map,
but yeah, they're taking the Dragon and have 2 tier 2s, man.
Oh no, it's all falling apart. They got Dragon. They didn't really have a choice because it was Soul. But now, because they spent so much time getting that mid-tier 1, they ended up trading it for two turrets, and it's just not worth it. Here, really smart by SK Gaming, realizing that they had no more vision left on the bot side, immediately walked to the Baron. Kidui and company were really good actors in the mid lane, full-on Hollywood style, because, you know, Anaphosis just didn't realize the Baron is happening. We see Genax finding a good cannon over the wall. But here, like, if you're SK, you don't care about trading 1-for-1. You have your Cassiopeia pushing topside, getting a tier 2 for free, and you know that afterwards, when Anaphosis retreats the Baron, their tempo is doomed, which is essentially what happened. Now we see Forbidden being put in the bot lane, starting to push out for 2 reasons. One being that he doesn't have his TP available and Genax does, so it makes more sense for Genax to be away from his team because he can easily follow. But Forbidden also has Baron buff and thereby can pressure much harder in the bot lane by himself.
At the moment, he's got Lorax for company alongside Prime, just waiting around the corner. Spectral is forward from Spooky to steal away one of those small cloaks. He's had a pretty good game so far, Spooky. 3-0-4. Blade of the Ruin King, Divine Sundra complete for him. The Navoi Quick Blades as well have come in for Golden Toast. You know, 2 items across the board for Anathosis Famagoose. So they're in a pretty strong position as the Dazzle does land onto Forbidden. He flashes over the wall. Lorax coming in with the Cyclone as well. Heartbreaker, you trader there, and Spooky dashes out. Dazzle used. The decoy from Lorax will get him to safety. But while all of this is happening, Janax is just taking his time to push in top wave, mid wave, crashing towards the inhibitor tower as well. TP comes out from Aelith as he knows he has to deal with the threat that is the cannon. And now SK Prime use their opportunity to push in this bot wave. It's smart macro play. You get 2 waves crashing on the other side of the map. You make sure that Anathosis have to deal with those, and then when they retreat to go and try and help out their inhibitor towers, you can just push forward and take the bot lane tower.
Yeah, all in all, just pretty much like last game. Clean, solid macro play by SK Gaming, not really giving the opposition a chance to strike back. But we're 27 minutes in, and in the previous game, SK were very, very far ahead at this point. Now, sure, they do have a 5k gold lead, but it's not like Anaphosis cannot strike back. We're seeing some pretty solid item spikes coming in across the board. 2 items Viego, Cho'Gath and Siri. Same for Gragas, he's almost having his Void Staff now too. And if Anaphosis can find a good engage on SK Gaming's carries, then there's still potential and still a way for them to turn it around. Dragon is coming up in 2 minutes. It's the next big objective. It is Soul for SK Gaming. Anaphosis have to fight it, whether they like it or not. And as of right now, there's a lot of deep vision in their jungle. We see red wards all over the bot side. SK is already here, making sure that they don't give up any of it. And Anaphosis are probably going to have to find a wave to just walk out mid lane to be able to contest. Not that SK are going to let them necessarily, but you have to find a way to get the priority. Gragas doesn't have TP available, Genex does. We're going to need to see Gragas moving down, but ultimately, no matter what they do, there's no easy answer, but you're going to have to find a way to get prio. And now that SK is facing, next mid wave might be the best opportunity they get.
I think that's the big issue, isn't it, right? You don't have TP on a side lane. It's hard to get prio into a Cassio, Xayah, as well as Chozeri, right? You don't really have a strong range advantage anywhere. So now you have Levi and Spooky pushing forward as Anorthosis, and you can try and get some pressure in, but Lorax able to dash away from the Dazzle with the decoy. Genax actually walking his way down here, perhaps doesn't think that SK have the best positions for a flank TP. There's a ward in the mid lane that he could use. Always the risk as well, if the Cosmic Radiance is still up, that just negates the entirety of Pennon's ultimate. Of course, gives you invulnerability when it does land. Genex now joined up with SK. Dragon up in 15 seconds time, and the battle lines are drawn. SK down towards the southeast. Anathosis up towards the northwest as they start to work their way down the river. Lorax chunked out by Spooky, down to half. Good little bit of damage. Ultra Shock Laser coming out as well as Golden Toast tries to extendo beam his way towards a bit of chip damage. Spooky stepping forward once again. Janex being marked well here by Ho-Ho on the Cho'Gath. Explosive cast, knocked back. They try and get onto Ho-Ho. Cosmic Radiance coming out, and look at the damage already coming out from Golden Toast. That's a double kill. Lorax gonna have to cyclone his way away. It's another as Spooky takes him out. Is Dragon secured, and what a fight for Anorthosis.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. Again, like we just spoke about, obviously SK Gaming were having a solid advantage, but you can never count down the opposition when they have reached up power spikes. We see SK Gaming making the mistake of going on AP Cho'Gath. Sure, he's building AP items, but champion is fairly tanky. Beautiful Terra Gold coming in just in time to save all of them. And just all in all, Anaphosis playing really well as a unit and not giving SK Gaming a chance to play League of Legends in that fight. And with that, only 2.5k down, having the Baron available. Now we're gonna need to see them playing from a hat, being proactive, and finding some tier 2s of their own. Something that they're going to need to look out for now when coming out on the map, because they still have a limited amount of vision, is anyone getting called out. SK Gaming could potentially linger around the corner and look for a pick before Anaphosis gets the setup. Forbidden is pretty much and doesn't have any mana available, is now taking blue buff and most likely is going to base, so I don't think there's going to be anything to be afraid of, and the setup will be theirs. Ho-Ho moved to mid lane initially out of base, just to keep his team safe, and that's going to slow down their pressure a little bit, as he then has to wander all the way to top lane, but we are seeing them push out, slowly gaining the control.
It's just whether or not they can be methodical enough, you know, especially when you're the last remaining team from your region and you're looking for your first winning group stage, and you know if you lose this game, it's going to be incredibly difficult for you to come back. There is a second round robin, it's double round robin for all the groups, but if you're 0-3, you're basically having to win at least 2 of your games next week, if not all 3, or on Thursday, not next week, if not all 3 to make it into the quarterfinals. The last remaining team from the GLL, Anorthosis, really need to do it by the numbers, to do it methodically. Slowly they're chipping away at Lurok. Spooky standing in the face of that Wukong. He's had a great game so far, now works his way up towards the top side alongside the rest of his compatriots. SK Prime just settling around the corner, trying to see if they can find something, poking and prodding, but at the moment the Baron remains for a minute, and it's Anorthosis in the driver's seat.
Yeah, we're seeing Anaphosis just, you know, being slow here, playing standard macro game. The solo laner, Gragas, is very safe in the mid lane, so he's the one being of his own. The 4-man groups in top lane now moves down as Forbidden is catching the top wave, having a man advantage for a little moment on the mid turret, and this is going to be ASK's chance to engage.
Kedwi not back again. Oh, he dashes forward with the Gale Force as well. For a second, I thought Kedwi had been knocked into his demise, but instead, it's Aleph who dies. Slicing Maelstrom towards the backline as well. Golden Toast now can open up, though. No mana on the Zeri. Not as important as it is on most AD carries, but does still help you out a little bit. Forbidden stunned up. Spectrum more flashed away. Miasma coming down as well. Golden Toast down to half. Levi still alive. And in the end, a 1-for-1 trade. Both the top lane is going down. SK Prime now on the back foot as Anorthosis continue to push forward. Prime with the hook. The Zhonya's Ho-Ho flashing forward, and Prime will fall. Oh, the gargoyles at the last moment from Ho-Ho keeps him alive. However, Levi's gone down as well. We keep trading lane for lane, top for top. Now support for support. Spooky on a ward here. Doesn't quite know it. Lorox will dive in towards him. Spooky getting chased down towards the bottom side. Golden Toast can come across. Lorox is on his lonesome, but there's a TP behind them as Forbidden wants to join the fray. He's dashing forward, trying to get there with the home guards. Golden Toast dashes across the wall. Ho-Ho backs away, and in the end, the TP is for naught. And it's a 2-for-2 trade across the board.
And ultimately, we're seeing Anaphosis make the correct macro decision here. They're just a little bit over-eager. Aleph overextends, disrespecting Saya slightly. He thought he had the angle with the ult, forcing her back into the team, but there was no follow-up. SK Gaming are trying their best to follow, but despite getting the wall kill on the Gragas, Anaphosis is still so strong and they're able to stay as a unit, and SK Gaming simply cannot get anything more. Anaphosis walks up again for the tier 2, finally gets it, and then the fight breaks out again. Dewey here tries to go big, almost getting the double kill, but that choked down kind of well. It's just too tanky. Drake, by the way, is coming up in 10 seconds. We see SK Gaming having slight control around the river, but they're not in a winning position anymore. The game is pretty much even, and we're seeing the solo lanes of Anaphosis both being level 18, having a slight advantage on their opponents, and SK Gaming decided they're not ready to fight yet. They're going to continue waiting for the Baron, which is up in 120, trying to get that power spikes in time. All of a sudden, what looked like a game that could be very brutal for the Greek League has turned into a game filled with hope. Is this going to be the one that turns it around for them? How do you feel, Medic? Are you confident?
I mean, it could be. I'm never confident. Not in myself, not in anyone else. I'll be honest. I was just reminiscing. It was 17 minutes ago when I said, hey, SK Prime, they've got an 18th minute soul point, you know? This is a 24-minute soul for them. And since then, Amethyst just haven't taken their hands off the wheel. They have been in control of this match, and every fight seems more and more confident. You can see Ho-Ho already level 18, for Bivin up there as well. Genax has been struggling on this cannon. Alif's positioning and his explosive casts have been game-defining. And now with Prime going in, explosive cast does not prime to the side. Spooky looking for a little bit more damage. GA already finished on the Viego, making him a much more difficult nuisance to deal with. He's trading with Lorux. That's a Cyclone out of the Monkey King. And SK Prime are investing a lot and not getting a little. Another hook comes out. Alif locked up here. Stopwatch will buy a second. Featherstorm available for Kedwi. Slicing Maelstrom coming out as well. Levi brings the Cosmic Radiance down, but it doesn't land in time to save his life, nor Alif's. And now it's SK Prime on the front foot. Guardian Angel out from Spooky. As Genax does fall, but SK in position to fight once more if they so desire. With a Cho'Gath up though, and with Spooky and Golden Toast up as well. Actually looks like Anathosis are going to be the ones setting up around this Baron. At least they'll get the Scuttle Crab. Ho-Ho TP's in for a little bit of moral support at least. Looks for the Rupture. The knockup doesn't land. Kedwi going forward once again to still have that Featherstorm. Looking to lock up Ho-Ho here, but the Gargoyle shield is absolutely monstrous. Spooky on the back line takes out Forbidden. Kedwi is going to be able to kill off Ho-Ho as well. Spooky coming in from the side as well. Rooted before the Heartbreaker can come out. It's all on Golden Toast. He's no cream cheese, but he's able to escape as Golden Toast manages to get to safety. In the end, SK Prime do win out the fight, and it looks like it's a barren start for the German team.
Monty Greg as a CP medic. Alif is going to come in and with CP in just a moment. Sure, Genax can follow, but Lorox is on half HP, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3 scenario. The one thing to keep in mind is that Siri doesn't have too much mana available. Lorox is now desperately trying to finish the Baron, does get it, but can they shut down Golden Toast?
They do manage to shut down Golden Toast. In the end, a 2-for-1 in favor of Anathosis. But the Baron, as you say, does go over to Genax, the only player on SK Prime holding that purple buff. And now, with the next Drake up in 2 minutes' time, I think we'll have a brief respite from the action boxer before we get into what could be the final fight of the game.
And I have to mention one thing. While cannons often can be very scary, and while this particular cannon is now going to have both ult and flash up available before the next potentially game-ending fight, this cannon medic has Riftmaker, Cosmic Drive, Sonya, and soon a Void Staff. In other words, if I am to be a little bit harsh, he deals only a little bit more damage than a caster minion. Sure, there's going to be a stun coming out. Sure, he's going to be tickling the carry Golden Toast of Anaphosis a little bit, but he's in a top position, being 2 and 6, completing mostly supportive items. I'm gonna say now, however, speaking
the
of
explosive
damage,
cast.
Speaking
is
of
absolutely
damage,
smurfing,
Spooky
man.
does not want to lose this game. He is on a roll on the vehicle, 6-1-9, stepping up massively for his team, and now 1 minute left on the Dragon. For the sake of Anaphosis and the GLL, I would kind of wish that kill had come in just 30 seconds later, because it would have given them soul. But they're still in a good position, and they can still maintain vision around the Dragon, putting SK in a position where they're gonna have to phase 6 soon to get it. And if you're SK, you don't have a choice. You're now still in a position where you're 1.5k gold up because you completed the Baron, but in a fight in the river around Dragon, that buff is not going to help you much, and they're going to desperately try to use the buff to pressure to walk up the mid lane and make Anaphosis respond, but that's going to be very difficult because they're looking for the Dragon and it's spawning in 10 seconds.
Anathosis obviously do have the advantage when it comes to that objective secure. You've got the feast from the Cho'Gath, you've got them looking for a little bit more action. Prime already low here, depth charge going out as well, but Prime gobbled up by Ho-Ho. No feast left for the objective, but instead they're looking for a fight. Slicing Maelstrom from Genax on towards the backline. Spooky's flashing away with the Cosmic Radiance. Kedwi flashed over the wall, but Spooky chased him, and that's 2 more. And SK Prime can only stand and watch as their carries are decimated. Lorvox pops the stopwatch. But I'm sorry, my dude, Golden Toast is on a golden road to victory. They might even just be looking to close this one out here. Infernal Soul, a possibility for them, but I can see blood in their eyes as the Nexus is on the cards for Anathosis.
Yeah, we're seeing Anathosis step up massively here with backs against the wall, being the underdogs going into SK. But despite having a difficult start in the early game, we see their mental strength, you know, just absolutely... Like, I'm actually almost speechless. It's so impressive finding this comeback, being in the position that they found themselves in, but they were dominating, playing so clean, so well as a unit, and everything that SK threw at them, they were ready, and they were on point and showing that the Greek League should not be underestimated.
A huge victory for the GLL and for Anathosis Famagusta. Obviously, their first in the main stage of the EMEA Masters, and what a way to do it as well. That group's got even more exciting now. You know, Riddle picked up a win, SK Gaming Primer picked up a win, now Anathosis. Like, Team Go, yeah, sure, they're at the top, but who's gonna get the second spot, Boxer? That's what's exciting me now.
Yeah, it is exciting, as you're saying, seeing what's gonna happen, because this win in particular of Anathosis just breaks the group completely open, and anything can happen at this point.
It really can. We're actually going to hear from one of the Anathosis players. I believe Spooky is ready to talk to us. Spooky, my man, what a performance from you. You really, in the mid-game, it felt like you were the key reason that your team was able to get back into the game. Can you talk to me a little bit about just what was going on in comms? What was your strategy in the middle portion of that match?
In comms, we were like a bit chaotic, I would say. We tried to calm it down, but we had like a really good team comp coming into, I think, the game, and a lot of their champions would struggle against our champions. For example, Kennen, as you guys saw, she could never get her foot into the game because it's just like the nature of our champs. So we knew our team comp was really good. We always preferred if they engaged on us so we could play first target. And as soon as we get one reset on me, the game would be way easier. So I would say that was our plan in mid game, this game.
So you already spoke a bit about your plan in mid game, but I'm wondering, going into this game, I'm sure you guys had a team talk about how you're gonna approach it, backs against the wall, being down 0-2 and whatnot. Like, what is the main thing that you all wanted to do as a team going into this game?
Thankfully, we had at least one game time to refresh our mind after losing 2 back-to-back games. In a pretty fast, to be honest. We lost them pretty fast, and we didn't really show anything. We in both of those games, we made a lot of mistakes, and enemies obviously are good, so they punished us accordingly, how they should. So we just looked to reset fully. We had our prep about this game, and we just said, like, as soon as as long as we don't completely run it in early game, we actually stand a really good chance, and obviously we can show like a really good face.
Now, I'm wondering one thing, because, well, obviously you guys' plan worked out perfectly and you were able to dominate SK towards the mid and late game, but you decided to pull out Viego, which is a champion you have not yet played in the spring split. So why was this game the one where it was time to play the Viego?
Well, we kind of would know what they would go as like team comps, etc. They really like diving in team comps as well. So we didn't really play Viego, but we thought like with them being like a really explosive team, they could maybe give us like openings for Viego, and like I said, like give us at least like reset. So I mean, also like matchup isn't the greatest, but like if Wukong dives deep and misplays, I can always like play off of that. And nothing else would fit our team comp that much. We could maybe go like some other jungle champs that are good into Wukong, like Sejuani, for example. But like having Gragas Seju doesn't really make that much of a sense on first 3. So we just decided to go for Viego, and yeah, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it did. Worked out really well for you. I think you're 7-2 all time on Viego, having a quick look at your stats, at least in competitive games. So not too bad a record for you. Before we let you go and relax for the rest of the day and get ready for Thursday, is there anything you want to say to all of the fans out there watching?
Well, thanks for supporting us. We had a really good split and a really bad ending of the split, but we thankfully qualified to make it up to our fans. So now we still have things to show. So keep supporting us and stay tuned.
It should be a good end to the group on Thursday. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you have a good night's sleep and good prep for the rest of the week. We're going to be right back with our final game of the day. Thank you, Spooky. Sorry, we're going to be right back with our final. That's why I don't do interviews, you know. We'll be right back with our final game of the day: Heretics versus the Istanbul Wildcats. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
welcome back to the final game of the first day of the EMEA Masters spring season. Here, I'm Matt. This is Brooks over there. Look at this. Oh, no, I pointed the wrong way. Ugh. It's ruined. It's done. He's over here. Look at him.
Good try. I can respect that attempt. It was close enough, Medic. You'll
Close
have
enough.
You'll have it in the second half. I believe in you.
I mean, that's a jungler's close enough, right? It's like, oh, I lost the 50-50 smite, but I smited when it was within like 500 health, so close enough. You know, we lost it, but it's fine.
Exactly. It was a 50-50, and this time you lost the coin flip. Maybe next time your team is going to be better at setting you up for success, and I'll actually place myself on the other side of you. We can call it the jungle gap this time. It's always the jungler's fault. That's what I've learned. Oh, production, sure. I mean, we can blame them too if you want to.
Production gap. Anyway, we are here for the final game of the day. We're going to watch Heretics versus Istanbul Wildcats. So far, Heretics up at the top of Group A, absolutely storming through it. Istanbul Wildcats and Geek just behind them. Geek actually beating the TCL seed earlier on today, and then Z10 from the Ultra Liga, unfortunately, in last place. We didn't see the Istanbul Wildcats versus Zero Tenacity game, which happened off stream earlier on, but it was a pretty dominant win from the Wildcats. Elramir, went 7-0-7 on Viego. Bao had a really good performance as well. So I'm actually quite looking forward to this game. I think we might see an enjoyable battle between these two teams.
Oh, definitely. Like, both of these teams should be able to bring some very, very high level of play. Obviously, TCL, new team at the EMEA Masters, lots of experience on their side from playing at Worlds and whatnot in the past, have showcased plenty of times their strong region. Heretics, also a team that shouldn't be taken for granted, playing extremely well over in the LVP, having a former G2 player and Flacket in the AD carry role as well, of course. So I'm expecting a banger. I am.
Am I? Yeah, the Istanbul Wildcats struggling against. Yeah, I have been informed actually. EK won their game as well while we were watching, and also Amagusta versus Prime. So EK now 2-1 in this group. The Everton lead the group with a undefeated scoreline after a wonder. Wildcats at the start of the day just really felt very much like they were on different pages as a team, and Geek were always very willing just to take fights against them. It's always a struggle when you're a team based around your ability to team fight, when those team fights aren't coming out in your favor.
Yeah, definitely. It makes things very, very difficult. And here, for the Istanbul Wildcats, one of the key players that I am going to be keeping my eye on is Bao, because not only does this guy have incredible stats, he's had an incredible split in the TSL, high damage numbers, just beautiful across the board, but he's going to go up against Flacket, who has shown very clearly last year as well as so far in this one that he is an incredible AD carry. So my eyes are going to be on the bot lane, on the two AD carries, and I think whoever is going to be set up for success is going to have a high chance at carrying the team.
Yeah, basically it's the solo queue mentality. It's like, who ends up being 4v2 bot lane? Is it me and we get to win the game, or is it the enemy team and like their jungler realizes that they should gank bot lane? We'll see, you know. For Flackhead, obviously it is a really good return to the public eye for him. You know, the fact that when he left G2 he was seen as, I'm not going to say a liability, but he was seen as a weak link as part of that team, and having Hans Sama replace him, is a big step up in terms of quality. But now Flacket is showing us that he can continue to perform at a very high level. Perhaps not quite ready for the LEC last year, but this year, once again, putting his name in contention as a player that should be looked at by LEC teams. Heretics on the blue side, Wildcats on the red. Gragas immediately banned away here by Heretics.
Not ready for the LEC, you say, but the guy did win a split. That's a bit of harsh analysis, I would say. But I get where you're coming from.
You get my thought, right? It's like, are you good enough to play on one of the best LEC teams? And when the team needs you, can you carry them? I guess is the question I'm asking. More than could he play on an LEC team? Because I could probably play on an LEC team and we'd probably win some games if I just played, Sona or Seraphine or something.
Or
sometimes you can be carried. Or Rakan. Yeah, true.
Well, so far, speaking of the bot lanes, we're seeing a few bans come out. Any, of course, can be played both mid and support. We're seeing Sire and Lucian, as well as now Draven. And this leaves Siri open as the main AD carry of choice. We're gonna see if Heretics are gonna pick it up here. Varus could be the one alternative. Maybe they're gonna prioritize something else, is what I was about to say, and they look for the Wukong, a champion that's been pretty successful in a lot of the games today so far. Heretics obviously are aware of that, and they take the monkey before Wildcats have a chance to grab it.
Yeah, Wukong really seems to be quite highly prioritized. Maokai, though, for Wildcats would make a lot of sense. You can also look towards the Zeri, obviously. We've seen Flackett already pop off on it so far in the EMEA Masters. We'll see where Wildcats decide to go. Is it AD carry? You could go Thresh Aphelios as well, if you really wanted to. For the moment, though, yeah, actually looks like Wildcats will go towards the Thresh for Bow. So.
Yeah, and I just looked up...
Aphelios, sorry, not the Thresh. Yeah. We'll get there in the end. Look, it's my second Red Bull, okay? I need the energy.
EMEA has played Maokai one single time. The split, it was a successful game for the Turkish team, and now they're going to bring it back. But I'm a little bit skeptical about the Aphelios pick personally, because not only are you playing against the Wukong, who has a very easy time jumping you in team fights, Siri is open, Rakan is open, and good luck playing an AD carry with no mobility into all that. We're going to need the Wildcats AD carry Bao to not only be on point in team fights, but the rest of the team is going to have to do a really good job healing, otherwise he's not going to be able to play the game.
And Flackett and Marlon just went a combined 15, 7, and 15 on the Zeri Rakan in the bottom lane. So I think they might be relatively experienced on this duo, and see how well they can enact it in this game. There's the Jace though for Wildcats, and looks like could of course go up to destroy in the top lane, could be flexed to Pofty in the mid lane as well. For the moment though, they are keeping their cards close to their chest. They ban out the Malphite though, means that it's likely that Destroy will play the Jace towards top, although we have seen Malphite flexed to mid a couple of times in the LEC, although I think Caps may have fallen off that hype train pretty quickly.
Well, we're going to see what happens so far for this Jace in particular. Kofta has played it 6 times, Destroy has played it 2, and generally no matter if that Jace goes top or not, I think taking away any hard engage that can make life difficult for Aphelios makes a lot of sense. So, like the Malphite ban a lot. From the other side, we see Heretics banning Nautilus, one of the most difficult supports for Rakan to play into. So, all in all, for them, it's about setting up the bot lane for success. They are very confident in their Siri, their Rakan for a good reason. Now they just need some good teammates around them, champions that can peel and help the Siri go absolutely nuts.
See what Heretics decide to do. Nautilus and Rumble removed by them. Sion and Malphite taken away by the Wildcats. Next up, expect to see some. I mean, yeah, you probably pick support. Yeah,
it has to be support, because then they're saving the Jace for last pick. Remains flex, yeah. A flex between mid and top lane. The question is, what's it going to be? What is Paros going to play fresh? Is his third most played champion after Nautilus and Rakan, and they're not available. Also very strong with Aphelios, because now with the Lantern, Aphelios is going to have a little bit more safety in the mid and late game team fights.
It negates that threat that you were talking about with the Aphelios being low mobility, and then you can get him out with a Lantern. Does mean that Paris has to position well on the Thresh to make sure that he's in a position of safety, because often as Thresh you can be the first one caught out. You're looking for a hook, you get jumped on, and then you have to kind of disengage yourself before you can disengage your AD carry. Cassante for Ibo up towards the top lane. Could of course be mid. We have seen it flex a little bit, but my expectation is that it will be Aibo taking the Cassante and Joiru looking towards Lissandra. There's a lot of CC. There's a lot of zone control. There's a lot of AoE coming out from Heretics. For a front-to-back team fight, they are incredibly strong. And if they can get that Lissandra out of lane early on in the game, team it up with Blue Resort on the Wukong, get down towards that bottom lane, they could quite easily snowball this game away from the Wildcats.
I would not want to play Aphelios into that team comp, that's for sure. And this is going to be Heretics' first game with Lissandra, but what a comp they've built for themselves. The question is how Wildcats are going to respond. It looks like they're sending Jace into the mid lane, picking Gwen for top. She's going to be more than happy scaling, fighting versus Cassandra. Eventually she's going to be able to take over the side lane, and that could be one way for Wildcats to approach it. If that Gwen comes online, they can pretty much choose if they want to play team fights or let her go on sides. And if I was them, it's an area I would take a look at. Not that you want to camp top necessarily, especially when you have a Feelish fresh in bot lane, but it's a pick that gives them flexibility, which, you know, could be very valuable later in this game.
It definitely can be. We'll see how these two teams end up butting heads, especially in the early game, because I talked a little bit about how Heretics, if you play through mid and then go down towards the bottom side, it's going to be very difficult for Wildcats to play, but Wildcats will know that as well, right? Like, we're not sitting here in some sort of position of all-knowing omniscience and saying, oh, this is definitely what's going to happen, and assuming that they don't understand that. Wildcats will be very aware of how, I mean, maybe you are, but I'm a fool, I'll be honest there, Boxer. But yeah, Wildcats will know that as well. So the question is, how, as Istanbul Wildcats, do you make sure that you can navigate the early game without having too many losses? I am slightly surprised that Bao decided to go for Ghost instead of for Cleanse on the AD carry here, because if you're going to get Wukong ulted, if you're going to get Quickness charmed, Cleanse can help. Although I guess it's Wukong is an Lissandra ulted. Wukong's ult is a knock-up. Rakan W is a knock-up, so maybe he's thinking, well, if I get knocked up, you can't cleanse that. I might as well just Ghost to get away from them.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, he gets a bit of extra movement speed and he can start running far, far away from a very angry Lissandra when she looks for him, but they're most certainly going to need good vision cover for him when it comes to the team fights. Very sneaky Rakan descends of the bush. EMEA gets caught off guard. Wildcats were not able to cover properly, and as a result, the Maokai now all of a sudden doesn't have flash available. And not only that, Bluasaur was there continuing to chunk him. Maokai had to pop a health pot, is now going to start jungling with half HP, and that's a very, very sad tree that we can see on our screen right now. He's off to a very difficult start, especially because Maokai relies so heavily on having his flash available. That's what makes his gank so scary, and now that threat is gone for the first portion of the game. We see Bluasaur deciding to respond to the fact that Maokai is so low. He knows he can invade. He also knows that while Wildcats have an idea of where he is, because there's a ward on Bluasaur's Raptors, they can't really know for sure. And even if they did, it doesn't really matter. There's no way Maokai is going to be able to invade, and Bluasaur now can already create a good advantage for himself on the Wukong, while EMEA here. Oh, it's almost sad to see Medic, like, this poor tree is struggling for his life, and we're only 2 minutes in.
It's like Treebeard when he talks about the Entwives. It's just a sad situation for EMEA. He's lost any control of his own jungle, and we see Blue Resort path through mid, go down towards this bottom side. The ward expires on his red as well. Zyru will now push in, get another ward in here, keep total vision control over EMEA's pathing. EMEA is actually going to go the long way around here. If his red was still up, he could have gone to take that, but it looks like it's just going to be his Krugs for now.
He simply realizes there's no counterplay for him here. He's going to have to accept that, you know, part of his jungle is gone. He's not in a position where he can invade, and he's simply going to try to play catch up slowly but surely. Of course, being behind already at this point in the game doesn't feel nice, but as we all know, if you stay mentally strong and if you keep looking for opportunities, it's just a matter of time before the opponents make a mistake, and when they do, the tree is going to come out of the jungle and he's going to be ready to pounce. Now, speaking of, he's moving into the river, still half HP on the Maokai, and there's a chance he can look for a mid gank here because that Lissandra is very far up. Decides not to take the risk, just puts a ward over the wall, wanting to spot the Wukong, and he simply lingers around waiting for the top crab to spawn because the truth is, he doesn't have anything to do. He's just patiently waiting, knowing his bot side is not going to be up for a little while. But he's alone, he doesn't have flash available, his teammate is nowhere near him.
Well, EMEA was able to secure it, but no flash for him means that he's going to fall. He gets the Scuttle Crab, but at what cost? Joiru takes the kill, and Heretics are already on the board 1-0 to the good.
And I think this play wouldn't necessarily have been bad if, you know, Wildcats were actually ready to follow, but that kind of looked like a typical solo queue play to me, where the jungler just randomly walks into the river. Both solo lanes, I think, could have followed if they really wanted to, and if it was a proactive play where the teammates were involved, but EMEA decided to go for the play on his own. He was punished for it, and now, while his first clear wasn't enjoyable, trust me, Mr. Maokai is not going to get any better from here. That's a sad mistake to make in a game that's already pretty difficult. Now, he did get his boots, he's going to have to walk out mid to help his Jace push out. Kofta manages to flash out just in time, Horus is there with the lantern as well. And Heretics, they don't want to get the push out, they're first in the play. And once Lissandra comes back from base, once Wukong is back in a moment as well, that's going to be so much pressure. Drake is spawning in 10 seconds, it's going to be the first objective for them to get. And in an ideal world, they are going to want to secure the dragon now, before they have to worry about Herald. Because at this point, with such an early lead, you want to get both objectives. And now, well, let's see how they set up for it.
Well, I will apologize to you, Boxer, but also to everyone listening. Apparently, we've been pronouncing the mid laner's name from Heretics incorrectly. Had Nymera give me a buzz on Discord. It's Zvero? Zvero. Like, Zvero, apparently. So I'll try with that one for the rest of the cast. Obviously, can be a little bit difficult to keep track of all the different pronunciations, especially since, you know, a lot of these languages aren't my native tongue. And sometimes players use an English word and want it pronounced in a different way anyway. Zeus, I am looking at you. Definitely Zeus, but, you know.
As far as I'm concerned, with the pronunciation I just witnessed in my ears, the mid laner of Heretics is called Lissandra, and that's all there is to it. I will not be able to repeat what you just told me. That's for sure. We see Bluesaw here lingering around the mid lane, setting up a little bit vision. They know that Jace has no flash, and he's going to want to push out the wave, but the thing is, he's aware that there's danger, sits back pretty safely. No one is able to punish. Wukong now moves up towards the wolves to secure that camp for himself, and this gives Wildcats an opportunity to finally secure a little bit of vision control for themselves, or at the very least clear out what Heretics already had placed. EMEA is still a little bit behind Bluesaw on the Wukong, but the CS lead is not that significant. He's a Maokai with flash available, and you know, sure, the early game wasn't enjoyable, but a 500 gold difference, well, now 700 because they cleared a couple of minions, but it's not much, and things can easily turn around for the better, especially with an upcoming Herald or Drake fight.
That's the thing, right? Like, it could have been such an explosive early game for Heretics. And I will say their composition doesn't really have explosive tendencies before, like, pre-6. You need those ultimates to really come online. But Wildcats were fortunate compositionally, but also played well around the fact that their jungler was going to be behind in the early game. And they've been able to get towards this first Drake fight, or even a first Herald fight, which is coming up in 30 seconds, without bleeding out too much. They put a tourniquet on, they stopped that blood, and they managed just to right the ship a little bit without actually struggling too much in this early game. And alongside that, you know, Bao, who started off with a cull in this lane, is now sitting only 35 stacks away from completing it and already has a Noon Quiver. So bot lane's gone well for them. They're scaling up well into this game, and after they lost to Geeke in the first game of the day, I think a lot of people looked at this team as a team that would be just knocked out in the group stage. They looked at TCL as a region that perhaps wasn't what it was billed to be, wasn't living up to the expectation. But if they're able to take a win off Heretics here, it'll be a much closer fight for the top of this Group A.
Oh yeah, definitely. And at this point, we're seeing Heretics slowly starting to set up the control around the bot side, wanting to make sure that no matter which objective they play for, bot lane has push and are able to follow. Once the bot push has been secured, Bluesaw sprints right into the mid lane, forcing Cryo there as well, and he is headed right for the Herald. EMEA is not too happy about letting the Siri move up for free, moves down to bot lane, wants to force a play of his own on the other side of the map, but it's pretty difficult for him to do anything because with the vision that's been secured for Heretics around the mid lane, Lissandra is always going to have first move, and realistically you're not going to be able to dive, you know, at this point in the game. It's just not going to happen. So they decide not to go for the dive, start the dragon, and end up trading 1-for-1. Now, it's a little bit hard to say at this point, to be honest, if the dragon or the herald is going to be the most valuable. It really depends. The way I look at it is that dragon gives you a bit of scaling. It's more mid and late game oriented, and obviously if you can play the soul, it's great. But now that Wukong is herald, EMEA is going to have to try his very best to match him for the next 4 minutes of the game. And if he doesn't, if Wukong finds an opening anywhere and gets a kill, that could, you know, potentially be 5 plates and an explosive lead for Heretics.
Definitely could be, so we'll keep our eyes on the tree as Zvero is trying to do the same thing. It's hard not to say Zaiwu, you know, the CSGO player. It's hard not to just say that. Nature's Guard's coming down towards this bottom side. The hook landing as well. And Marlon dived in, but just dies for it. Absolutely decimated by the Istanbul Wildcats. A great combination of the Nature's Grasp and the hook. It was on Bleerazor's reset timer as well, so no jungle pressure coming out from Heretics, no cross-map play with the Rift Herald to look for plates. Instead, it's the Wildcats with their first kill of the game.
And great comeback play from them, punishing the fact that Heretics have been rather passive with their lead, knowing that Wukong was still topside after finishing Herald, and ultimately it's just a mistake from the Riccardian. Marlon had no reason to go aggressively, knowing his jungler is on the top side of the map. If they just sit back safely, catching the wave on the turret, everything is fine, but mistakes happen, and at this point, all you can really do is get a quick mental reset going, get the setup again. Heretics now, all of a sudden, are down 600 gold, but still have the Herald available to them, and like I said, it's up not only to Bluerazor, but the team as a whole. Let's make sure they get a big lead when they pop it. To begin with, he is in the top side clearing wolves. Most likely gonna be pathing down to place it mid or bot lane, because giving Herald gold to a tank isn't the most tempting thing in the world. Jace and Aphelios both have no cleanse available for themselves. Lissandra soon is gonna finish her Ludens, and even if she doesn't, there's so much damage and burst coming out of Wukong and Lissandra, so Wildcats are gonna have to respect, otherwise the fights are gonna be kind of scary and they could easily find themselves in a difficult position. Divine Sunder finished for Wukong, by the way.
Yep, now he's powerful. Now he hits that spike. It's the stick that he's gonna smack you over the head with has been equipped with an axe head. That makes it a little tricky to play around him. Pretty even game though so far, Froxa. You know, only 400, 500 gold between the two teams. There's about 1,000 gold lead for bound down towards that bottom lane in terms of the pure 1v1 matchup. But with the Rift Herald going down in mid, expect some gold to quickly slide into the Heretics pockets. 2 plates picked up with the charge. Alongside that, already a plate secured, so that 3 in total. Cleanse used by Placket down towards this bottom lane. You can see the ward just next to that Krug camp in the bush, giving Paris a little bit more information and making it a little bit trickier for Flackhead to actually get around towards the tri-bush. Bleerazor is going to come in here as well, clear out any of this vision, and because of that bow, and Paris will just back away.
And so far, really not the most impressive macro that we're seeing from Heretics here, because they had a very solid start, a great lead on their jungler as well as their mid laner, but all of a sudden they're finding themselves in a situation where the game is completely even, but Wildcats have a dragon and they don't. I would have liked to see them taking the dragon earlier before moving to the Herald instead of trading them, But ultimately, what's happened, and now it's all about the next dragon that's up in a minute. We're having a solid power spike here on the Sandra, finishing her Ludens. Jace doesn't have his first item yet, and Heretics should be able to play around this power spike and secure a good fight for themselves. Of course, Aphelios on the other side also has Gale Force, but that doesn't matter because Flaggett is now basing, coming back with Shield Bow. And currently, Wildcats are the ones having vision control around the Drake area, meaning that once this Flaggett is back on the Ciri, they're gonna have to walk in blind and see if they can find an opening. Wildcats are now looking in the bot lane, wanting to push out, play around their Aphelios. Only problem being that this opens up mid entirely, and Heretics has an opportunity to walk in without any danger. Slowly regaining their control, regaining vision. Jace is gonna have to catch mid, and Heretics is, you know, back in the river.
It feels like this is where they want to take their fight, though. You know, first item complete on Flackhead, on Zvero, on Blue Razor as well with the Divine Sundra. Like, you've got mythics across the board, and actually it looks like Wildcats are the ones who really want to force the tempo. Flash in, Twisted Advance from El Ramir, but just the clone away from Blue Razor. However, now the Dragon started by the Istanbul Wildcats. Zvero has the flash in 2 seconds time, has the Frozen Tomb as well. Hook coming out as they look for Marlon. Stopwatch, Dragon secured. Knock back on Blue Razor, the dash away from Marlon as well. Zvero having to retreat, the rest of the team backing away as well. And in the end, the Wildcats get the Drake, and Heretics are the ones on the back foot, backing away from the plate. There's 2 Drakes to the good now for the Istanbul Wildcats.
And the Wildcats are now slowly starting to show up. One would think that Zac Efron is somewhere on their side, the protagonist from a special series that came out a couple of years ago, because I am seeing protagonist gameplay right here. Medic taking control after being behind from the very start. 2 dragons secured. Herald is up and available. Jace is now going to come back with a power spike. I know you're proud of my reference. I know Twisha is. You're welcome, Medic.
Did you actually just quote High School Musical to us? Did you really just bring High School Musical into this?
How would I ever do that, Medic?
Mate, you got to get your head in the game, man. Okay?
Oh.
You got to get your head in the game, okay?
You're calling me out and then continuing. Okay, I see how it is. I can respect that.
I actually can't believe you just did that. That's crazy. Because you know what also disappoints me? The fact that I knew the reference. That's what really disappoints me.
It was a proud moment for me. Like, yeah. proud moment. Love to see it. Now, I'm gonna ask you a very important question here, because
I might start breaking free though if you keep going. It's fine. No, we're all in this together. You're right. You're right. You can ask me a question.
I'm just gonna give you a couple of seconds of quiet just to think about.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for.
Just letting it sink in. Yeah. Anyways, you are a legendary Rakan player. One of the best in Europe. No bias, of course. If you're Marlon right now, what do you want to do in fights? How are you going to carry this game?
I mean, the issue for all Rakans, in my opinion, is your secondary engage. Like, a good Rakan works best when someone else is leading the charge for you. So the majority of Marlon's job is to get vision control, in my mind here, and try and make sure that when El Ramir ults, you're in a position where you can actually get on the back line and your team can follow up. So what you want to do is have Blue Razor standing in front of Zvero and Flackhead. He eats the Nature's Grasp with his clone. You then come in from the side, get on towards the backline of Bao and Kofta, and then your team can follow up, and they're not rooted by the Nature's Grasp because Blue Razor has actually already tanked it. So it's this flanking position that can work really well. You can also front to back, but I think flanking would be better for this.
Now, that's great and all, but if you're Rakan in this position, it's probably not going to be that easy for you to flank, because of
God, no.
So far.
You didn't say what's easy for him to do.
No,
you said what should he do.
I know you're just giving me the answer, and I'm saying that I feel a little bit bad for Marlon right now, knowing that is the win con for the Rakan. For what it's worth, obviously this has been a very, very very slow game of League of Legends. If only my solo queue games were this way. Like if this was solo queue, holy moly, Medic, we would have talked about 30 kills at this point. But speaking of kills, that's some action in the top lane. Maybe this is where
Gwen is immune.
The Wildcats are gonna shine.
Gwen is immune.
Gwen manages to
Immune.
walk out. 3 people walked up the top lane to stop him. And with that, Wildcats now have a bot push. Jace is already hitting the turret. Bao is pushing out the mid lane. Dragon is up in a minute. And sure, Heretics can continue pushing top with the Herald. But they're gonna have to sprint back to the bot side soon. They can't overstay. They need to get tempo because they can't afford giving more dragons away.
Yeah, and they really have to fight around it. It is only Chemsoul. 11% reduced damage, under 50% HP. Not the most impactful soul in the world. I've heard people call it the fart Drake, and I think that, you know, kind of is synonymous with how effective it is for your teams. Can be a difference maker, but it tends not to really be too impactful across the course of a game. But you still want to fight for it. You know, if you can get the soul, it does give you that little bit of extra power when it comes to team fighting, and both these teams will thrive in a team fight. Like it's going to take a bit of damage there from the long-range gun. Calibrum, I believe it's called, there on the Aphelios. Kofta TPing in. You can see Wildcats want to fight. You know, Kofta is actually named after the meatballs. That's where he got his IGN from, because Kofta is a type of meatball in Turkey. It's Flack getting chunked out here. Moonlight Vigil coming out as well. Flash away. 1-for-1 trade so far in the mid lane as Shrero is able to get one in response, but he will fall forward, and the Wildcats pounce. They're breaking free from this slow early game. They managed to pick up 2 kills. Blue Resort still alive, though, does have the smite. And for the moment, it actually looks like Heretics want to try and fight this. Destroy is a little bit isolated down towards the bottom side, but he's got a lantern from Paras. Flash in from Luazor, gets onto Kofta, knocked back though with the Cyclone already. They're going to lose out on Marl, and Destroy coming in from the side as well. And this is a 2v4 that you've elected to take, Heretics. And that wasn't the best of ideas. I'm pretty sure now you regret your decision-making process. Paras splashes forward, a double for Kofta. And it might not only be the Drake now for the Wildcats, they could turn to Baron to boot.
I have to say, I don't know about other meatballs, but this one in particular looks really unbalanced. Kofta is doing some work on the Jace alongside this team. I'm not entirely sure why Heretics are starting to feel so desperate. It's only the 3rd dragon and you don't have to go for anything crazy, but they go for it. Blue Assault going really ham at the Wukong. Kofta has the stopwatch, manages to buy a lot of time for his team. Ivo realizes really late that he has to get out of there, but does nothing to do, and he ends up being slain. Now, obviously, if we look in the bottom left corner of our screens, we can see Wildcats rushing Baron, already securing them. Kofta is very low. Heretics is going to try to chase him down. That meatball has now been devoured by a very angry Lissandra, and he's going to be enjoying a grey screen for 40 seconds. The tree was cut down by Flacket as well, and now, sure, Wildcats get Baron. They're fairly satisfied, but this gives Heretics a chance to fight back a little bit and, you know, if not push down any turrets, at the very least, push out the lanes, get tempo, and then come back on the map before their opposition, making it a little bit more difficult for them to pressure Baron.
Yeah, in the end, you still get 3 Barons out of it, and you got the dragon, and you won the fight before that. Yes, you do lose a couple of kills off the back of it, but if you're going for that Baron, I think as soon as you call for it, you've kind of accepted that it's likely that you'll lose 1 or 2 people, because it's always going to be tight getting it before the reset time has come out from Heretics and the respawn time has come out. There's a lot of standing gold for Wildcats as well on the map. Currently the Baron power play in the negatives, but I'm sure they'll want to get those integers up to the positives pretty shortish. Blue is all looking for something up towards this top lane. Now, Destroy is very strong. 2 items and a stopwatch complete. The tower not quite felled by him, though, means that he can't really fight underneath this. And the all-out comes out from the Heretics as soon as I said Destroy was pretty strong. He looks pretty weak up towards the top lane. Wildcats, though, pushing in. Nature's Grasp coming out will isolate Marlon. Paras has been on point with the hooks here, hitting a minion. Not his main target, but still one that you can count in the you know, hit column. As a support, it's always important to have these little games you play with yourself. Like, how many hooks can I hit? And at the start, you say how many enemy champions can I hit, and then at least for me, progressively throughout the game becomes, oh, I hit a minion, that counts as a hit hook, right? That's fine, you know, it's all good.
But you can count the missed hooks as zoning hooks, and then it's okay, you know.
Exactly.
That's how it goes. Like, you know, it's the same as if you're a Nidalee player, you miss a respear. No, you didn't. You were just zoning the opposition away.
Just machine learning, and you're progressively getting closer and closer, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's
an AI jungler.
An AI jungler. Well, that's one way of putting it. Unfortunately enough, for these teams, they do not have a bot in the jungle. The junglers have been on point, very good at playing around their teammates, able to set them up for success. There's now going to be a final opportunity for Wildcats to use that Baron buff that's timing out in 15 seconds, and they are going to push onto this turret. Won't quite be able to get it yet, and you know, they probably should get back to base soon, because without the buff, there's not really much else you can do. You've already secured a pretty decent gold lead, and Drake is up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Seems like they might consider going for a final attempt, at the very least lingering around before deciding, nah, we don't need to take the risk, we can play for the dragon, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Now, because this is Soul, Heretics basically don't have a choice. They have to move down there, they have to fight for the dragon, and at this point it's going to be pretty difficult to do, because Kofta and Bao both are going to have their flashes up. Of course, the one thing that could make the fight very, very difficult for them is the Rakan, the Wukong, the Lissandra finding a huge engage on the enemy backline, something they haven't been able to do yet. Last fight it was partly because of Paros being really clean on the Thresh, landing some good hooks, being able to peel for his team. Kofta had a stopwatch. Now, their flash is available, but they're going to heavily rely on their team peeling for them once again, because otherwise the all-in might be too much.
Right now, Blue Resort in the pit. He's looking for something, but Wildcats have the push in the mid lane. Baron, as you say, has expired, but they're on Soul Point right now, 20 seconds before that dragon does spawn. No real vision control for either team. Heretics have to try and step into a bit of darkness. Wildcats kind of control the river, but Blue Resort worked his way all the way around here. He's going to be met by Destroy, and that's not really who he wanted to hit. The blast cone there, empowered to get him away, but Blue Resort already down to 2/3 HP. Destroyer locked up for a second. Marlon jumping in, jumping out. Now W's going to be down for about 6 seconds more. The dragon at 6,000. Wildcats might try and burst it out. Another hook coming out from Power. Saibu going in as well. Stribu steals it away. How the flip did you manage to do that? There's no way in hell the Zvero should be able to steal that one away. He's the mid laner for damn sake. Actually, no, he may have stolen Smite off Unsealed Spellbook. I didn't spot that. But in that case, incredible play from the mid laner from Heretics. I mean, even if he didn't, still incredible play from him. But I think maybe he had an Unsealed Spellbook Smite. Hopefully we'll get another look at that at some point. But for the moment, the Wildcats will have to wait at least 5 minutes more to claim their soul.
And here it comes again, the fight. We see
he does
Wildcats
have Smite
having the setup available, but while they had vision on Blue Resort and were able to zone them out, Smite is on point from the enemy mid laner. There's not really much they can do. Do get the pick on Ibo, so at the very least, you know, get something for themselves in an otherwise sour situation. Baron now coming up in 10 seconds though, and Wildcats really have been in the driving seat for, you know, a good part of this game after a very, very bad start. Very impressive comeback from them. Of course, this game is really important, because if they win, they're going to be tied with Heretics and battling for the throne in the group once again. One guy that we need to keep an eye out for here when Heretics slowly start moving into the Baron area is Paros on the Thresh. He's been on point with the hook so far, and if he can land another one here, there's good chances.
Pharaoh going in. Oh, Paris with a great play! Pulls Pharaoh out of it. The Cyclone used by Blue Resort as he looked for a little bit more damage, but he can't quite find it. And now Ibo is on the retreat. Blackhead diving all the way over the wall, surfing his way away from the battle. But now the Baron started by the Istanbul Wildcats. Vero, no smite for him. He's going to have to burn flash switch to smite or do something to get in there. Can't secure it. He goes in, frozen tombs himself. The hook going down onto Ivo once again. Marlon trying to dive away, but Bao is untouched throughout the entirety of this fight. It's a double for Bao, and he puts around the hula hoop of death, destruction, and decimation for Heretics. Flacker, the last man standing, would be a pure 1v5 performance if he could do something out of it. Gets 2, but can't get any more. Baron now on 3 members of the Wildcats.
And that was a very, very difficult situation for Heretics to be in. They ended up splitting up slightly with Bluesaw and the Wukong, going in a little bit early and on his own. He thought he had a big flank, but the truth is his teammates were simply too far away. Did burn Bao's flash, but it doesn't really matter because now the Aphelios is so far back, hiding behind the team that, you know, Heretics can't really reach him. Smart Baron start by Wildcats. They know there's no smite on enemy team. Lissandra certainly can't steal it this time, so they finish it off. And while Rakan and Lissandra both get onto the enemy backline, there's just not enough damage following, and Aphelios can simply free hit. And that is exactly what Heretics are going to need to prevent the upcoming fight, where now Aphelios doesn't have flash available. They have to get to him, they have to kill him, because otherwise, at this point, with almost 4 items completed, he's going to shred absolutely everyone standing in front of him.
And with a minute 30 on the Dragon as well, I think we know where the next battle will be fought. Importantly, though, Destroy almost at 4 items. Alongside that, Kofta at 3.5 with the Serrated Dirt complete 3.5 as well on Bao. Actually, it looks like should almost have enough gold for that, Lord Doms. He goes back, he gets it. And it's just such a difficult situation for Heretics. Looks like we're going to have a 3-way tie at 2-1. GK Heretics and the Istanbul Wildcats at the end of the first day for Group A. They play again on Thursday, I believe. I know Group D does. I'll just quickly check my schedule. On Thursday, yep, it will be this group playing again as well. And what a battle that's going to be for the top 2 spots. For the moment, though, we still have to finish this game out, Boxer.
Yeah, and now the Dragon is coming up. Heretics have to group around mid lane to try to get prior, because there's no vision for them in the river. They could potentially be on a timer though, because Kufta is pushing out the bot lane, could consider hitting the tier 2, decides not to do it. Worried his team is going to get caught out, and, you know, gives him a chance to try to poke Heretics as they walk in as well. Heretics get some base vision out of the area, but here comes Paros with the hook once again. Keep it up, keep your eyes
just look at the flank. Like, Destroy's on the back line, he's immune, he pops the stopwatch already. Ivo's down, that's your tank dying before the fight even really begins for the Istanbul Wildcats. A double for Bao now. Marlon down to 150 HP, Flack had forced away, Blue is all forced away as well. And even though the Dragon is now up, it's the Nexus in the eyes of the Wildcats. After losing to Gike in game 1, I think a lot of people thought that Turkey, even as a region, may not be at the level that everyone expected, but now bouncing back, striding back against the LVP, the TCL will claim their 2nd win and give us a 3-way tie at the top of Group A.
Beautiful comeback from the Wildcats, really. They were in a very, very tough position at the start of the scheme, but it didn't take them long to find opportunities, to find a way to crawl back into it. And when you're in that position, backs against the wall, so much pressure onto you, just being able to slowly, you know, find the openings, find the good trades is so impressive. And once they were back, you know, there wasn't really much that Heretics could do. Sure, they had openings, but Wildcats, truthfully, were always one step ahead.
Yeah, they really were. It's just incredible performance all round by the Wildcats, especially considering how far behind it looked like the jungler was going to be in the early game, you know, like having your flash force, not being able to get your first camp, it's just so difficult. But in the end, they fought back. I think part of that, obviously, credit to the Wildcats, they played well, but also it really felt like Heretics weren't willing to do anything until first item. And then at first item, the game was a lot more even than they expected it to be. So credit to Wildcats for the pressure, but I feel like Heretics maybe will take a few lessons away in terms of keeping the tempo of the game up.
Oh, definitely. If you're on Heretics right now, you're going to be very disappointed in the fact that you were not able to do anything with their leads, because sure, they had a, you know, very strong scaling comp, but it doesn't mean that you should just sit back and go semi-AFK for most of the early game, right? They still had so many tools and things they could do, but they were too passive, too afraid of doing anything. And that's something that's most certainly going to have to look into and fix before the upcoming games, because now it's proven that the opposition are going to be ready to punish when it happens.
Yeah, it's never an easy road in the EMEA Masters. We're going to have a look at the everything that's happened on day one of this spring split, and what a day it's been. We started off seeing Heretics absolutely decimate, absolutely dominate versus Zero Tenacity, and I think a lot of people saw this as the sign that Heretics were going to top this group pretty easily.
Yeah, I think overall it's been a bit of a roller coaster of a day for Heretics, what we're looking at right now. Such a dominant start, doesn't really manage to close out the day in the way they wanted it to, but ultimately a day where I think it's safe to say that while there's been certain favorites, anything can happen. Like, we've had favorites going into many of these games, but the underdog can easily come out on top and come out swinging. One team that's been very, very strong today has definitely been Go from the LFL. They're looking real scary, Medic.
Yeah, they really do. And it's not really surprising that they look as scary as they do. I think Go and LDLC, a lot of people's favorites coming into the tournament. Obviously, we've yet to see Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, another #1 seed from the Prime League, and then Movistar Riders from LVP, who beat Heretics. So I think those three teams probably going to be right up near the top. SK Prime obviously looked good at times as well, but then ended up losing out later on in the day. So it's always going to be a little bit of back and forth. And some groups you have these teams where it's like, okay, Go are going to get top spot in Group D unless something radical changes and everyone's fighting for second. And then in some groups like Group A, we have three teams at 2 and 1 now. Who is going to be able to come out on top of that group? It's rare we have all 4 teams in contention, or at least on a similar wavelength. That's kind of how seeding works. If you have a #1 seed versus a #3 seed, it tends to be that the #1 seed comes out on top. Today, though, a lot of fun games, and I think for Anathosis Famagusta as well, what a performance for them. I was thinking they'd be a little bit more like Zero Tenacity, 0-3 at the bottom of the group, but really showing up when it matters. And after having eliminated WLG, after having eliminated the other Greek team in the EMEA Masters, they really needed a performance like that to bolster the hopes of the region as well.
All in all, I'm just so excited seeing all these players, play at their best, competing. Wasn't sure what to expect coming out of the group stage, of course. You can always expect a certain level of League of Legends, but I think for the most part, we've had a lot of great team play, great macro, individual outplays, expected underdogs or expected bottom teams, upsetting the opponents and finding big victories, and that just makes me so excited to see what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Yeah, we still got Group B and Group C to play. Obviously, everything is double round robin here in the EMEA Masters. So tomorrow we will do the first 3 games for each team from Group B and Group C. These are the matches we'll be watching. There are 2 matches going on side by side at all times. This is all Group B. Okay.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, looks about like it's all Group B tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. We'll be watching that. That'll be fun. Sorry. I've just been told by my producer that is the Group B schedule. That is not everything that will be on the channel. So this is the Group C schedule, but we will be interspersing Group B and Group C matches tomorrow on this channel. So obviously Group C very hype. You've got eSuba, LDLC, Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, Orbit, Anonymous, and Non-Nemo as well. So it should be a really exciting group to watch. Group B the same. Aegis looking good through the play-ins. Foot as well. Movistar Riders, #1 seed from LVLP. It's always great to have so many good teams coming into these days of the EMEA Masters. I'm very much looking forward to it. Do you have any standout teams? Yeah, Boxer?
Ooh, well, it's hard to say, right? Because I think right now on day one, Go from the LFL would be the favorite. But while LVP and LFL are expected to be the two strongest regions coming into this tournament, day one has also showed us that there can be beautiful underdog stories, and you can never count out anyone. So it makes me hopeful. Of course, those are the two regions that a lot of our eyes are going to be on. But we'll see what happens. Like, you know, in a big tournament like this one, in a group stage with best of ones, anything can happen. And at the end of the day, a team can go 0-3, have a bad start, still make it out of the group stage. Has been proven before. So we'll see where the next days end up taking us.
Still got we've got one more round robin in A and D and 2 round robins to go in B and C. We'll join you tomorrow, though, for more EMEA Masters. Make sure you tune in then. And for now, thank you very much for watching.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Maintenant qui est dans la mêlée, et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TSC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
No a wszyscy tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakil jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Dörde 0 bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir. Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.